Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku possessed Scops Owl Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku was ecstatic. His 4th birthday was tomorrow, which meant that his quirk was soon to reveal itself. The small, green-haired boy had always found quirks fascinating. Upon seeing a hero on TV for the first time, he had excitedly scribbled down rudimentary notes across the page he had been coloring on. That interest only grew and now he had a whole notebook dedicated to heroes and how awesome they were. Kaken, a slightly older boy and Izuku's best friend, had already gotten his quirk, little explosions that popped off of his hands like fireworks. Together, they had theorized over what Izuku's quirk could be. Would it be telepathy, like his mom? Or maybe fire-breathing, like his dad? Or perhaps a combination of the two? DMN nerd, I'm sure your quirk will be almost as cool as mine. Kaken scoffed. Izuku's eyes widened, sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Really? 'Cause Kaken's quirk was the coolest quirk there was. Well, besides All Might's, but nobody could be cooler than All Might. That was just a fact. TCH, Zuku. Stop being such a stupid nerd. You're thinking too much. As Izuku fell asleep that night, visions of potential quirks floated through his brain. He smiled, he would be sure to find his quirk and he and Kaken could be the most amazing hero duo there ever was. Midoriya Izuku was anxious. Today was his 5th birthday, and over the past year, there had been no signs of a quirk emerging. At night he could hear his parents arguing about it. They didn't know he listened in. His mom was sure that his quirk just needed a little more time. His dad was starting to think he was quirkless. He had cried when he first heard that word. The only thing he'd ever truly wanted was to have a cool quirk and be a hero. Could he even be a hero without a quirk? It sounded like his dad didn't think so. And parents were right about everything, weren't they? Despite his doubts, he still held hope that he had a quirk. Somewhere, deep down, there was an instinctual knowledge that he did have more power than what he currently had. He just had to wait for it. At school, the other students had started to notice. They began to whisper, avoid him. The teachers tried to stop it, but children are always afraid of those who are different. Izuku was the only kid in his grade to not have received a quirk, so he was different. At least Kaken was still his friend. He told Izuku to not listen to those stupid extras and encouraged him that his quirk would be coming in soon. It had to be, after all, they were going to be a hero duo when they grew up. The day after Izuku's 5th birthday, his mother took him to a quirk doctor to see why his quirk wasn't in yet. They ran some tests with machines and weird pictures and then they were sitting in the office with the doctor. Midoriya-san, sometimes quirks just take a bit longer to come in. But I assure you, Midoriya-kun here does have a quirk. Mom looked like she might faint. You're certain? Yes. You see, quirkless people have an extra joint in their pinky toe among other various biological changes, and your son does not have any of these characteristics. Izuku left the office with fresh hope. The doctor said that he had a quirk. So, obviously, he just had to be patient and wait for it to come in. Maybe it had a specific activation requirement. He'd just need to start testing things out. Midoriya Izuku was itchy. He was 5.5. For the past few months, his back had been relentlessly itchy and he'd driven deep scratches into his back in an attempt to quell it. Nothing seemed to work. Today though, the itch had begun to morph into burning pain. Kaken seemed to notice and tried to ask him what was wrong, but he kept quiet. He was fine, he was sure of it. He didn't want to worry anybody. The pain only grew over the day and Izuku immediately went to his room upon coming home, making an excuse about being tired and wanting to go to sleep. He tried to write in his hero notebook to distract himself but it didn't work. Eventually, he made his way into bed and after a lot of tossing and turning, fell asleep. Izuku woke in the middle of the night to screaming pain in his back. He burst into tears, but tried to keep them quiet. He didn't want to bother his parents. He tried to take deep breaths, tried to focus on anything else but the stabbing, ripping pain in his back. He wailed as he felt something tear through his skin in his upper back. Midoriya Izuku was 5 when he'd gotten his quirk. Midoriya Izuku was 5 when his life had fallen apart. Hitoshi. I startled when the door to the cellar opened and the woman who I only knew as ma'am stomped down the stairs. I scrambled to my feet, keeping my head down but my eyes on her as she walked over and grabbed my upper arm in a vice grip. I almost hissed at the action but the noise died in my throat before it could get anywhere. I had been doing so well, and I couldn't afford to slip up now. Food was given semi-regularly and as long as I stayed silent, I didn't have to wear the muzzle. Ma'am dragged me up the stairs and I went willingly, not wanting to make the woman mad. When we reached the main floor, I was led towards the entryway and nearly paused when I saw the other kids there, already lined up. We were getting someone new. I had lived in this group home for about a year now, and, like some other homes I'd been in, whenever there was someone new, they were introduced to every child already here. It was a good way of making sure that the new kids learned the pecking order quickly, even if they'd learn it near immediately anyways. New arrivals were always towards the bottom, though never the bottom. No, that honor was reserved for me. The other children gave me looks of disgust that I regarded with nothing more than a cursory glance before standing in line, a little further away from everyone else. It was then that a knock rang on the door and Ma'am scrambled to open it. I didn't bother to look up, not wanting more faces to haunt my memories when the new kid inevitably turned against me like all the rest. I heard the door open and then the entire group gasped. I still didn't look up, no matter how curious I was to know what had caused such a reaction. "Hello ma'am," a low voice intoned, presumably the new kid's social worker. Ma'am's voice was venomous as she replied, "Tanaka-san, it's always a pleasure to see you." The low voice, Tanaka-san grunted and then said, "He's all yours now. All the paperwork is taken care of." "Lovely, I'll take it from here." "Great, one last thing." There was scuffling and then that same voice growling, "You'd better behave, boy. There's only so many chances I can give you." With that, the door was slammed and after a few seconds of tense silence, Ma'am cleared her throat, "Children, this is Midoriya Izuku, his quirk should be obvious." There were snickers and quiet whispers of "freak," and my curiosity about this kid only grew. I didn't look up though. My bare feet were a better sight than the sneers and hatred. The other kids went down the line, saying their names and quirks and then it got to me. I didn't open my mouth and Ma'am hummed approvingly, "That's Shinso Hitoshi." "That's not my name. Her quirk is brainwashing. Do not speak to her. Don't let her talk. She will be your roommate." I was internally seething at the misgendering but that last sentence had me freezing. Roommate? Nobody had ever joined me in the cellar. What exactly had this kid done to? I looked up finally and froze as I stared at the new kid. He was small, with giant green eyes to match his curly, fluffy hair. His cheeks were splattered with freckles and one side of his face was bruised. On his back were a set of large, green wings, speckled and patterned like a wild bird. Suddenly, the surprise from earlier made sense, as well as the whispers of "freak." It made a little more sense why he was being put with me. Ma'am had made her opinion of mutant quirks clear in the past, and it wasn't good. There was a little lizard girl here for a few months, and she was treated worse than I was. I was so happy when she got moved because I was sure that she wouldn't have survived much longer in this hell house. "Now, Midoriya, you're going to learn the rules quickly around here. Just stay out of my way. Hitomi, you may take him back to your room." I nodded and gestured for the small kid to follow me. He did silently, his only luggage a backpack and duffel bag. I got to the cellar door and descended the stairs, glancing behind me to make sure he was still following me. I made my way over to my bed, or rather, mattress on the floor, and watched as the boy paused in the middle of the room, looking around. After a second he made his way to the corner opposite of where my mattress was and set down his stuff before turning back to me. He sat, his wings limp behind him and waved nervously, "Hi." I blinked, incredibly confused, before hesitantly waving back. The boy didn't seem perturbed, and "My name is Izuku, and I use he they pronouns. What about you?" I stayed silent, staring in blatant shock. After a second I hesitantly signed, "Why are you talking to me?" To my surprise the boy perked up, "Why wouldn't I? Didn't you hear ma'am? I'm not supposed to talk and my quirk is bad." Izuku's face softened, "If any quirk is bad it's mine, but you don't have to talk if you don't want to, I'm fluent in JSL, so, or even if you just don't want to say anything to me at all, I get it. I would like to know your pronouns though. If that's okay?" I stared at him for a moment, "I'm Hitoshi and I use he him pronouns." Izuku nodded, looking at least satisfied with that. To my own surprise, my hands were moving again. "How old are you?" The boy looked about as surprised at my continuation of the conversation as I was. After a second he murmured, "I am 10. I paused for a moment. That was the same age I was, and this kid looked to be at least 2 years younger than me in size. I signed a hasty, "Me too," and he smiled a little. We sat in relatively comfortable silence for a few minutes before I sighed, "Look. It's rough here. Ma'am hates me. And if you're down here with me she probably hates you too." Izuku shrugged his shoulders, "People already hate me, what's one more?" That one sentence had something in me stirring. Anger, perhaps. I didn't want to trust this kid but, from what I'd seen in the few minutes since he arrived, he never deserved to be hurt. "Stay out of ma'am's way, okay? I'll help you learn how to survive here. I don't like you, nor do I trust you, but I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt." Now, do you need help with that bruise? Izuku startled slightly at that before a hand came to ghost over the side of his face. The nasty purple bruise looked even worse in the low light of the cellar, but the boy just tensed up and shook his head. I sighed, looks like both of us have trust issues. With that, our conversation was over, and Izuku turned around so he couldn't see me sign anymore. It gave me a good view of his wings though. They were big and beautiful, patterned like a few owls I'd seen, only with green instead of brown. I laid down and decided to take a nap. Even if I didn't trust this kid, he didn't seem like one to hurt me while I slept. If I pondered the small, green boy who'd wormed his way into my life, a protective anger I hadn't known existed boiling up inside me, no one else needed to know. Izuku. Hitoshi was, alright I supposed. It had been a few days since I moved in and he had yet to hurt me. He didn't even join in with the whispers of freak and wild animal that I heard in the few moments I had been around the other children so far. To be fair, he didn't speak at all. The warnings I was given from Ma'am on the first day kept floating through my mind. Do not speak to her. Do not let her talk. Besides being blatantly ignorant of Hitoshi's pronouns, the words felt too specific to just be off-handed comments. And kids don't just not talk. Even shy kids talk a bit, but I'd never seen a kid as silent as Hitoshi. I wondered if it had to do with his quirk in any way. He hadn't given any details on his quirk, so I just had its name, brainwashing, to go off of. And it wasn't like I was gonna ask him either. Even if he seemed tolerant of my presence, there was no saying what might piss him off enough to decide that I wasn't worth being treated as human. However, as wary I was of Hitoshi, he was definitely my favorite person in the house so far. Ma'am, I had learned, was cruel and would lock the cellar door at night so there was no escape for us. She was uptight and snobby and obviously disliked children, despite being legally in charge of 10 of them. The most unsettling thing about the woman though was the way she'd watch Hitoshi and I when we were in her sight. Her eyes were predatory and had my feathers fluffing up, trying to look bigger. I quickly shoved that reaction away when I noticed her lips twisting into a sneer, images of previous homes flashing through my head. That was the day I learned just what kind of parenting style this woman had, as she screamed, "I will not have animals in my house. If you want to be like one, you will go outside like one." Well, that was easy enough to understand. I hadn't bothered to try to befriend the other children like I had in my last homes. I knew that they would just turn out to be bullies, and I was right. The few moments I'd spent around them, they had decided it was a fun game to try and pull my feathers or mock me. So yeah, Hitoshi was indisputably my favorite. He ignored me most of the time, but I'd occasionally see him glance at me when he thought I wasn't looking. I could never figure out what he was thinking in those moments, his amethyst eyes holding too many complex emotions for me to parse out. Besides the glances, and the occasional very short sign conversations we'd have, I was mostly ignored by my new roommate, and for that I was grateful. It was hundreds times better than my experiences with other roommates. I stayed cautious though, too scared to go to sleep. Though, it seemed that Hitoshi didn't sleep much either. Despite how much the other boy would lay down at night, his breathing was rarely deep enough for sleep. In the small room where sound already echoed, I didn't even need my advanced hearing to make out every little noise that he made. It wasn't much. Hitoshi was silent in his voice, yes, but he moved quietly too. His footsteps were near silent against the ground. It was mildly unnerving. But also far too familiar. Traumatized children can always recognize those like them. Hitoshi. The new kid confused the absolute hell out of me. He was quiet around others, but when he thought no one was listening he'd go off on rambled tangents that I couldn't make sense of. He was actually kind towards me, or at the very least indifferent about me, and after about 2 weeks of having him as a roommate, we'd come to some sort of silent agreement to mind our own business. As the days went by, I found myself wanting to talk to Izuku, or at least be around him. He was interesting to converse with, even through sign, and never seemed afraid of me. I also started worrying about the boy. He hadn't really slept since moving in, neither have I. Insomnia's a beach. Ma'am was keeping a close eye on him, just waiting for him to mess up so she could enact a punishment. God knows what she's gonna do when inevitably, Izuku makes a mistake. I was sitting in the corner of the sitting room, a book in my lap. Izuku was the only other one in the room with me, sitting curled up on one of the couches with a notebook that he was writing in furiously. We were leaving each other be, as often seemed to be the dynamic between us, when suddenly I was pulled from my reading by an odd noise. I looked up and towards where the sound came from to see Izuku still scribbling away, but his mouth was open slightly and little chirps and coos were coming out of his throat. It was really fing cute, honestly. I set my book aside to just watch the boy as he kept up the bird calls, getting a bit lost in the beautiful song he was making. The peace that settled over us was interrupted by a loud bang on the doorframe. Izuku had immediately stopped chirping and we both looked over with wide eyes. Ma'am stood in the doorway, face screwed up into a disgusted snarl as she glared at Izuku. She stomped over to him, "You disgusting animal." I watched, frozen as she walked over to him. He raised his arms, expecting a blow, but instead ma'am reached to his back and grabbed at the joints between his back and his wings. Izuku yelped and began to thrash, trying to get away from her, but she backhanded him with a growl. "Stop struggling, you stupid bird, or I'll make your punishment worse. I already warned you about behaving this way, and you had to go and defy me." I'm sorry. Izuku cried, still thrashing. Please, it won't happen again. Let G go." She backhanded him once more and he whimpered. I could already see the bruise forming on his cheek. My eyes were wide. Sure, ma'am had never been exactly nice to the other kids, but I'd never seen her treat another person the way she treated me. I was shocked and suddenly appalled by the treatment. When it was happening to someone else, the abuse seemed a lot more severe. However, the conditioning that the vile woman had drilled into my head was in full force, and I couldn't move. My limbs were stuck in place, my jaw locked, and fists clenched. When Izuku was slapped for the third time, he went limp, keening at the pull on his wings. Ma'am sighed and moved her grip from his wings to his upper arm and yanked him from the couch and out the room. Without even thinking about it, I was on my feet and rushing behind them. Ma'am stalked into the kitchen and then opened the back door. My jaw dropped as I realized her intentions. She was about to toss a 10-year-old boy outside, in the middle of winter. Izuku was only wearing some jeans and a t-shirt. It was snowing outside, the flakes drifting almost peacefully outside, blissfully unaware of the horror happening around them. "Hey! Wadash!" I jerked backwards as I felt the connection snag in my brain. I slapped a hand over my mouth. I had broken one of the most basic rules of my existence. And yet, as I glanced towards Izuku, who was looking at me with confused emerald eyes, I decided it was worth it. "Close the door, hell." My voice sounded like nails on a chalkboard and it felt like I was swallowing sandpaper. I watched the woman follow my commands with a blank face. "Let him go." Izuku was released and he immediately stumbled a few steps away, looking between me and ma'am with wide eyes. Well, there went my only chance at friendship with the boy. My head ached and I bit my lip as I felt the connection straining. I hadn't used my quirk in so long, it was difficult to keep it up, and without warning, it snapped. Ma'am blinked back to awareness and after a brief moment, turned towards me with an infuriated roar. You villain. I gave you one simple rule. But could you follow it? No." She was prowling closer as she spoke, and I backed away slowly, startling as I ran into a wall. Well, this is where I die. Wait. Izuku stepped in front of me as ma'am reached towards me. His wings were flaring wide and almost blocking my view of the woman. If he was a bit taller, I wouldn't have been able to see her. Ma'am blinked at him before regaining her composure. "Move out of the way, boy. I will deal with you later. But this villain girl needs to be taught a lesson." The green-haired boy glanced back at me before hissing. He was protecting me. "It's my fault. Whatever punishment, just give it to me." Ma'am stared at him for a few moments before commanding, "Hitomi, come here." I immediately stepped around Izuku, knowing that tone left no room for arguments. He pursed his lips, annoyed, but didn't move, and ma'am turned around to grab something from a drawer. I already knew what was coming and I trembled violently. No, please," I tried. "I'll never talk again. Please." Ma'am approached with the awful contraption in her hands and Izuku bristled as she commanded, "Turn around. You will wear this for 1 week. No breaks." Without complaint I did as she said, tears building in my eyes as the metal slid over my face. Izuku gasped and for a moment ma'am's hands disappeared and I heard a loud slap before a thud. Her hands came back quickly and she secured the muzzle far too tight and I wondered how exactly I was meant to survive this. When she was done, she gave me a shove and I stumbled before turning around to look at her. Izuku was rising from the ground, a look of disdain on his face. She was staring at me smugly. "Now go rot in the cellar. Your little friend will be joining you shortly." With a glance at Izuku, I wanted to grab him and run, but I knew that would only make it worse for both of us. So with a deep breath, I slowly turned around and made my way to the cellar door. As I opened it I heard a loud cracking before a cry of pain and I quickly ran in and shut the door. Maybe I was a bit selfish. But maybe I could set some things up to help for when he gets back? I quickly got to work, setting out my softest blanket. It was practically a rag but I was trying at least, grabbing the medical supplies I had snagged, and after a moment of thought, I very slowly pulled Jingle from where he was hidden behind my other things. Jingles was a raggedy stuffed cat that was the only thing I had from my parents. It was beaten up as all hell and stained from various spills, but maybe it'd help the small boy who was getting beaten upstairs. It had been nearly 30 minutes when the door at the top of the staircase was wrenched open and then a small body came tumbling through. I rushed to catch Izuku before he could hit the bottom of the stairs, but when I did, he cried out and I immediately set him down and removed my hands. I heard the door slam and the lock being secured, but I didn't care. Izuku was shaking badly and he was smeared with blood. He curled onto his side and wrapped his arms around himself. When he brought his wings around to do the same, I gasped. Izuku's longest feathers at the bottom of his wings had been cut, left with jagged edges. For the first time in a long time, I wished I could speak. I had nothing else to comfort Izuku with but touch, which didn't seem like a great idea right now. After a moment of thought, I very slowly moved my hand on top of Izuku's head. He flinched and whined, but when he didn't move anymore, I started carting my fingers through the forest strands, working out tangles as I went. It took many minutes, but eventually, Izuku was relaxing, wings uncurling and eyes slowly blinking open to focus on me. I removed my hand from his hair and signed, "You okay?" Izuku didn't reply. In fact, he wasn't even looking at my hands. Instead, his eyes were glued to the bottom half of my face, and before I knew it he had pushed himself upright and had his hands hovering over my cheeks. He gave me a questioning glance and slowly, I nodded. His fingers touched down where metal met flesh and he traced over the connection to the straps holding the DMN thing on. His face twisted into one of rage and he hissed, "Why the F, would anyone do this?" I blinked, confused. "I'm a villain. I have a villainous quirk. Wasn't it obvious?" Izuku had watched him brainwash ma'am. He should be horrified by me. Izuku met my eyes. "Have you ever heard anyone with it?" After a second I shook my head and he nodded. "So you're not a villain." I stared at him with huge eyes and he sighed, "If anyone's the villain here, it's me, okay? So don't go believing you're the one who's bad. You're not a villain." I immediately signed in response. He let out a humorless laugh. Yeah, sure." I frowned at that response but dropped it. "We can talk about this later. Can I please treat you? You're still bleeding, and shaking." Izuku looked down at his hands like he'd never seen them before as they trembled and shook. After a second he curled over with a sob, that same panicked air from when he'd first been tossed down the staircase making a reappearance. Without thinking much about it I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him into my chest. I rocked us back and forth, petting through his hair again. After a moment I grabbed Jingles and tapped Izuku to get his attention. He looked up and then over at the stuffed cat, his eyes widening almost comically. Slowly, he reached his hands out to touch the stuffed animal before grabbing it and pulling it into his chest. I smiled under the muzzle and embraced the boy again. Once he'd calmed down to mere sniffles, I got to work patching up his wounds. Izuku. Hitoshi's hands were gentle and practiced as they bandaged up abrasions and my ribs, which were most certainly cracked if not broken. He still hadn't moved me from where I was practically in his lap, and I found myself too relaxed in the hold to remove myself. Positive physical contact was rare, so I was gonna take all I could get, at least until Hitoshi found out about what I did and started to hate me. I shoved that thought away as Hitoshi set aside the medical supplies. I was fully prepared to be shoved onto the harsh ground, but instead, Hitoshi just scooched over to the wall to rest against it, still holding me tightly. He tapped my temple gently and I looked up at him. He signed, "Why do you think you're a villain?" I should have known he wouldn't let it go so easily. Stupid bird. After a moment I looked away from his face and forced words to form in my mouth. My Q-quirk was really late. And my pa parents were getting so weird AR around me because of it. When my quirk came in, IT thought they would be happy. But my dad, he started yelling at my mom. Said she cheated. He couldn't have an animal as a child. He left that night. Mom was depressed for a bit, but then she started yelling and hitting me, telling me that it tore our family apart. She left me at a police station a year later. God, he's gonna hate me. What kind of child is so worthless that their family shatters because of them? My quirk fed everything up. There was another tap to my temple and I flinched violently without meaning to, fully expecting to be hit. However, when the touch disappeared and no pain came, I peeked my eyes open to see Hitoshi staring at me with a sad look in his eyes. He raised his hands. "You're not worthless. Your quirk is amazing and didn't f anything up." I stared at him with wide eyes, slowly realizing I must have been talking aloud. You're so cool. And from what I've seen, you're kind and sassy when you wanna be." I stared at him, warmth blooming in my chest. Flock, Hitoshi is part of Flock, nestmate. Without thinking about it too much I smiled a bit. Maybe, the villain kids should stick together? Hitoshi's eyes lit up with pure happiness and we fell into a tight, soon-to-be familiar embrace. 3 years later. Izuku. When I left the group home that morning, I knew something was gonna happen. There was a sense of foreboding hanging over me, heavy and unforgiving. But I shrugged it off, hugged Hitoshi goodbye as usual, and walked to Aldera Middle School for another day of hell. It had been about 3 years since I'd been placed in the group home with Hitoshi. I really wasn't sure why neither of us had been moved yet, but I was grateful. The boy was the biggest support I had and I wasn't sure what I'd do without him. My bird brain had claimed Hitoshi as a nestmate since the night he patched up my wounds for the first time and well. I was generally powerless against bird brain. Luckily, Hitoshi seemed fine with this arrangement. He let me preen his hair and at some point we'd started sleeping in the same corner of the DMN cellar in a nest that I had shyly made. I sighed as Aldera came into view. The school was a cesspit of discrimination and honestly just straight up abuse. The teachers blatantly favored those with powerful and heroic quirks. God forbid you had a villain quirk or a mutant quirk. I was saved from some of the bullshit that was pulled because of Kaken. He'd remained my best friend, even when I was abandoned. With a heroic quirk like his, he was one of the prized children. And he was known for rocking people's sheet if they touched me. So, the quirkism was semi-helpful I supposed. Kaken never got in trouble for hitting other kids. His quirk was far too fit for a hero for him to be treated like a villain. I approached the entrance, eyes darting around, looking for any potential threats. Even with Kaken's protection, if I was alone, kids would often try their luck to gang up on the mutant kid. I kept my wings tucked to my back as I entered the school and walked down the hallway. I ignored the harsh sneers and whispers from the people around me and instead focused on making it to my classroom. I was shoved several times along the way, bumping into the lockers and aggravating some bruises from Hitoshi and I's nightly activities. But finally, the door was in sight and I quickly made my way through it and over to my desk. I paused as I approached. Laying on my desk, innocently, was a red spider lily. I stared at it for a few seconds. This wasn't even close to the first time this had happened, but every time someone goaded me towards death. I found myself wondering if perhaps they were right. With a sigh, I set down my bag and sat down, picking up the flower and twirling it between my fingers. For a symbol of death, the spider lily was really quite beautiful. I heard giggling from somewhere behind me and I sighed. It was no doubt whoever had left this particular death wish. Without much thought, I simply gently put the flower into my bag and got out my materials for class. When I heard my phone buzz, I picked it up, frowning at the message. Kaken. Nerd, I'm not gonna be at school today. Doctor's appointment don't get your butt killed. Well, I could certainly try. The rest of the day was surprisingly peaceful, and I got tenser and tenser with each hour that passed. The foreboding sensation from that morning hadn't left and if anything, had gotten more intense. By last PRD, my eyes were flicking every which way, looking for threats as I waited for the shoe to drop. Said shoe dropped only a few seconds after the bell, when, instead of packing up their things like everyone else, a group of boys suddenly surrounded me. I had no chance to do anything before they were shoving me from my seat and crowding me against the wall. My wings pressed uncomfortably against it but I didn't make any show of my discomfort, instead glaring up at the boys. You do know I only have 2 school uniforms, right? And now this one is dirty, 'cause you pushed me onto the DMN floor. The boys laughed at my words. I wasn't lying, I did only have 2 uniforms and I hated the way dirty clothes felt on my skin. The leader of this group, who I never cared to learn the name of, leaned over me. Don't act so tough, Deku. You don't have your knight in shining armor to save you. I don't need Kaken to save me. I could knock all 3 of you on your buttes before you could even blink. I wished I could make good on my thoughts, but with my undesirable quirk, anytime I stood up for myself, I was the one blamed. I couldn't afford any more marks on my record if I wanted to get into UA. And Hitoshi and I promised each other that we'd get into UA and become an official hero duo. With that in mind, I just tucked my wings behind me as best I could, protecting them, and curled over, just get it over with. When none of them hit me, I looked up, incredibly confused. That confusion was soon miffed as they seemed to be waiting for that. A slap cracked against my cheek and I bit my lip at the sting. No other hits came when I didn't look back up or give any reaction and the leader scoffed, "Let's go." Non-reactions were often the best way to get rid of bullies. They often just wanted to feel more powerful than something else to make them feel better about their sad little lives, and if I just didn't move, didn't act like scared and wounded prey, they'd lose interest. I heard their footsteps slowly stalking away, before they suddenly stopped right before where the door was. I know, Deku. If you ever want to be useful, you should take a swan dive off a building and hope for a better quirk in your next life. They left, cruel laughter following them. I paid no attention to the words, pushing them into the back of my mind and tucking them into the little mental box I had of sheet to deal with later. Besides, I couldn't leave Hitoshi behind like that. Suicide was mildly tempting, sure, but that boy was the light in the dark of my bleak, sad existence. Slowly, I got up off the floor and got my stuff together before exiting the school. As I walked, I slowly realized that the foreboding feeling that I had been feeling all day hadn't been erased with the incident with the bullies. Well, I continued my walk back to the group home, and as I was passing under an underpass, I paused as I heard an odd sloshing sound coming from below me. It was followed by a clang, and I whipped around to see a person made from sludge oozing from a manhole. He set his eyes on me and grinned, a medium-sized skinsuit. And it even has wings. Perfect. Within moments the sludge had wrapped around me and was shoving its way down my throat. I flapped my wings desperately, trying to get away, but I was stuck. The man was liquid and I was an owl. Owl feathers weren't built to get wet. I couldn't breathe. There was nothing I could do. I was trapped, flailing uselessly. Incredibly quickly, my vision began fading in and out. I vaguely heard a yell of, "I am here," before I succumbed to the darkness. I awoke with a stinging pain on my cheek and I blinked awake, coming face to face with the man who I'd idolized since childhood. All Might? The hero laughed. Yes. It is I, All Might. I have captured the villain. There's no need to fear. I scrambled to my feet, feeling off balance with my soaked wings. All Might. I must leave now, to get this evildoer to a police station. The next few moments happened in frames. I yelled at him to wait. He made to jump into the air. I latched onto his leg. We went flying. It was nothing like flying by my own power. We landed on a roof. That was quite dangerous, young man. I'm sure if you bang on the door long enough they'll let you down. All Might made to jump away again. For a moment, I was wondering if the man had noticed the fact that I had literal wings and could get down by myself. All Might, please. I just have one question. The blonde huffed but nodded and I took a deep breath. Could a mutant like me be a hero? The symbol of peace paused, truly looking at me for the first time. He examined the green wings that were tucked to my back. He opened his mouth and the world came crashing down. Izuku. I stared at where All Might had just been seconds before. The words he'd spoken so casually, slowly filtering through my brain. When it did finally click, I hit the ground with a hard thud. My knees ached but I paid it no mind as I repeated the number one hero's words in his head. Mutants shouldn't be heroes. They aren't even human. So no, you cannot become a hero. Mutants shouldn't be heroes. They aren't even human. They aren't even human. A painful sob ripped its way from my throat and I keeled over, wrapping my arms around my torso and bringing my wings up to shield me from any eyes that may see, as if there was going to be anybody at the top of this 50-story building. I choked on air, tears streaming down my face and onto the concrete below. I had thought, surely, the number one hero, the one who said everyone could be a hero, the hero that almost every child looked up to. I had thought that he'd be different. I thought that he'd believe in me. But no. Animal. Freak. Inhuman. Subhuman. Wild. Disgusting. Words that I'd heard hundreds if not thousands of times since my quirk manifested floated through my mind. I could hear voices clear as day. Voices that I'd memorized. My mom, I cannot have an animal for a son. My social worker, you're on thin ice, alright boy? You're lucky we were able to find anywhere willing to take you, freak. My foster siblings, oh my god, you're like chirping? That's so weird. You're an animal. Get away from me. The children at school, you're below us. Got it? You're gross. You belong in a zoo. Ma'am, you disgusting animal. Stop struggling, you stupid bird, or I'll make your punishment worse. My own thoughts mixed with the words of those around me to create a deafening cacophony that only I could hear. I felt like I was drowning and I clawed at my chest, unable to breathe. I needed it to stop. For a moment I considered the fact that I had been left on top of a very tall building, but then I remembered that my wings would almost certainly catch me. The sounds bursting their way from my throat gradually became more avian. I screeched, animalistic and so desperate for something that I didn't even know. Come on, buddy. I need you to come back to Earth for me. I need to know if you can hear me. This voice was new. It was a soothing middle tone. It was familiar, but unlike the other voices, I couldn't immediately put a name to the sound. Shoo, everything's gonna be okay. Just need you to come back. Can you hear me, bud? Without unwrapping myself at all, I nodded, hoping that whoever this was would see it. It was almost 100% a figment of my imagination. No one should be up on this roof. Especially not at whatever time it was now. Even if it was a hallucination, their voice was remarkably soothing, feeling oddly safe in a way that I hadn't felt since I heard Hitoshi's voice for the first time. Okay, that's good. That's so good. You're doing so well, kiddo. Can I touch you? My chest filled with warmth at the praise, but it was quickly doused with icy water at the last sentence. I shook my head rapidly and it took a worryingly long time to realize that the painful keening whimper was coming from me. Touch was bad. Touch hurt. Touch was never good unless it was from Hitoshi. Hey. Shoo, kid. I'm not gonna touch you if you don't want me to, okay? I just need you to try and match my breathing. The person breathed deeply and exhaled slowly. It repeated a few times before my body got the memo and slowly started sinking to the rhythm. Occasionally, the breathing would pause for a moment for them to murmur comforts into the night air and I couldn't help the pure confusion that was rising up inside of me. People didn't like me. Everyone either ignored me or hurt me. Hitoshi was the only exception to that rule. I had promised myself I wouldn't trust anyone easily again after my mother dropped me off at the police station with hatred in her eyes. Well, I suppose this is an incredibly kind figment of my imagination. I slowly peeked out of my cocoon. The first thing I noticed was that it was getting dark. The sun just dipping below the horizon. God, how long have I been up here? Then, I froze. There, sitting cross-legged in front of me, was the winged hero, Hawks. Hawks smiled gently, a little lopsided. Hey, little bird. What the F was going on? One moment I was left behind by a top hero and the next a different top hero is sat in front of me. I felt my cheeks flushing. Oh my FING God, Hawks, FING Hawks, had to talk me down from a panic attack. FING. Hawks laughed quietly and I slapped a hand over my mouth. My muttering had been mostly curbed but it, as well as bird behaviors, always tended to pop up when I was particularly tired or stressed or scared. I'm so sorry. I know the mumbling is weird. I stumbled over my words, my wings uncurling and coming to press tightly against my back. Hawks frowned. It's not weird. I sometimes need to talk my thoughts through out loud too. No need to be sorry for that. I disagreed, and so did almost everyone I'd encountered in my short life, but instead of disputing the hero, I simply stayed quiet. Do you want to talk about anything, little bird? Hawks asked, concerned. Why do you keep calling me that? I murmured. The man blushed. Oh, well, you're a bird, and I'm a bird. It just kinda felt natural, you know? You're not like me. I snapped defensively. He looked a little surprised but then leaned forward with a smug grin. Wanna bet? I snarled. You only have the wings. The cool and heroic part. Not the whole FING mutation. Not true, Hawks replied easily and I snapped my mouth shut, furrowing my brows in doubt. The hero took in the look on my face and after a long moment, smiled gently. He began working his gloves off his hands as he spoke. Kiddo, I am a mutant. He dropped his gloves onto the roof and I stared at the tips of his fingers. Where there should have been fingernails, instead there were curved, sharp, black talons. I've got the nails. Hawks moved a hand to comb through his unruly hair. I have crest feathers, and I have bird vocalizations. The hero chirped and before I could stop it, I called back. Hawks gave me a big smile. I stared, wide-eyed. Hawks was like me. There was a hero like me. Before I could think on that any further, my phone buzzed in my pocket and I jumped as I realized how late it was getting and how worried Hitoshi had to be. Thanks F for helping me Hawks, sir. I've gotta go. I sprinted towards the fire escape and began making my way down, ignoring the calls of the hero behind me. Hitoshi. It had been hours since Izuku was supposed to come home and he wasn't FING here. That little beach. Insulting him prevented me from panicking as I paced around the little cellar. He hadn't even texted or called. He was usually so good about that, especially after a particular incident a couple years ago where he had gotten distracted on his way home and I practically went on a manhunt to make sure he was safe. Ma'am hadn't listened to me when I signed to her that he wasn't back yet, and there was nothing I could do now that she'd locked me down in the stupid cellar. I paused my restless pacing as I heard something at the top of the stairs. After a minute of odd clicking and rustling noises, the door swung open and Izuku stepped down the stairs. I was immediately running towards him, slamming into him and wrapping my arms around him as he flapped his wings to keep us upright. I pulled Izuku to arm's length and looked him over. Well, he didn't look hurt. I crushed him against my chest again, pressing my nose into his dirty curls without a care in the world. What the F happened to you, Zoo? I was so worried. Why you weren't home and Mayim was locking the door even though I signed that you weren't back. She didn't care. Sheet, Zuku. His arms wrapped around me in return and he buried his face into the crook of my neck. I frowned worriedly when his shoulders started shaking and hitched sobs became audible. Oh, birdie. I murmured, pulling him towards the nest he had made and gently guiding us both down to sit. I pulled away to cradle his face in my hands, my heart breaking at the tears dripping down the boy's face. What do you need from me? He shook his head and my breathing stalled for a split second. It wasn't often that Izuku went non-verbal. While my selective mutism was a trauma response, Izuku seemed to crop up when he was horribly overwhelmed and tired. I stroked gently over his cheeks. Okay. That's alright, Zu. I thought through the usual methods of calming the bird down and whispered, "Can I touch your wings?" Asking to touch Izuku's wings was a risk. Sometimes, the boy loved having his wings preened, having explained that it settled his bird brain and my place in his flock. Other times, it would send him into a panic attack, reminding him of all the times his wings had been touched with harmful intent. I had no idea what had happened to cause this, so I was pulling at straws. I let out a breath when he slowly nodded and I coaxed him to turn around so his back was to me. I started as I always did, sinking my fingers into the soft down in between the bird's wings. I startled a bit as I realized that the feathers were wet. It hadn't rained today and Izuku was meticulous about keeping his wings dry. I'd elected to put it aside for the moment when Izuku let out a plaintive, pleading chirp and I blinked. He didn't sink this far so as to forget to suppress his bird noises all that often. The sound left me feeling conflicted because the chirps only came out in the home when he was really tired or had a very bad day. But also, they were adorable, and I wished he was able to make them more outside of our little bubble of safety. I continued along the boy's wings, gently working any loose feathers out and brushing off the casing on pin feathers. As comforting as preening was for Izuku, I couldn't help but find it relaxing too. It reminded me that Izuku was here and I could take care of him. And, his feathers were soft. His mutation was based on snowy owls, and to fly silently, owls have to have soft feathers. Both of us found immeasurable comfort in things that were soft. Once I had finished, Izuku twisted back around to throw his arms around me again. He mumbled into my chest, "Sorry, Toshi." "Hey, you don't need to apologize. Do you want to talk about what happened? All Might is an a-hole." I blinked, surprised. Izuku was an All Might fanboy. He'd told me that his childhood room was practically a shrine to the man and he knew way more about him than anybody else I'd met. Even now, despite the fanaticism being somewhat toned down, All Might was still a huge inspiration in Izuku's life, so what changed? I nodded slowly. Okay. I met him today. Was I gonna have to murder a top hero? For Izuku, I would take on all of the top 10 at once without question. And if All Might did something to hurt my brother? He was gonna die. Izuku took a deep breath and turned his head to push his ear to my chest. "He left me on top of a roof, Toshi. Told me that mutants like me should never be heroes. Said that I wasn't even human." I was frozen for a moment, just listening to Izuku's soft cries as I processed his words. The symbol of peace left him on a roof? He said that he wasn't even human. Anger broiled in my gut, hot and vile and so very strong. It mixed with the worry that had been a constant presence in the back of my mind since I had met the boy who would become my best friend, the only person I trusted. The only person who cared, both about the small things and the big things. I hugged Izuku tighter, pushing the anger down deep inside to use another day. Curling my fingers into his hair, I whispered, "You know that's not true, right?" The boy was silent and I quickly pushed him away just to cup his face, forcing him to look at me. "Izuku, you know that's not true, right?" He stared at me with horribly empty eyes. It was a look that I knew well, and hated to see on his face. He sighed, "Toshi? I'm disgusting. And it's All Might. He knows be better than anyone, right? So I'm just a worthless animal." I pressed my forehead against his. "No, Izuku. No. All Might is a liar, you hear me." He opened his mouth to protest but I quickly cut him off. "Think about all of the people that you've helped." About a year after Izuku moved in with me, we'd started going out at night to escape from being locked in the cellar. It didn't take long for us to stumble across trouble. A young woman was being mugged by a man, and without much thought, we rushed in. I still wasn't sure how we did it, two probably malnourished children taking on a grown adult, but suddenly there was an unconscious man on the ground and a teary woman thanking us over and over again. After that, it just kept happening. We'd stumble upon a crime, fight, then leave. Slowly, we began seeking the danger out. Izuku started being our lookout, flying above and alerting me to anything that needed our attention. At some point along the way we earned the name Nightingale. We only knew of the name because occasionally, we'd stay behind, hiding on the roofs to make sure the perpetrators got arrested or that the victim was alright. One such time, Eraserhead had shown up with a man with a long jacket and a hat. "Nightingale is gonna give me a aneurysm, Tsuchachi, I swear to God," Eraser griped. The hat man tilted his head. "That those new vigilantes?" "Yep. We don't even know if it's one person or multiple. Nobody has seen them except those they catch and those they save, and even then we've gotten no description other than, they wear black, which is as helpful as you can imagine." Izuku had stopped so many crimes with me. He'd stopped muggings, fights, assaults, and rapes. He was good at fighting, his wings giving him a speed and strength advantage that no one anticipated because of his size. And I hated that small-minded people had made this incredible, kind, amazing boy in front of me feel useless. I hated that they brought that blank, horribly resigned look to his face. God, Zuku. Remember that little girl last week? The one who'd gotten lost on her way home? You were so good with her. You saved her. You've saved so many people. So don't for a second think that you're worthless, no matter what but might says. Izuku snorted, light returning to his eyes. I gently knocked our heads together, and we've gotta become a pro-hero duo, remember? And I wouldn't accept some dead weight for a partner. The green-eyed boy nodded, his eyes drooping shut as he flopped over to lay down and dragged me with him. I love you, Toshi. In a way I knew that this was just his way of asking to end the conversation, and I allowed it, tucking the things that had been said into a little box at the back of my mind to bring up when Izuku wasn't as tired. I love you too, Hitoshi. There was nothing quite as freeing as the feeling of wind in my hair as I jumped from rooftop to rooftop. The quiet reassuring presence of Izuku above me as he glided along, occasionally flapping his wings. It was one of my favorite parts of being Nightingale. Our vigilante costumes were simple. I wore an oversized black hoodie with matching cargo pants that were stuffed with various supplies. Izuku had a cropped black hoodie and leggings. Around his waist he wore a utility belt that held his weapons and a few other things. We both wore simple black face masks to cover our identities. We were broke, so it was the best we could do and it did its job. Nobody knew anything about us and we blended into the dark surroundings easily. I heard a short whistle and I looked up to Izuku. His head was tilted slightly as he signed, some sort of fight. A few minutes east. I changed directions without checking that the boy was still near me. I knew he would be. God, I was so thankful for Izuku's enhanced senses. They'd gotten us out of sheet so many times and also made our job of finding people who needed help that much easier. I crouched on the edge of a building and peered into an alleyway below. Izuku landed gently beside me and we both surveyed the scene. Down below were two small groups of drunken-looking people. In the middle there seemed to be two men facing off, taking slow and sloppy swings at each other while the others hooped and hollered. I looked over to Izuku to see him raising an eyebrow at the scene before turning to me and raising his hands. Is this something we need to interfere with? Drunken fights weren't an uncommon thing we stumbled across, but this one seemed incredibly mild and honestly pretty pathetic as far as inebriated brawls went. I shrugged, looking back down into the alleyway to see one of the men on the sidelines reach into his pocket and all it took was the shine of metal for me to be jumping down. I landed in front of the guy with what I now saw was a knife, and he stumbled back upon my drop from the sky. Hey buddy, what are you doing with that? I asked, tilting my head coyly. I always thought it was odd how easy it was for me to talk as a vigilante. Hell, I loved antagonizing criminals and teasing them when I, a literal child, was able to best them in a fight. I knew there had to be something real effed up in my brain when I found it easy to call a armed criminal a PP, but making small talk with a grocery store worker was terrifying. I could feel all the bodies around me turn as I spoke, but I didn't look away from the man who was holding the knife and staring at me with a bewildered expression. I stood there for a moment, in the silence, before snarking, if you want some kind of drum roll for your answer you're not gonna get it. The man raised the weapon and Izuku barreled from the shadows. He landed on top of him gracefully and stood on his back and stared at me with an incredulous look. He sighed, how many times do I have to go over this with you? We don't sass people with sharp objects. I narrowed my eyes playfully, you do it more often than me, hypocrite. The air moved and I turned to duck underneath a punch from one of the original fighters. Izuku wheezed out a laugh, holy shit, you guys are slow. At this point I was surprised Nightingale didn't have a reputation of being really snarky. I myself used our vigilante activities as a space to allow myself to speak and my deadpan humor came with it. But for Izuku, Jesus F, that boy was a little sheet with more sass than he should be able to fit in his body. He never got to use it outside of being Nightingale, which meant that it came out in full force. It had gotten us into trouble several times, a few of which had been because he'd said something so ridiculous that I started laughing. One particularly memorable time was when Izuku had started beaching about how disgusting a villain's outfit looked and I laughed so hard that I lost my footing and fell off a roof. I was fine, Izuku caught me, and would not let me live it down for the rest of my life. Outside of Nightingale, Izuku, like me, was quieter, more cautious. He had a tendency to look for exits in every room he entered and suppressed almost every ounce of his real personality when around other people. I hated that version of Izuku. It only took a few more moments for the rest of the men to go down or just straight up surrender, and I pulled out my phone to text the anonymous police line that we always used. I jumped as Izuku let out a startled squawk, and when I turned around I froze at the sight of Eraserhead dangling from his capture weapon like the pre-Quirk superhero Spider-Man. Eraserhead, hi? I sputtered lamely, mentally smacking myself upside the head. You just met your favorite hero and you're acting like a dumbass. The underground hero dropped down into the alleyway and looked around, taking in the knocked out men and those that were just sitting on the ground looking sorry for themselves. Is there a reason that you two kids are fighting crime in the middle of the night? Eraserhead asked, and I was surprised when he stopped walking towards us upon seeing Izuku step back at his approach. I shrugged in the man's side. I'm too tired for this. Vigilantism is illegal, you know that, right? Izuku stepped closer to me and leaned against my side. We're not vigilantes though. Eraserhead looked from us to the unconscious adults on the ground and back to us before deadpanning. Yeah, sure you're not. Well, the police and you think we're vigilantes, but we're not actually breaking any laws unless. Izuku turned to me while still keeping Eraserhead in his sightline. Is it considered quirk usage that I'm just using the extra limbs I have? It's not even really a quirk, it's just kinda how I am. I smirked under my mask. God, Izuku was a menace with the legal loopholes. To be considered a vigilante, you had to be fighting with a quirk without a license, which, unless you counted Izuku's flying and chirping as quirk usage, made our activities perfectly legal, especially because we always waited for them to swing first. Self-defense was a great excuse if we ever got into trouble with the law. Eraserhead looked between us before sighing. I don't even know how to respond to that. Also, children shouldn't be doing this even without the use of a quirk. We've been doing fine though. I responded. Which, okay, maybe there was the occasional light stabbing, but overall, I'd say we had a pretty good track record of not getting our butts kicked. Been doing dash? God, how long have you been doing this? Eraser seemed 100% done with us at this point, and when Izuku and I glanced at each other he rubbed a hand over his face. You know what, I don't want to know. Just, stop. You're gonna get hurt. I don't want to see you out here again. With that, the hero zipped off into the night, leaving Izuku and I to stare at each other. That was not the way I expected our first meeting with Eraserhead to go. I always thought that there would be a lot more arresting involved, but Izuku came through with his encyclopedia of a brain. Do you think he knew we were Nightingale? Izuku asked after a moment of silence. I hummed, if he did we'd be in a prison cell, birdie. Something tickled in the back of my mind, a warning that maybe the man was just biding his time before we'd get caught in a cage. Kigo. As I soared over Muzurifu in the dead of night, I couldn't help but think back to the little bird I'd found on that roof a few weeks ago. I could feel my bird instinct stirring. The kid hadn't left my mind and I was getting mildly annoyed with my brain. Because really, I knew nothing about the kid. He probably had a loving family and was just having a rough day. I saw bruising on his wrists when his sleeves fell down his arms. I didn't need to keep obsessing over him. But what if he needs help? It's not like I'm ever going to see him again. But what if you do, but instead of having a panic attack he's dead? Hell. I was coming home from patrol when I heard the most devastating screech. It was a sound that shot through my mind like an arrow and I was off in the direction of the noise immediately. Because that was a fledgling call. A fledgling call for help. There was a bird, a young bird, who needed help. The source of the noise turned out to be a small green-winged boy wearing a middle school uniform and pulling so hard on his hair that I worried he was going to rip it out. And he was on top of a roof, which was extra concerning. Sure, birds often have the instincts to get up high, but we were at least 50 stories in the air and with how distraught they were. I don't know how long I sat there, talking gently to him, before he finally lifted his head. The fledgling had big forest-colored eyes and freckles dotted across pale cheeks. He stared at me in disbelief, muttering under his breath. When he started yelling about mutant traits, I immediately started showing him mine. If that's what it took for the bird to calm down, then so be it. Conditioning from the commission to hide every single animalistic trait be med. And then, he was just gone. I tried to follow him. I'd flown from the roof, but either the kid was faster than I was, which was really improbable, or he was really good at sneaking around and hiding in plain sight. With his dark wings and hair, it wouldn't be hard for him to blend into shadows in the alleyways. But even with my enhanced eyesight, hearing, and smell, I couldn't find the chick anywhere. I really hope you're okay, fledgling. I really do. Izuku. As I flew over the city a few weeks after Hitoshi and I had met Eraserhead, I found myself thinking back to the day that All Might had decided that crushing a child's dreams and then leaving them on a roof was a good idea. More specifically, I was thinking about the part that I'd neglected to mention to Hitoshi. I met Hawks. When I got home that day, all I could think about was All Might, and the next day, when it finally sunk in that holy sheet I met the number 3 pro hero, it almost felt too late to tell Hitoshi. Which, some part of my brain registered as illogical, but after several weeks of continuing to not mention it, I was scared that he'd get mad at me for hiding something from him. I mean, it isn't like it's a big secret or anything. It probably wouldn't have any effect on us whatsoever. So I shrugged it off, deciding to put my energy towards patrolling and surviving middle school. A quiet grunt of what sounded like pain rang from an alley not too far away, and I whistled to get Hitoshi's attention before shooting towards the noise, knowing he'd be following right behind me. We reached the alley that the noise came from, and I could now hear harsh breaths and the occasional hiss as I landed silently on the roof edge. Hitoshi appeared next to me and we both peered into the alley, taking in the scene of a few unconscious people as well as one who was sitting against the wall, a hand against it as he struggled, and failed, to push himself to his feet. I dropped down after observing for a bit longer, and the stranger turned towards my soft footfalls on the pavement immediately. They stiffened more when Hitoshi landed beside me. They stared at us from under a hood with eyes so cerulean they seemed as if they were glowing in the dark. "Are you okay?" I asked quietly, unsure of the situation, but this person seemed hurt. And I maybe could do something about it. The person let out a raspy laugh before a deep voice croaked, "I must be losing it. It's the blood loss probably. There's no way two kids just appeared in this alley to save me. I don't deserve it in any case." The last sentence was mumbled and I'm certain Hitoshi didn't hear it, but my acute senses picked up on it easily. Hitoshi scoffed and took a step forward. "You're not hallucinating, dumbass. And if you're hurt we want to help." I interjected before my idiot brother insulted the potentially, certainly, dangerous man in front of us again. The person's eyes glowed brighter in the dark before they raised a hand, bright blue fire erupting in their palm. I tilted my head, unsure if it was meant to be a warning, threat, or just simple light to see with. It cast the alleyway in an eerie teal glow, and after a moment, Hitoshi and I gasped as one, Dabi. Dabi was a notorious vigilante who skirted the line between criminal and crime fighter with a skill that was unmatched in this section of the city. His bright blue flames were a dead ringer to anyone who ever touched the world after dark. He was efficient and smart, had a way of getting around the law while helping people, usually people in really shitty situations, get out when the heroes wanted nothing to do with it. Even casted in the flickering light of his fire, we could see the burn scars that covered his face, pink and gnarled but mostly healed. Dabi's eyes flitted between us, taking in my wings and the utility that was stocked with anything I could possibly need on patrol, including a few throwing knives that I was getting ready to grab if I needed to. He examined Hitoshi and his cargo pants before relaxing against the wall. "Nightingale, huh?" We took that as permission to move closer and I crouched down a few feet away from him. "Yeah, how'd you hear about us?" Eraser mentioned something about it, said that he thought you were two young people and that at least one of you could fly or move faster with your quirk. He drawled, much more relaxed now, but still keeping his eyes on us cautiously. The mention of Eraserhead had me stiffening up slightly and Hitoshi moved closer to me. Did he actually recognize us as Nightingale the other night? Has he known this entire time? Or, has he just been making guesses? Really accurate guesses. Also, how do you know Eraserhead? Dabi shrugged. "He and I have an agreement, if you will. He and I respect each other and he knows that I do the dirty work that sometimes required that a hero couldn't be caught doing without losing their license. In return, he doesn't arrest me. We see each other now and again, give each other any major updates. He mentioned you two a while ago, only got that new info recently though." I shook my head, deciding to file that away for later, and I instead focused back on my initial objective. "Okay, are you injured? Can we help?" The man shrugged again before lifting up one of his hands that I thought had just been resting over his abdomen. Turns out, it was actually covering a giant stab wound. I frowned at it and Hitoshi hissed, grimacing, "Oof. That's a rough one. How'd this happen?" A fucker had a knife. He charged in out of nowhere when I was fighting his buddies and he totally caught me off guard with a fast, messy stab." Dabi laughed lightly and I pulled gauze pads from a pouch on my belt, about to press over the wound when his voice came again. "Kiddo? What happened to your eye?" Earlier that day, I'd been caught stealing food from the kitchen and my punishment for that was a harsh smack that left my eye bruised and slightly swollen. I didn't cover it up because, well, no one ever really cared. The kids at school didn't give a shit, hell sometimes they'd target visibly injured areas just to really make my life hell. Sure, Kaken was there, but since meeting Hitoshi, we've slipped apart a bit. He's still my protector of course, but we don't really talk outside of that. I see him giving me concerned looks and sad gazes when he thinks I'm not looking. I wished I could let him back in, but there was something in me that was so scared he'd leave me just like everyone else from my young childhood had. So I kept him at arm's length, protecting myself and making sure it wouldn't hurt as much when he realized I really was a stupid, useless animal. Hitoshi stiffened next to me and I laughed awkwardly. Oh? Just tripped and fell. No worries. The lie tasted bitter on my tongue, something screaming to tell someone. But if we did that and they didn't believe us, what would happen then? Would they tell Ma'am? She'd be so angry. And what could Dabi have done anyways? The man opened his mouth, probably to protest, and in a panic I pressed the gauze over the wound, to do anything to distract him. Dabi grunted in pain and I winced, but I needed to stop the bleeding, and draw his attention away from the clear sign of abuse I had left on my skin. In turn, I forced myself to focus on the wound. God, I'll probably have to stitch this up. 'Cause if I don't, then Dabi will probably bleed out and then that would leave so many people unprotected. But, stitches hurt so much, especially without any sort of painkiller or anesthetic. Oi, buddy. Dabi's voice cut through my thoughts like a knife, jolting me out of my spiral. The man met my eyes, searching for something before sighing with a soft smile. I'm fine, pigeon. I've had worse. I just need you to help me wrap it up and then I can go home and fix myself up the rest of the way. I didn't want to think about the man having worse. As someone so apathetic to my own pain, I sure felt a lot when others felt it. I also didn't want to think about the fact that bandages might not hold him over long enough to get wherever he needed to get to go without dying. I blinked myself out of that train of thought and gave Dabi a shaky nod and what I'm sure was a very unconvincing smile. His lips were pursed as he looked at me, something akin to worry in his eyes. But, that couldn't be right. He was an adult. Adults, hell nobody, cared about me. Besides, I'd met him maybe 15 minutes ago. No one was kind enough to be worried about a kid after a few minutes. Hitoshi and I helped wrap him up after Dabi managed to get me to stop fussing over the wound. I offered multiple times to stitch it but he just gently rejected me each time until I relented to just bandaging him up as best as I could at the moment. We helped him up and he, while still leaning on the wall a little, stayed on his feet. Thanks kiddos, I have a feeling we'll be seeing each other around a lot more, he breathed, slightly rough. Dabi then reached over very slowly and ruffled each of our hairs. I froze in place and Hitoshi did the same. We stayed like that until Dabi had walked away and was out of sight. I slowly brought a hand up to ghost over the same spot he'd touched. It wasn't rough, it was gentle, teasing, praising even. What confused me more though, was the fact that neither Hitoshi or I had shied away from it. Years of trauma would mean that we both were prone to flinching anytime any hands came near us, but that felt nice. That felt safe. Did he really just dash? I think so, Toshi. Perhaps some adults could be kind. Perhaps their touch didn't always burn. Tuya. I groaned as I looked up at the fire escape I needed to climb to get to my shitty apartment. It FINGSCKED, but I always took the fire escape to go to and from my vigilante patrols to avoid questions. Which, I acknowledged, was a paranoid precaution. In this section of the city, nobody would blink an eye at practically anything. It was a mutual agreement for everybody to just mind their own business and not get into others' shit. I took a deep breath to try and steady my swimming vision. I started climbing up the stairs, ignoring the blood that was dripping down from the soaked bandages Nightingale had given me. The thought of the other two vigilantes had me frowning. When Eraser told me that he thought Nightingale was young, I had expected maybe an older teenager, not much younger than me. But from what I saw, those were kids. Probably barely into their teen years if I was being generous. Hell, the winged one looked like he could have been 10. He was so small. I hated the idea of two children being on the streets fighting crime like that. I shook my head, trying to shove the big brother mentality away, but I couldn't help it. A big part of me was horrified by how young Nightingale was while a smaller, but surprisingly loud section was wailing about just how proud I was of them. I'd been around the kids for maybe 30 minutes, and I already liked them. The kid with the smooth, melodic voice was snarky as hell and the tiny one was just so DMN kind. And, they were good at what they did. They hadn't been caught and hadn't yet gotten themselves killed. Hell, the Eraserhead, the unofficial #1 underground pro hero, had very little information about them. I might have been the first to recognize them. The most I could do right now was look after them, maybe try to get close to them and see why they were doing this in the first place. I'd be sure to keep an eye on the little vigilantes. As I finally got up to my apartment, I slipped through the window and proceeded to almost trip over the rug and faceplant. I hissed in pain as my wound was jostled and stumbled to the bathroom where my abnormally large first aid kit lived. I painstakingly pulled off my vigilante gear on my top half and then, grabbing scissors, just cut the soaked bandages off of my abdomen. I winced at the sight of the wound. It did not look any better than it did in the darkness of the city night. That kid in the alley with his mumbling was right, I probably would have to stitch it up, lest I die. Hitoshi. I sighed as I got settled at my desk for school. I had surprisingly slept decently well the night before, after we patched Dabi up and ran around for a few more hours stopping small crimes. Sure, it was only a few hours of sleep, but that was pretty damn good for me. Upon waking up, I promptly discovered that Izuku hadn't had such luck. The poor thing was so nervous over Dabi that it had kept him awake. I cursed myself for not noticing how badly it was affecting him. Sure, I'd noticed he'd been more anxious last night, but Izuku wasn't exactly a super calm person in the first place. Anxious was his default. Still, it felt like it was my fault. There was nothing I could do except hold him close until we had to leave, reminding him that we patched Dabi up and the older vigilante most definitely had practiced treating wounds. He whispered protests and murmurs of, "There was so much blood, Toshi," and, "He didn't even let us stitch him up. We don't know if he even got to wherever he disappeared to." I just gently argued back, running a hand through Izuku's feathers when he was still having trouble calming down. It was moments like this that I really despised that Izuku and I went to different schools. The home was smack dab in the middle of both Aldera and my middle school, and our piece of sheet caretaker would never care enough to go through the trouble of transferring one of us. All I could do on days like this was give him a tight hug when we had to split off from each other and try my best to ignore his worried eyes as we went our separate ways. As thoughts whirled through my head, I couldn't help but be grateful for my reputation as the villain kid. As much grief as my villainous quirk has caused me, at school, everyone was just scared of me. They stayed away from me. The isolation was lonely, but I was thankful nonetheless. I knew Izuku had it worse at school than I did. Even with his childhood friend Bakugo there, he was ganged up on, treated like a dumb animal that was there for entertainment. He tried to hide it, putting off extra bruises as accidents and scrapes from just landing badly on patrol. He was a bad liar. I was so glad that the idiot at least showed me any injury he had. In the beginning of our vigilante activities, there had been a time that I got stuck with a knife and proceeded to hide it from him because I didn't think it was a big deal and I didn't want him to worry. A few days later, I had a high fever and Izuku was risking punishment to stay home and take care of me. He'd found the wound, now horribly infected, when he pried out that I'd gotten hurt. It was one of the only times I've seen him get angry with me. He screamed and sobbed. The guilt that plastered over my heart was a feeling that was burned into my brain. Ever since that day, we've had a silent agreement that any injury, no matter how small, we would share. I made my way through the school day, unable to focus on much. My thoughts were filled with worries about Izuku. When the final bell rang, I raced to the house and into the basement and only a bit later, Izuku arrived, looking a less anxious than before. I smiled, "Hey, Zu. How was school?" He gave a small grin in response with a shrug, "Okay. Kaken has started bringing me a bento every day, 'cause apparently, I don't eat enough and I'm a twig or something like that." "You are a twig," I chuckled, coming over and poking his stomach. It wasn't like I could say much. We would get a small dinner at the home and that was it. Sometimes, I was able to guilt the lunch ladies into giving me school lunch but that was rare. We were both malnourished and apparently Bakugo had finally noticed. "Oh shut up, Toshi." Izuku dropped his bag next to mine and sat down in the nest, pulling a workbook from it and then looking at me pointedly. I groaned and he rolled his eyes. "We need to do homework to get good grades so that we can go to UA." That was a sentence that the boy had been chiding me with almost since I met him. I for one did not care much for school, but Izuku was a informational sponge. He was incredibly smart and I really wished the teachers at Aldera would see that and move him up in some subjects. I could tell he was bored with the material. But no, the wild animal couldn't possibly be that smart. I wondered what they thought about the principal for UA High School. Nedzu was a little rat creature, stoat, Toshi. He's a stoat, and Izuku had done a deep dive on him and apparently, he was one of if not the most intelligent creatures on the planet. So take that Quirkists. Still, I obediently sat down next to the boy and got out my work. Izuku finished first as always, and once I had finished, we shared a quick glance before throwing on our vigilante gear. A lot had been going down on patrols lately. We met Eraserhead and Dabi in the span of a few weeks, so we were more eager than normal to get out of the house. We snagged dinner before we left and soon enough we were galloping across rooftops and Izuku was taking to the sky in a powerful flap of his wings. The look on his face when he flew would never get old. His anxiety seemed to float away and all that was left was something sunny and playful and so discernibly Izuku. Sometimes I felt like I only really saw the real Izuku on patrols, when he could have the air under his wings. Sometimes I see this Izuku when he and I are in the nest and he's carting his fingers through my hair, the occasional small coo slipping from his lips. I couldn't help but wonder if he'd have looked like this all the time if only he'd had a better set of cards dealt to him. A yell sounded through the night and we were off, stopping a few muggings and one assault by the time we were about ready to head back. Our routine patrols had been interrupted multiple times in the past week, so when I watched Izuku glide over to the small ramen restaurant and apartments that we'd always sit atop before going back to the home, I let out a sigh of relief. A few leaps later and I was coming to a stop next to the green-haired boy who promptly sat and swung his legs over the side of the building. I snorted and plopped down beside him. "Good job tonight, Birdie." His eyes crinkled and I knew he was smiling. "You too, Toshi. You took down that pervert guy so easily. He tried to use an empty soda can as a weapon. It wasn't exactly a hard fight." "Oh, shut up," Izuku giggled, looking out over the section of the city we could see. I shook my head, rolling my eyes fondly. Izuku ruffled his wings and his eyes turned thoughtful. "Hey, Toshi." "Yeah?" He sighed, entire body deflating, and I watched worriedly as his wings came tight to his back. Izuku only held his wings that tight to his back when he was overly nervous or scared. I knew it was a trauma response from years of his feathers being torn out and clipped. It hurt to see every time. Those wings should be spread out, relaxed and puffed up in happiness, but others had ruined that. What if we never become heroes? What if we don't get out of the home, Toshi? I blinked. "What?" He turned to me with glassy eyes. "Every time we F up, ma'am just gets angrier. It hurts more. I know that you know that." I flinched a bit. He was right. Especially over the past year the punishments have ramped up in brutality. Our mentality of staying silent and still to not be seen had become crucial. Izuku warbled, "What if she goes too far? It's not like she would take us to a hospital." I didn't have an answer for him. "She'd probably be glad to have us gone." "She scares me, Hitoshi." His voice went quiet at the end as he struggled to breathe and I slowly reached out with a hand, not knowing if touch would be welcomed right now. In the back of my brain, the fear that Izuku had voiced was cementing, a weight in my stomach that I forced down because Izuku needed me to be strong while he broke. "Are you guys good?" I whipped my head around at the new voice that had joined us on the rooftop. The winged hero, Hawk, stood behind us on the roof. "Kigo." I enjoyed night patrols. There were no reporters, no flashing lights. It was quieter. Sure, the worst of humanity seemed to thrive in the darkness, muggings and other crimes were common, but there was something about taking down villains in the peacefulness of the night that soothed my predatory instincts. It was moments like these that I cursed the HPSC. They had literally bought me from my mother and then groomed me into being their perfect soldier. A doll that knew nothing except following orders lest I face brutal punishment. I only realized what they had been doing to me was wrong when I debuted and met Rumi, or pro-hero Miruko. The rabbit mutant may be brash and loud, but she was observant, and only after a few times meeting her, she was helping me see the HPSC for what it really was. She helped me break my chains and finally be a free bird after several years of legal battles. The HPSC was the reason I was a spotlight hero. They wanted a public pawn they could use to manipulate the masses. Only in the last year, I found myself longing to be an underground hero like Eraserhead. Honestly, I was probably classed as more of a Twilight hero than anything else, my patrol schedule shifting as I got to control my life for the first time. I couldn't leave the spotlight entirely, as it would likely cause unrest in the citizens, so I just did what I could. I was flying back towards my apartment, done with my patrol when I noticed two figures sitting on the edge of a roof. My heart rate spiked and I maneuvered myself towards them, landing behind them quietly. My eyes widened as I took in their silhouettes. Both were small, wearing hoodies, one of which had slits in the back for two massive feathered wings. The wings were dark in color, blending into the surroundings, but I could see little specks of lighter patterns sprinkled throughout. I eyed them for a moment, taking in the way the winged form was shaking, and struggling to breathe as they murmured to each other. I just barely made out a quiet, "She scares me." I couldn't waste any more time. They both seemed emotionally distressed in some way and paired with their location did not make for a pretty picture. Also, who was scaring them? I took a deep breath and forced my posture to relax, keeping my wings ready to dart forward or send out feathers if I needed to. "Are you guys good?" Both of the heads whirled around and my eyes narrowed ever so slightly as I saw that they were both wearing face masks over their noses and mouths. They both stiffened and the winged one froze as the other stood and eyed me wearily. "We're fine." Their voice was low and melodic. "Well, is there anything you want to talk about?" I asked, keeping my tone open and reassuring. The seated one made a chirping squeaky sound and got to their feet with one flap of their wings. I had to force myself not to smile at the noise. So, they were a mutant. My eyebrows furrowed slightly at the sight of a healing bruise on their face. They shook their head and gesticulated wildly. "Okay, I know how this looks. We're not gonna live ourselves." I tilted my head. "I never said you were gonna." Now that I had heard both of their voices, I was certain that these two were children. The winged one was particularly small and while the other was taller, they weren't quite to adult height yet. They were maybe teenagers. Both of them scooched a little closer together and I sighed. Well, here, how about we introduce ourselves? I'm Hawks, my pronouns are he, him. They glanced at each other before the taller one, whose eyes I could now see were a shining purple, murmured, you can call us Nightingale, I guess. My pronouns are he, him. His pronouns are he, they. Confusion brewed at the obvious codename. It was vaguely familiar but I couldn't place it and I let it go. These two were obviously not very trusting, and I didn't want to give them any reason to trust me even less. If they didn't want to give me their names, I wouldn't press. In the back of my head, I was berating myself because this was certainly not the protocol for potential jumpers. However, I couldn't find it in myself to force these kids into something they'd be uncomfortable in. Thanks for telling me. Well, if you guys are alright then, I'll head off, I announced. I did not want to leave. I wanted to bundle these two up and ask what the hell was going on that brought them to the top of a roof in the first place, but I recognized the glint in their eyes. They had been hurt before and they closed themselves off so as not to be hurt again. I didn't think they would actually jump. I'd make sure to leave a feather behind just in case. The bird blinked. Wait, really? Just like that? I nodded. Yep. I mean sure, I'd like to know what you're doing on a roof at this hour, but if you're both okay, I can't do much about it. Just be careful getting home, yeah? The chirp I let out as Eraserhead spat out his coffee was embarrassingly high-pitched. The dark-haired man turned to me with wild eyes. You saw Nightingale? I blinked at him. I had simply come to the police station to file some reports and the underground hero was talking to some detective when we happened to cross paths. The man had been cordial, asking about my recent night patrols and asking if anything particularly interesting happened. When I mentioned the two kids I had seen on the roof the previous night, he spat out his coffee, which brings us to now. Nightingale? I questioned, confused. That was the codename the kids had given me. The hero pinched the bridge of his nose. You saw two children, in black hoodies, with black masks. They introduced themselves as Nightingale. One of them had bird wings, right? I nodded and he sighed miserably. You ran into two of the most successful vigilantes that are currently active. What? We only started getting real information on them about 2 months ago, but they've been around for several years, the detective spoke up. We would get tips for criminal or villain activity from an anonymous text, and when we arrived, the perpetrators would either be tied up or knocked out. Any statements we got just said they were taken down by dark, fast figures. Slowly we began to suspect two people were working together. Eraser met them about a month ago for the first time. I stared wide-eyed at the man who brushed himself off and gave a slight bow. I'm Detective Tsukachi, by the way. I've been the lead detective on Nightingale's case. Nice to meet you, I murmured, still processing. Wait, so I ran into two vigilantes that no one seems to know anything about by accident? Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. Eraserhead grumbled. They were kids. We know, Tsukachi sighed. I wouldn't believe it either if Eraserhead hadn't seen them himself. The hero nodded and turned to me with what seemed to be approval, but it was hard to see it past the apathy. You did good with them, Hawks. I don't want to bring them in. They're not even technically breaking any laws. They don't use their quirks, and I'm not gonna count the boy's use of his wings against him as they're just part of his body. But they need to stop or they're gonna get hurt. I'll keep an eye out for them and let you know if I see or learn anything, I replied, heart aching for the FING children that apparently had decided to become vigilantes. I hadn't seen them fight, but if they'd survived as long as they said fighting on the streets, they had to be good. Why not take that talent to a hero school? Why turn to methods of questionable legality? Something about the whole situation struck me wrong, an instinctual warning blaring in the back of my mind. Eraserhead and the detective glanced at each other before giving me a firm nod. Welcome to the team trying to find Nightingale, Hawks. Tuya. I quietly prowled through the silent alleyways, looking for anything amiss. My side stung with every step, and logically I knew that I really shouldn't be out on patrol right now. It had barely been 3 days since I'd been stabbed and subsequently met Nightingale. I tried to make myself rest, but by the end of the first day, I was pacing around my shitty apartment looking for something to do. By the end of the second day I was resisting the desire to bang my head into the wall. I gave up on the third. I'd never been a person who was able to just sit and wait. I couldn't stop. I had to keep moving. A whispered voice in the back of my mind reminded me that stopping or slowing down was bad, was painful, would bring me back to that FING house. It had been a mantra that I repeated through my head as I struggled through training sessions as a child, as I had run away from the hospital after Endeavor went too far in training and almost burned me to death. He had been as gracious as to get me medical treatment. Even if I was his failure, he didn't want to have to explain the disappearance of his young teenage son. God, was Nightingale even as old as I was when I ran away? They looked younger than Shoto would be now. I sighed at the image of the two small vigilantes. During my attempts to find anything to occupy myself so that I could heal, I thought about them. I thought about how the winged one had expressive green eyes that watered with worry. I thought about the other boy's melodic voice as he quipped and sassed. I paused in my painfully slow walking as I heard near silent footsteps on the roofs above me. I glanced up just in time to see a figure leap over the gap above the alleyway, quickly followed by a large shape gliding past. I couldn't help the small smirk, speak of the devil. I carefully climbed up the nearby fire escape and squinted through the darkness to see that they had stopped on a rooftop a few buildings away and were sitting down next to each other. Much slower than I would have preferred, I made my way over to them, unsurprised when they turned rather dramatically at the sound of my footfalls. I stopped a good ways away from them, not wanting them to feel cornered. I frowned at the sight of the bruise still on the small kid's face. The winged one jumped to his feet and took a few steps closer. "Dobby. You're okay." I gave a lazy grin. "One little stab wound isn't gonna take me down, pigeon." His feathers ruffled and he brought up a hand on instinct as if to cover a blush that I couldn't see with the kid's mask on. The other one stood up and looked me up and down before nodding. "It's good to see that you're not dead." The other one glared at his friend and punched him lightly in the arm. "Be nice." "You're one to talk about being nice," he snorted. I silently deemed the winged one bird and the other one siren. Bird was well, a bird, and Siren's melodic voice reminded me of the fairy tales I could remember Mom telling me and my siblings. Bird gasped dramatically, bringing a hand to his chest. "I am perfectly nice. You just told a guy a few minutes ago that he should, and I quote, cut off his puny twig D, and shove it up his but because surely no one would ever take pity on him to F him like the breedable SBMSSV beach he is." I snorted before giving a full body laugh. I only laughed harder as Bird crossed his arms and pouted. "He deserved it. You're a little sheet, you know that, Birdie?" Siren teased rhetorically. I winced as my laughing pulled on my stitches and suddenly Bird's big, observant eyes were on me again. His face hardened. "You're not healed, are you?" I snapped my lips shut. The teen's gaze felt far too close to that of a mildly disappointed parent. He raised an eyebrow and I nodded. He rolled his eyes. "The F are you doing out here, then?" I got bored?" I offered, a little helplessly. It was the truth, but apparently not good enough of an excuse. He shook his head. "No. Go home. Rest. We can handle all the crime by ourselves for a few days. We need you not to tear your wound open and bleed out just because you were a bit bored." Go. I frowned, resigned. How a teenager could sound so disapproving I wasn't sure, but it was working. Bird smirked, knowing he had won. I had a feeling that if his mask was off he'd be sticking his tongue out at me. I climbed over to the nearest fire escape, still feeling the judgmental eyes on me. As I dutifully headed back to my apartment, I couldn't help that protective, almost possessive feeling from bubbling up. Without the haze of blood loss and pain, I was able to get a better look at them. Both were skinny. Way too skinny. Bird was especially tiny, his stature barely coming to Siren's shoulders. That, combined with the bruise that had only just started fading, was painting a picture that was all too familiar. Those were my kids now, whether they knew it or not. Tuya. I kept my eyes out for the two young vigilantes every night I patrolled. Every once in a while I'd catch a glance of them, usually soaring and galloping across rooftops. It was rare for me to see them. If I wasn't actively looking, I'd never have seen them at all. The kids were good at sneaking around. They were good at being invisible. It wasn't until a few weeks after my second encounter with the pair that I began to notice a certain winged hero skulking around the area. For as flashy and annoying as Hawks was on TV, he was pretty good at being quiet when he wanted to. His bright red wings did not help to hide him in the dark though, so it was easy for me to spot him crouching on buildings and street lights. After 3 nights in a row of seeing the hero, I was incredibly suspicious. Not only was Hawks known for working in Fukuoka, not Mizudafu, the only heroes who regularly patrolled around here were underground, and honestly it was mostly just Eraserhead. I had a theory that the man was keeping other heroes away to keep them from arresting me and potentially the kids too, but I wasn't sure. Needless to say, it was incredibly unusual to see a limelight hero multiple times in a row in the dead of night in one of the most rundown parts of Mizudafu. However, without any indicators of what Hawks was doing and my monthly-ish meeting with Eraserhead still a few weeks away, I had nothing to go off of. Sure, I could text or call the underground hero, but the man had specifically given me instructions to do so only in emergencies. A random hero perching around the area is unfortunately not an emergency. So, I simply gave myself a note to keep an eye on it and maybe ask some of my contacts if they knew anything. I properly saw Nightingale again a few days later, when I was doing my usual route. I heard an animalistic screech and I immediately rushed towards the noise. The sight that I was met with as I rounded a corner into one of the skulkier alleyways was not a great one. The first thing my eyes went to was the source of the noise. Bird was collapsed on the ground, a few men pinning him down as another stroked through the boy's dark feathers only to pull them out roughly a second later. The kid had dissolved into small sobs as he tried desperately to kick them away from himself. A few feet over, two people were holding Siren still as he fought and screamed to get the F away from him. I snarled and stepped out of the shadows with a click of my tongue. What's going on here? They all turned to me surprised. As the one pulling Bird's feathers out looked over, I scowled. I recognized him. This was a gang who had a connection with human trafficking that Eraserhead and I had been trying to take down for years. The man was one of the ringleaders who I'd only seen a few blurry pictures of before now. What? Wanna get in on the fun? A man holding Siren jeered with a laugh. I was sickened by his tone. As if anyone could find beating up children entertaining. A flash of orange flames cut through my consciousness, but I pushed it away. It was not the time. Siren was staring at me with wide eyes that would occasionally flick back to his friend. Slowly, and a tad bit for dramatic effect, I removed my hood and lit up one of my hands with fire. If my scars, piercings, and spiky black hair weren't enough of a calling card, the flickering blue flame sure was, and almost all of the men fled without a second thought. All that was left was the ringleader and one of the idiots holding Siren. Ah, Dobby. It's good to make your acquaintance, the ringleader murmured, slowly standing up from where he'd been pinning down the small boy and giving him a harsh kick in the stomach that I sneered at, and Siren yelled. Bird just curled himself smaller, wings limp on the ground. Can't say I share the sentiment, I replied dryly, eyeing the way the goon latched onto Hitoshi's arm was just staring at me blankly. He must not know who I am. The ringleader laughed. Oh please, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. I'll take these brats and we'll get out of your area. Yeah, that's not FING happening. I snapped, taking a few steps forwards. Here's how this is gonna go. You're going to let Nightingale go, and you're gonna leave, hoping I don't change my mind to let you go and instead roast you alive. The goon on the side stiffened as I took a few steps forwards, and after a second he released Siren and ran off in the direction of the others. I gently grabbed Siren's arm before he could run forward and pulled him behind me. I didn't miss the noticeable flinch as I made contact, but I couldn't worry about that right now. The other option is to, of course, just be roasted alive anyways, I snarked, my eyes bouncing back and forth between the man and the child on the ground. Siren took a few quick steps forwards and I shot out an arm to stop him. I did not need him running in recklessly right now. The man guffawed again. You wouldn't do that. I know that you and that hero have been trying to track us down for a long time. You wouldn't waste the opportunity to get information out of me. Wanna FING bet? I lowered my voice. He wasn't exactly wrong. Eraserhead and I had agreed that if we wanted to take down the trafficking ring, we needed as much information as possible. But in the face of Nightingale being in danger, I couldn't find it within myself to care very much. I took a few steps closer to him, feeling Siren follow right behind me. I bared my teeth and in a lightning-quick motion sent out a carefully controlled burst of flame. The man stumbled to the right to avoid it and I shot forwards, knocking him into the brick wall. He grunted and I brought a hand next to his head, heating it dangerously hot. He flinched away and I smirked. I roughly slammed his head back and he crumpled. I scoffed and gave him a harsh kick in the side. Sure, maybe it was a little unjustified, the man had already passed out from the hit to the head, but I was not a hero so I could afford to be a little petty. I quickly tied his hands in zip ties and then turned my attention to the kids. Siren had run to Bird as soon as I knocked the man aside. He was crouched next to him with his hands gently cradling the other boy's face. Bird was hyperventilating, sobbing quietly and muttering words beneath his breath. Hey, look at me, I need you to look at me, Birdie, Siren murmured, stroking his thumbs across his cheeks. I carefully took a few steps towards them, eyebrows creased in worry. Siren's head snapped over to me at my approach and he snapped, "Stay the F away from us." I froze, my heart aching at the sheer fear that managed to break through the angry front he had put up. I very slowly crouched down so I wouldn't be standing over them and I held my hands out so they could clearly see them. It's all right. I won't come closer if you don't want me to. Siren stared at me for a few more seconds before apparently deciding that he believed me, or that the other boy was more important, as he went right back to comforting Bird. The winged boy was shaking terribly and now that I was a bit closer, I could just about make out what he was saying. Mom. PL please stop. I'm sorry. I don't know what I did. P please stop. Oh, honey. The words were so familiar. They were so similar to the please I had cried out hundreds and hundreds of times. Shoo, you're not there. Come on, come back to me. Siren's voice was calm but wavered ever so slightly with worry. I'm gonna pick you up, you're okay. Siren adjusted his hands to pull the other boy into his lap, pushing his head into his neck as he buried his face in his curls. Bird twitched ever so slightly at the handling. He lifted small, taloned hands clad in fingerless gloves and latched onto the front of Siren's shirt. Breathe. I need you to breathe. Come on, I know you can do it. Breathe in, 2, 3, 4, and out, 2, 3, 4. The teen rocked back and forth slightly, keeping his own breathing slow and steady, and after a few rounds, Bird sked in a desperate breath. There you go. Good job, Birdie. Keep with it. I stared helplessly at the two younger vigilantes. There was nothing I could do. If I got closer, I ran the risk of Bird panicking more and Siren lashing out. If I spoke, it was a similar situation. All I could do was sit and watch over them, occasionally glancing around to make sure that no one tried to sneak up on us in such a vulnerable moment. I carefully got out my phone and sent a text off to Eraser about the man I had captured, making sure to mention that I was with Nightingale, and I did not want him to come and arrest him right now. I'd deliver him to the station later or let Eraserhead come grab him once the kids either left or were calm. It took another 10 minutes for Bird's breathing to slow down to the point where I wasn't concerned about him passing out anymore. Siren waited another few minutes for the desperate sobbing to calm before he murmured, "Back with me, Birdie?" He nodded slowly after a moment and the other hummed, "Good job. Can you tell me where we are?" There was a long pause that stretched long enough for me to begin to think he hadn't heard the question before a minute shake of the head was given. Siren held the teen a bit tighter. "That's okay. We're in an alleyway, on patrol. We jumped into an alleyway when we saw those guys trying to kidnap that mother and daughter, remember?" Another slow nod and Siren continued, "One guy got a hold of your wing after they had run away, and that, as well as him ripping your feathers out, triggered you. But you're not there, Birdie. You're right here, with me." The boy slowly turned his head to glance at me. His eyes widened slightly as he saw that I had kept my promise not to get closer. It's like he expected me to break it. He bit his lip before adding, "Dobby's here too." Bird lifted his head at that, his emerald eyes peeking over Siren's shoulder. They were still watery and red from the flashback he'd just had. I gave a small smile and tried to follow Siren's lead with the praise and reassurance. "Hi, Pigeon. You're all right. You did really well." The small teen looked from me to his friend and back to me in rapid succession before he mumbled, "And not mad?" My heart broke a little further. "I'm not mad, honey. I promise. You did great. Why would I be mad?" He thought for a moment, glancing up at Siren again before answering, I went away. Annoying. "You're not annoying," I injected as much certainty as I could into my tone, "and I have flashbacks and go away sometimes, too. It's all right, baby bird." Bird's eyes widened almost comically. Siren also looked surprised and almost confused, but after a moment he shook it away and adjusted his hold on the other kid to lift him into the air as he stood up. A small cheeping sound escaped from Bird's mouth and my lips quirked into a smile. He was a cute kid. "All right, Birdie. We're going back to the house," Siren announced. He turned back to me again, and, bye, Dobby." "Bye, kiddo," I responded quietly before watching the boys disappear into the night. Hitoshi. We took a week break from patrolling after the incident in the alley with Dobby. Izuku was still recovering from the intense flashback he'd had and was waiting for his ripped-out feathers to return. I simply didn't feel safe enough to go out. I didn't want Izuku to get hurt like that again. Sure, we'd been in our fair share of scraps and we'd both been roughed up on patrol, but no one had ever held me down while they brutalized my friend. When we'd gotten back to the house, Izuku was still partially somewhere else, only responding about half of the time. The few hours of rest we did manage to get were interrupted by violent nightmares from Izuku that sent my body into a fight-or-flight response every time. I was so thankful the next day wasn't a school day. I don't know how we would have handled it. So, after a quick conversation, we agreed on a short break. By the end of the week, however, we both were growing restless and I kept noticing Izuku's wings twitching and flexing every few moments. I knew he missed flying. That fact was reinforced by the utter glee in his eyes when we snuck out of the home to do our first patrol back. He immediately took to the skies, not even giving me a chance to climb to the rooftops before he was off, soaring around on silent wings. I caught up with him and we started making our way through our normal patrol route. It was a pretty quiet night, but I wasn't gonna complain about it. Just getting out of that stupid house was soothing. Suddenly, there was a loud scream followed by a cut-off yell that had Izuku and I pivoting directions immediately. I raced across the rooftops and we followed our usual routine. Izuku landed next to me and we peered over the edge of the building at the scene. A woman was being held against the wall by a large man, his hands scrambling at her clothes and hissing, "Shut up, you stupid beach. Come on, I'll make it good for you." I snarled and got ready to jump down and fight the guy off when there was a sudden whooshing sound and a dark shape moving in front of us in a split second. The shape dropped onto the man and within moments he was down and out. My eyes narrowed as the figure stilled. Hawks. Izuku. Could we not just have one normal day on patrol? Was one day of normal crime fighting too much to ask for? Apparently the universe thought so. Hitoshi and I had spent a full minute frozen on the ledge of the roof after Hawks swooped in and took the assaulter out quicker than we could comprehend. We were about to just run away when he looked up, piercing golden eyes boring into us. He called, "Hey, Nightingale. Do you have a minute for a chat?" I blinked at him before hissing, "No. You just took our takedown." Okay, maybe not the best thing to say to a hero, but it was the first thing to leave my mouth. I could feel Hitoshi's eyes swiveling to me and I didn't even glance to see what incredulous face he was making. Sorry?" The hero replied with a shrug. The woman had run off some time after Hawks had arrived and now there was the sound of sirens in the distance. Sheet, we needed to go. We both began to get to our feet to leave because we were not getting caught by cops today, no sir. The blonde flapped his hands a bit and a bit panicked yelled, "I'm not trying to arrest you or anything. I genuinely just want to talk to you. Eraserhead told me about you guys. I know you need to hide so they don't detain you. But can you wait for me? Please?" Hitoshi and I exchanged a glance. That was a suspicious as hell offer. At least the man seemed aware of that as he added, "You can also just run away. I would really like to talk to you but I get it if you don't want to stick around." The sirens were fast approaching and we could see the flashing lights and so after another quick glance at each other, Hitoshi and I just shrugged at the hero and then pulled ourselves away from the roof ledge and out of Hawks's line of sight. I turned to him, raising my hands to sign, "Okay, we have a few options. 1, we wait and potentially get arrested. 2, we hightail it out of here. Or 3, we hide and see what he does." Hitoshi furrowed his brow. "He's not usually in Mizurufu, right?" I nodded and he continued, "We know the area better than him. If he tries to catch us, we can run and hide. Toshi, he's known for being fast. Not to mention his feathers." The other boy huffed near silently before refuting, "You're small and quiet and I'm pretty quick and agile. Even if I'm not as fast as him, I think we can hide and lose him if he tries to follow us." We both froze as we heard voices down below. The red and blue lights were flashing obnoxiously and I immediately focused on what was being said. If Hawks sold us out, we were running. Oh, wow. When dispatch called in the arrest I didn't think pro-hero Hawks would be here. An excited voice crowed. "Haha, well, I'm here. I've been working in Mizurufu recently, so you'll probably see more of me." Hawks chuckled slightly. My wings were flexing against my back as I readied myself to jump into the air at any moment to get away. The unidentified voice, probably an officer, gave an affirmative sound. "Well, I'll need to take your statement for the arrest and then we'll take this guy back to the station." Of course, Hawks drawled casually and I narrowed my eyes. This was it. This was where he told them that 2 illegal vigilantes were skulking about on the roof and I just heard the victim scream and came flying over. It didn't take much to knock this idiot out but the woman ran away as soon as she was free. I just waited here until you guys got here. My jaw dropped slightly. Was that it? It couldn't be. He was a hero. A limelight hero. He was supposed to uphold the law and smile for cameras and be included in fake interviews. After the encounter I'd had with All Might, limelight heroics, while never something I wanted to do in the first place, became a place of shame and violence. I'd even started looking into other popular heroes to see if there was more hiding under the surface, and what I'd found was disturbing to say the least. But, after the 2 times I'd met Hawks, I was wondering if he was different. If maybe he was one of the good heroes. He was a mutant after all, and while not all mutants are good people by any means, there was a strong sense of camaraderie and community between those with undesirable, villain quirks or animal quirks. I nearly jumped out of my skin as there was a swooshing sound followed by Hawks landing neatly on the roof edge. Hitoshi and I had already fled to the center after giving the hero an unsure reply to him asking us to stay, but we both got into defensive positions at his appearance. Just because he hadn't ratted us out to the police didn't mean he wasn't gonna try and capture us now. The man immediately raised his hands placatingly. "Hey, I'm not gonna hurt you, okay? I'm not gonna turn you in or anything either. I was being honest when I said that all I wanted was to talk." Hitoshi and I got closer to each other and Hawk sighed, "Look, I had no idea who you were last time we met. I went to the station and Eraserhead was there. While I was talking about my patrol, he recognized your descriptions. He's been trying to track you both down for a while." Track us down. I forced down the instinctual growl that was building in my throat and instead took a step backwards with Hitoshi. No, not like that." Hawk scrambled to amend his statement. "He's just worried about you. So am I. It's not exactly normal for kids to be out almost every night fighting crime. We're scared you're gonna get hurt." "We know what we're doing," Hitoshi spat, eyes narrowing dangerously. I'm not saying you don't. From what Eraserhead said, you're both really good at what you do, the blonde assured, and Hitoshi and I shared a glance. Eraserhead. The Eraserhead had said that, about us? He took a deep breath. But even pros like us get hurt sometimes. We're just worried that you're gonna lose your lives too soon. I couldn't help the small snort that bubbled up in my throat as Hitoshi scoffed. Yeah. Lives. Sure. There had been several times after particularly nasty wounds that we'd considered quitting. It was dangerous. We could die doing what we did. But, was what we were doing really living in the first place? Was going to school every day just to be beaten to a pulp and shouted at all day really living? Was coming home to harsh slaps and cruel punishments really living? Was Hitoshi's face being locked into a torture device when he so much as made a sound really living? So, we had a mutual understanding. When we were patrolling, when we were Nightingale, it was the only time we ever did truly live. It was the only time we could be ourselves. It was the one place where Hitoshi could speak freely to others and I could stretch my wings. We couldn't give that up. Please, just let us help, Hawks practically pleaded, and I bared my teeth under my mask as he took a few steps closer, his hands reaching out as if to grab us. When he took just one step too close, Hitoshi and I turned around and ran. I swooped down into a low glide between alleys and buildings, hiding myself in their shadows as Hitoshi carefully made his way through the shadows. Hawks. I sighed quietly as I watched the two vigilantes run away. It was my fault. I had spooked them by getting too close, despite still being several paces from grabbing them. I wasn't gonna chase after them and scare them more. Note to self, next time, give them space. So, I jumped a foot in the air at the low drawl behind me. I whipped around to see a dark figure leaning against the shadowed part of the roof access room. I blinked. It wasn't often that someone was able to sneak up on me like that. The person pegged their head to the side and stepped into the moonlight. My lips parted slightly. They were tall and lean with dark hair and electric blue eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. In the dim light I could just about make out the sight of some reddish scarring that ran along their jaw and under their eyes. They wore a black trench coat and my eyes caught on the glint of piercings in their ears. You want to tell me why you were just talking to Nightingale? His voice was low and rumbling, a little raspy but rich in tone. After a few moments I realized, you're Dobby, aren't you? That's me. But I suggest you answer my question, chicken. I gulped. When Eraserhead had warned me that the vigilante Dobby had an intense presence and that I didn't want to get on his bad side, I'd underestimated him. Here I was, Mr. Number 3, wanting to run at the sight of the man. Eraser brought me in on the Nightingale case, I answered honestly. Dobby narrowed his eyes, before scoffing, sorry, but it's a bit hard to believe that Hawks wouldn't be turning in Nightingale the second he got his hands on them. I mean, they're breaking the law. Isn't that what you heroes do? Stop people who break the law. They're just kids. Something had to drive them here. I want to know what and see if we can get them off the streets. They're gonna get hurt. I tried to inject as much of the genuine worry I had as possible. I was starting to wish that I'd asked Eraserhead to warn Dobby about me himself. The vigilante scrutinized me and I forced my wings to stay relaxed against my back, despite my instincts telling them to flare up to make myself bigger. Make myself a scarier predator. Dobby seeing me as a threat was the last thing I needed. We had a silent standoff on the roof. Both staring at each other. I didn't blink once, only distantly feeling my nictating membrane sliding across my eyes to re-wet them occasionally. This was a situation that had my hindbrain rearing up, the predator in me getting ready for a fight. Whether it was a fight for dominance or something else, I couldn't tell. You didn't follow them, he said eventually, ping his head to the side. You didn't even try to stop them from leaving. He watched me for another few seconds before sighing and taking a few steps closer. I'm gonna take your word for it, Birdie. A limelight hero like you wouldn't know Eraserhead, so I'm making the decision to trust you for now. But, I care about those kids. I know they've been hurt. They're not going to trust easily. Hell, they don't even trust me. So, I'm giving you one chance. If you give me one reason to think that you might go back on your word or that you will hurt them, you're ash. Tuya. Is Hawks really helping with Nightingale? Eraserhead sighed, turning towards me as I walked into the alley that was our meeting place. Yes, he is, Dobby. My eyes narrowed even as my shoulders untensed slightly. I was so incredibly relieved to find out that Hawks wasn't lying, but on the other hand, you just let a random limelight hero into this? Without FING telling me. I let him in because he's a good person. He saw the kids before he even knew they were a vigilante duo and let them go. He's been doing more underground work recently too. I would not have brought him into it without trusting him, Eraser explained. And I didn't tell you because I knew you'd act like a temperamental toddler when I did. I scowled. The man chuckled at my expression before adding, plus, you put the fear of God into him when you approached him. FING good, I scoffed. I'm not gonna let some random hero F this up. He's helping, Dobby. Eraser sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. I know you don't trust Limelighters, but can you at least trust me enough to give him a chance? I rolled the request around in my head. I didn't trust Limelighters, and for a DMN good reason too. FING Endeavor was a Limelight hero and he was a FING monster. I didn't want to admit I was stereotyping all daylight heroes based on my own childhood trauma, but abuse like that was hard to shake. However, I did trust Eraserhead. The man had helped me out of more than a few scraps and didn't turn away from the darker side of heroics like so many others did. He helped people. He helped the people no one else did. I groaned, FING fine. But don't you go thinking I'm just gonna trust the number 3 hero. I wasn't lying when I told him that he's got one FING chance. Those kids, they've been hurt. I gave you the bare bones of what happened with that trafficking a-hole, but some of that sheet is for them to tell. Eraserhead scrutinized me for a moment before sighing. I brought you into this case for a few different reasons, Dobby. This is one of them. You'll protect them. Just give Hawks a chance before you assume he's a threat. I gave a reluctant nod. I'd play nice with the pretty boy hero for now. If he really was as good a person as Eraser said he was, then he, as much as I hated to admit it, could be a great ally in getting these kids safe. Izuku. It was a bad day for Hitoshi. From the moment I woke up, I could tell the boy hadn't slept at all and there was something haunted floating in his eyes. He didn't speak much, only answering with one-word answers or vague grunts, but it was better than him going completely mute, so I wasn't gonna complain. Not that I held Hitoshi's selective mutism against him at all, I just knew that when he wasn't talking, he usually was not in a good headspace. I did what I could, giving him an extra big hug and stuffing some of the cash we were saving into my bag when he wasn't looking. After school we could go to the new cat cafe that I had heard had opened nearby. Cats and coffee were always a surefire way to make Hitoshi feel better. I went through the school day without gaining more than a couple bruises thanks to Kaken's interference. I didn't understand why the boy protected me like he did. He was loud and brash, but he still at least pretended to care about me. I always felt bad when I avoided him throughout the day, but I knew he had to be lying and was just waiting for me to let my guard down so he could strike. I smiled as the last bell rang and I glanced at my phone to see Hitoshi's contact along with the chosen cat meme of the day. He always sent one after school. I hurried to meet Hitoshi at the intersection we usually split off from each other at and bounced in place as I waited for him to get there. He turned a corner and came into view and slowly walked towards me, glancing up when I called his name. He raised an eyebrow at the way I was unable to stay still and my wings were twitching and lifted his hands to sign. What's got you so excited? My heart dropped a little with the JSL. It didn't surprise me necessarily. I knew that school was rough for both of us and that his bad mood would likely only worsen while he was there, but it still hurt to see my favorite person like that. I didn't let that stop me from grinning and skipping up to him and grabbing his arm to pull him along the sidewalk. Hitoshi glanced in the direction of the home and then the direction we were headed before asking, not that I don't trust you or that I want to go to the house or anything, but where are we going? Nowhere bad, Toshi. I promise. It's not far, I assured, beaming when Hitoshi just stared at me for a moment before shrugging, apparently accepting his fate to be dragged to wherever I had planned. We walked arm in arm down the street, my wings tucked tight against my back as we both swerved around other people, especially teenagers, like the plague. There was no knowing if someone had spread rumors about the mutant and villain kids and if they would be recognized and beaten up. When we arrived in front of the cafe, I was hopping on my toes again. Hitoshi didn't seem to realize where we were and I pulled him into the store, watching his face as it went from nonchalance to shock to absolute joy and awe. He was staring at the room where the cats were with wide, shining eyes. He made no move to continue walking and I dragged him further in with a chuckle, bouncing up to the counter. The girl working looked a few years older than us, with long, swoopy, periwinkle-colored hair pulled back in half-up half-down space buns. She smiled as we approached and greeted, "Welcome. What can I get for you?" "I'll take a B-black coffee, F-. I needed to work on my stuttering when I wasn't Nightingale, and a V vanilla chai, P please." The girl entered it into the system and rattled out our total. I passed the cash I had nabbed this morning over to her and she explained to us to sit wherever we wanted in the dining area and she would bring our drinks over when they were ready. I chuckled when I looked over and saw Hitoshi still laser-focused on the cat room. I nudged him over to an empty booth in the corner where we could see everything and it wasn't until I was pushing him down to sit that he turned to me and whispered, "Holy shit." I sat down as I giggled, relieved to hear his voice, even if it was quiet and raspier than normal. "See? Told you it was nothing bad." "Still," Hitoshi signed before murmuring, "Thank you." I snuggled into his side with a small hum, my bird brain content and happy in the back of my mind. Nestmate okay. Nestmate safe. Nestmate happy. It didn't take long for the same girl from before to come prancing over, setting down the drinks on the table. Hitoshi grabbed the cup of black coffee and just breathed in the smell for a moment. I snorted and took a sip of my own drink, smiling at the sweet and pleasant flavor. The boy took his first drink, eyes almost popping out of his head as he did. He quickly set down the mug and signed, "This is so good. We'll have to come back here then," I murmured. I myself was enjoying the cafe. Not only were the drinks good and the cats cute, but it wasn't crowded at all, only a few other customers sitting around. I forced the pleased coo that was building in my throat down but did nestle into Hitoshi more, my feathers puffing up in content. The purple-haired teen smiled and buried his fingers into my curls with a low hum, "Happy birdie." It wasn't a question but I nodded in reply anyway. I was happy. The past few months had been chaotic. Between meeting Eraserhead, the whole situation with Dobby, Hawks showing up, our routine had been thoroughly thrown off. Having this little moment of peace next to my favorite person in the world was a great blessing. Hitoshi finished off his coffee and wordlessly stood up, taking my hand in his and yanking me to my feet and over to the cat room. He pranced inside, instantly getting the attention of a few different cats. He dropped himself into a bean-bag chair in the corner and grinned as a large, older-looking Cornish Rex hopped into his lap. I smiled gently as I walked over to them and flopped down on the plush rug, laying on my stomach so as not to hurt my wings. It didn't take long for a few different playful kittens to skip over. I gasped slightly as they climbed into my feathers and burrowed into the soft down that was towards my spine. They made themselves comfortable, occasionally swatting at each other, and I glanced up at Hitoshi to see him smirking, amusement coloring his eyes. "Toshi," I whined. "You're a cat bed," he teased. I huffed exaggeratedly. I wasn't actually annoyed, I didn't sign up for this. "You came in here with your soft, warm wings and then laid down on the floor. You definitely signed up for this." I tried to look stern but I couldn't help the grin and small laugh. I didn't know this would happen. Hitoshi always said that he loves how soft and warm my feathers are, and we would cuddle under them together in the colder months. It was always so cold in the cellar. I always thought he was exaggerating or something though. The kittens tucked safely into my wings seemed to agree with his words though. "Hitoshi." We didn't leave the cat cafe until it closed, and even then Izuku had to physically drag me out. The girl who had served us had chuckled at the sight and cheerily called for us to come back soon. I was 100% gonna take her up on that offer. I knew we weren't gonna be able to come back all that often. We didn't have much in terms of funds and we needed it for medical supplies. But I knew we would be back. Sure, Izuku is the one who brought me here, and cats and coffee are two of my favorite things, but I could tell the winged boy had enjoyed himself too. It wasn't often that I got to see that carefree little smile on his freckled face. As we suited up for patrol, I quietly told Izuku that I didn't think I'd be able to talk to anyone that wasn't him tonight. Thorns still gripped my throat and my voice wanted to lock itself away even thinking about it. As free as we were when we were Nightingale, we were still chained down by what the world had done to us. Izuku adapted to my lack of voice in the way he always had, taking over for me and spouting 2 times as much snark. He'd translate my sign if it was necessary, and I still whispered to him on the rooftops. We were getting to the end of our patrol, making our way back towards the home. I naively thought that maybe this would just be a standard patrol. After our eventful last few months, I felt like we deserved a nice, easy night. But, a few minutes later, as we were racing through the dark with loud shouts and sirens behind us, I could help but think I jinxed us. Izuku. It wasn't often that I regretted becoming a vigilante. Most of the time, I loved it. I loved feeling like a hero and getting to help people. As Hitoshi and I scrambled through the dark, away from angry voices and wailing sirens, I couldn't help but rethink my life choices. Our patrol was looking as if it was going to be normal for once. No notorious vigilantes or famous heroes had shown up, so it was looking like maybe we were getting a break from all the weird shit that had been plaguing us. Hitoshi snapped his fingers a couple times and I swooped lower, directing my gaze to him. I couldn't help but be grateful for my enhanced hearing as he murmured, "You wanna swing by that one drag hotspot before we head home?" The place he was referring to was an alleyway between the more residential area of the red light zone and the warehouse district. It was well known as a spot for drag deals and occasionally bigger meetups. We had busted so many criminals there that I was surprised they were still using the area at all. You'd think that after 2 or 3 beatdowns they'd learn. I shrugged, why not? We've not been there in a while. We shifted direction slightly and a little while later we were coming upon the spot. Hitoshi stopped in the middle of the roof and I landed neatly beside him, closing my eyes as I tried to listen for any noise below. About 30 seconds passed with nothing but the sound of distant people and the wind. I was about to turn to Hitoshi and suggest we head home when there was the sound of a car pulling up and people stepping out of it. From the opposite direction, I could hear several sets of footsteps making their way over. I signed, 5 people from the car, 3 approaching on foot. I got a nod and I continued to listen as the people from the car stepped into the alleyway. As the steps got closer I couldn't help but hope that the on-foot group would just walk on past. Hitoshi and I had had a pretty good day, and quite frankly, I just wanted to go home and cuddle up with him in our nest. Of course, the universe had decided long ago that I must never have what I want, and I almost groaned aloud as the people turned into the alley. I listened for a moment more, checking if there was anyone else close, and upon hearing nothing, I stepped closer to the edge, Hitoshi right behind me. We crouched down and slowly peered over. "Been a while," a small man with neon yellow hair said. He was a part of the group on foot, the 2 others flanking him on either side. "Indeed it has," responded an incredibly tall woman with long red hair. "Why did you want to meet?" The man scowled. "I'm sure you heard about what happened to Stryker." She scoffed, "Idiot, shouldn't we been skulking around in that area? We all know that's where Dabi prowls." "Dabi?" Hitoshi and I spared each other a glance. "And he's been working with that hero, so it was really Stryker's own stupidity that got him caught." She rolled her eyes so dramatically that I didn't even need my enhanced senses to see it. "Oh, cut him some slack, Crimson," the man drawled. He saw that new alert just like everyone else and got overexcited. "He could have got us some real good ones." The woman, Crimson, apparently, crossed her arms. "Maybe, but now he's in jail. We told him to stay out of Dabi's territory. Now, do you have a point to this meeting, or are you just wasting everyone's time?" Hitoshi and I were still on the roof. We had an unspoken agreement that we wouldn't intervene in situations unless there was something distinctly illegal or wrong going on. We had no reason to jump into this yet. I was mostly just confused. Sure, Dabi was a well-known name in the underground, but as far as I knew, no one besides us had known that Dabi was working with Eraserhead. And we sure as hell hadn't leaked that out anywhere. And now they're talking about an alert? I couldn't help but feel like we had stumbled upon something big, something that we couldn't handle. Just be on the lookout for high-quality products. That alert said that they'll buy M for almost triple our normal price. And be careful, the man murmured. Crimson huffed, "You're lucky that I'm in a good mood. Oh. One last thing before I forget," he stepped a little closer to the woman, "you got any samples of that new drag that's been circulating?" Fing. Finally. A quick moment of eye contact with Hitoshi and we were jumping down into the alleyway, landing right between the 2 main criminals back to back. I was facing Crimson and she jumped backwards at our appearance. "Who are you?" she demanded, hands twitching at her sides. I opened my mouth, a witty quip on the tip of my tongue. The man beat me to it. You're those vigilantes. Some sort of Fing bird name. Is Nightingale really that hard of a name to remember? I asked, not taking my eyes off of Crimson. "It's stupid is what it is," he grumbled, and I raised an eyebrow. "Well, we didn't pick it. And now it's out there, and apparently getting into the criminal circuit, so it's too Fing late to change it." My wings were twitching at my back, ready for a fight. The woman almost grimaced. "Well, whoever you are, you should scram. This is adult business." I tilted my head. "Whatever could you mean? We are crime-fighting vigilantes, and you guys were just talking about drags. And probably not good ones. So there was about to be a crime here. And, as I said already, we fight crime. Last Fing chance, kid," she snarled. "I'm being real generous here, I'm not gonna say it again." Behind me, I heard and felt Hitoshi quite literally digging his heels into the concrete. I snorted and bent my knees slightly. "We're not going anywhere." Crimson snarled and I blinked as her hair started extending, separating into thin sections that floated around her head. I dodged to the side as one of the tendrils came flying towards me. She didn't falter and just sent several more, several of them cracking like whips. The sound had me gritting my teeth as images from past foster homes swam over my vision for a moment. The distraction cost me. One of the pieces snagged around my wrist and lifted me into the air. I got myself back together as she attempted to slam me into one of the alley walls. I flapped my wings against the pole and instead wrapped both hands around the rope like hair still attached to me to twist in the air, my wings giving me the boost I needed for her to fall backwards. I dropped down immediately, crouching over her only to freeze as several strips made contact with my neck. They wrapped around, squeezing tightly, and I instinctually brought my hands up, clawing at them. I couldn't breathe. Crimson near cackled. "Oh, poor little Finch. I gave you a chance to run away." I couldn't think much. The only clear thought running through my head was that I needed to get her off of me or I was gonna pass out. Or die. I could feel my wings twitching haphazardly against my back and I tried to focus enough to get myself airborne, only really achieving little aborted flaps. I scrambled as my vision started going dark, spots dancing across my view. I couldn't breathe. "Stop right there." All activity in the alleyway paused. That was a new voice. Scatter, the man from before yelled, and after a split second, the tendrils of hair were gone and I collapsed to the ground, coughing and heaving as I tried to get air into my lungs. I looked up, blinking away the darkness, and froze as I saw the two policemen standing in the mouth of the alley. The criminals were running away and after a moment, I was forcing myself to my feet with a flap of my wings and letting out a shrill whistle, "Run." Hitoshi came to my side and we started sprinting out of the alley, away from the cops. A few steps in and I was off the ground, staying close to him but taking advantage of the silence of my flight. I could hear the cops yelling behind us and the sounds of sirens were digging into my skull. I cursed myself. It was my FING job to be on alert for this kind of thing. I was being strangled, and I hadn't heard the clear sounds of the police approaching. I glanced down at Hitoshi, eyes widening as I noticed the obvious limp in his step and how he was slowly starting to lag behind. DMN it. I landed and hauled his arm over my shoulder before he could protest. I helped him along, but we were too slow. The cops were coming. I could hear them. I turned a corner and froze as I registered the dead end I had accidentally led us to. I went to turn around but jumped back as the cops rounded the same corner. I backed up, still supporting my friend as best as I could. His arm was tight around my shoulders, grounding, a steady presence that said, "I'm right here. I've got you." Villains, one of the men sneered. I forced down the panic that was building in my throat and conjured up pure, utter sass from some god-forsaken place. "We're not villains. We're not anybody." I winced as the words left my mouth and Hitoshi even glanced at me with a look that was so incredulous I could feel it digging into my soul. I scrambled to say something helpful. "We're not villains. We're not even criminals. So, if you could just let us go, we'll get out of your hair." The cops shot each other a brief look before they started laughing in tandem. The one who had called us villains before shook his head. "You expect us to believe you? And what do you mean you're not criminals? We just witnessed you fighting in an alley." "Self-defense," I replied quickly. I had waited for Crimson to strike first for a reason. The other cop sneered. "Please. Some villain kids like you? You were probably looking for a fight." Hitoshi flinched and I tightened my grip on him. Part of me wanted to quip that he wasn't wrong. We were technically looking for a fight. But not as villains. As vigilantes. But something told me that wouldn't go over well. "Now, hands behind your backs," he ordered. When we didn't move he pet his head. "You looking to add resisted arrest to your charges? Put your hands behind your backs before we make you." We still didn't move. We were practically frozen. There was nothing we could do. The only thing that could maybe work is if I flew. But, I couldn't carry Hitoshi, let alone carry him and fly. And there was no way in hell I was leaving him here. The cops growled, guttural and deep in a way that sent my hindbrain sprinting out of control. They approached, predator stalking wounded, cornered prey. They took a step forward, we took a step back. But several steps later, and there were no more steps for us to take. Our backs were flat against the wall. I tugged Hitoshi ever closer, silently apologizing for this whole mess. It was my fault. All my fault. From not noticing the sirens to leading us into a dead end to not being strong enough to get us out of here. There was nothing we could do but cower, clutching each other, as we waited for the predator to chow down. Hitoshi. When we turned the corner and saw the dead end, my heart dropped. Izuku quickly tried to change course, but the police were on us and instead we started backing up. Blood was dripping down my leg from a slash wound in my thigh and my ankle was most definitely sprained. I stared at him as he tried talking to the officers and accidentally defaulted to being overly snarky and then stumbled over his words when he tried to correct himself. I couldn't help the flinch as they accused us of being villains. I hated that word. When they started approaching again, threatening violence, Izuku and I just backed up as much as we could, holding onto each other as tightly as possible. I could feel him shaking and his breath was coming out unevenly. It sounded like he was having a hard time getting air in properly. I bit into my bottom lip as one of the cops detached a baton from his belt, the other following suit with a snicker. I closed my eyes, keeping my mouth sealed shut as a hard hit came down on my back. The force was enough to knock me down and I brought Izuku with me. There was a shuffling and impact noise and Izuku took in a sharp breath. We immediately did what we always did when Ma'am decided that we deserved a punishment at the same time. The winged boy wrapped his arms around me, hands curling protectively into my hair. In turn I held him tighter, fingers caressing the soft down that poked out of the slits in his cropped hoodie. We pressed as close as possible, our faces hidden in each other's shoulders and vital organs being protected between us. The hits kept coming. Some felt like the baton, but others were larger, more like a boot and I bit down hard on my lip to not make any noise. Izuku was making very small grunts, so quiet that I could hardly hear them from where he was pressed against me. What had we possibly done to deserve this? Myself, I understood. No matter how much Izuku praised my quirk and affirmed that villain quirks weren't a thing, I couldn't quite shake that belief. The belief that had been beaten into me over and over again since the age of 4 when I was abandoned in some random alleyway in the red light district. I think my parents expected some criminal to come around and kill me, or maybe they hoped I'd get kidnapped. Instead, a random homeless man found me and guided me to the nearest police station. But Izuku? Izuku had never done anything to warrant this kind of treatment. He was forgiving, kind, sassy, and I loved him so much. The boy didn't have a bad bone in his body. It sent my temper flaring every time he came home from school with a 0 on a test because the animal couldn't have gotten such a high score, and when he was avoided and glared at in public. I remembered Izuku researching the pre-Quirk era and his mumbles about discrimination in the past. It seemed that humans were instinctually driven to hate and cast out anything that looked different. You'd think that by now, with all of the crazy mutations happening in the younger generation's quirks, that there wouldn't be nearly as much hate against those who were different. But no, the world was cruel and dark and loved to smash apart children's dreams, shattering the picture and grinding it into the ground. I paused in my thoughts as the continuous hits and kicks suddenly stopped. Izuku raised his head out of my shoulder and made a small, squeaking noise of surprise. I lifted my own head and turned to where Izuku was staring. Hawks was standing between the cops and us. Kigo. I was on my way home from patrol, just looking through the seedy areas of Mustafa one last time. I was looking for crime, sure, but also the little vigilantes. Our last meeting had not ended great, the kids rushing away before I could really do anything, and I knew it was my fault. It was too much too quickly. I needed to earn their trust. I knew Dobby was inevitably going to be correct about what he said about the chicks not trusting easily, but I could at least hope. I just wanted to talk to them, learn why they were vigilantes and figure out their real identities so that we could make sure they were safe. They looked so skinny and almost frail both times I'd met them. No decent parent would allow their child to get to that state of malnourishment unless there was some kind of severe poverty going on. So, best case scenario, they were from a low-income family that was struggling to make ends meet and we could help them with getting jobs or whatever else needed to happen. There were unfortunately many worst-case scenarios: intentional abuse, neglect, homelessness, runaways. I didn't know which I hated most. I whistled lowly to myself, thinking through ways to earn their trust when I spotted a small supermarket down below. I immediately dropped down in front of it. This was how I could earn their trust. I could give them food. Maybe give it over still packaged or take a bite in front of them so they wouldn't assume it was drugged or poisoned. I checked my watch and shrugged when I saw my patrol time was pretty much up. I pranced into the store, unsurprised to find it unoccupied except for an exhausted-looking young adult at the counter who didn't look up from their phone as I walked it. My eyes scoured the items, trying to find food that wouldn't spoil and would be relatively healthy for them. Nothing too heavy or processed. I eventually settled on some canned fruit. It would be a good starting point and hopefully be enticing enough to accept. I grabbed some canned peaches, pineapple, and pears, and was making my way up to the front when a shrill, purely avian whistle cut through my brain. Run, nestmate, run. Not safe, not safe, not safe. I was dropping the cans and sprinting out the door before I could even really register the meaning of the sound. All my bird brain could pinpoint was that it sounded young and scared. Later, I would feel bad about dropping the store's merchandise and running out, but it was in the red light district, so worse things had probably happened. I took to the skies, flying in the direction of the sound and frowning when I heard hurried footsteps scattered through various alleyways and the occasional shout. My pupils pinned as I picked up the scent of blood and I landed in an alleyway that had empty cop cars sitting in front of it, the lights still flashing. My sharp eyes and nose detected the source of the smell with ease. Various blood stains were lightly scattered on the ground and walls. I took off again, looking for whatever made that sound. I turned as I heard the sound of laughing and the distinct sound of something being hit, and when I reached the location, my heart dropped. Curled up against the wall, Nightingale clung to each other, both trembling and horribly tense. The reason was clear. 2 policemen stood above them, whacking them with their batons and roughly kicking them. My vision went red and I snarled, folding my wings in and going into a sharp dive. I caught myself at the last second, hovering above the kids as I pushed the police back and quickly got between them and Nightingale. The police blinked in shock, clearly not having expected a hero, especially not one well known, to interrupt their FING torture session. God, even if the kids had done something bad enough to warrant being arrested, they shouldn't have been being FING beaten. They weren't even fighting back. There was no reason that this whole situation should be happening. There was a small shuffling sound from behind me and then a small, almost inaudible cheep that essentially translated to, huh? I forced down the anger that had my wings hardening and softening against my back and put on my limelight persona. I flashed my classic grin, hey fellas. What's going on here? H. Hawks? Sir, it is such an honor to me dash. Answer the question, officer, I interrupted, a small bit of growl making its way into the words. The police looked at each other and then the one who'd been talking before explained, we kept getting reports of a disturbance around this one alley, so we told the people who lived and worked in the area to call if they noticed anything. We got a call tonight about shifty people waiting around there, so we came to check it out. It seemed like two rival gangs had gotten into a fight or something, but when we showed up they scattered. We figured we'd chase these two, 'cause they were small and would be easier to catch. I nodded, a bit sarcastically, And you were beating them, because? They were resisting arrest, sir, the other officer chimed in. Of course they were resisting arrest. They're vigilantes, idiots. How so? I asked, trying not to make that thought show on my face. Well, we asked them to put their hands behind their backs, and they didn't, the second responded, sounding slightly unsure. His eyes were flicking between me and the kids and I immediately stepped into his line of sight. I didn't want him to see them. Right, cool, great. That's all fine and dandy, but could you please explain your excessive force? Excessive force used against children, I might add. The officers glanced at each other again, looking slightly fearful, apparently finally picking up on the anger that had been slowly creeping its way into my tone this entire conversation. They're villains, Hawks, sir, the second rushed to justify. I ignored him. Were they fighting back? Did they do anything at all besides run away because they were scared of the two grown men chasing them through the dark with weapons? When you started hitting them, did they raise a hand to stop you? The second shifted, no. But dash. Oh please, look at them. They're disgusting villains, the first jumped in. My eyes whipped over to him and I smirked slightly as he startled a bit. People never seemed to realize that I didn't need to blink until my stare was on them. I stalked a little closer to the man. I wouldn't care if they were mass murderers. They are children. If they were not fighting back, you had no right to hurt them like you were. Yes sir, they're villains, he cried. They're just like the rest of them. I sighed. I frankly had enough of this conversation. Well, it was more that I was afraid that I might try to rip his throat out if we continued speaking, but I wasn't gonna say that. I will take it from here, officers. Expect to be contacted by Detective Tsukachai soon about this. Luckily, they just gave brief bows and then walked from the alleyway. I let out a long breath through my nose, trying not to go after them and rip their faces off for what they did to my chicks. Wait, what? My chicks? They weren't mine. I mean, sure, I cared about them. Probably more than I should. Especially, 'cause I've only actually met them twice before. But as I thought about it more I slowly realized that something in my bird brain had claimed the two boys when I first saw them. My eyes widened. What was I supposed to do? I didn't know how to care for kids. I didn't know anything. I shouldn't even take them. They could have a loving home, and if they don't they should probably go to someone who was not involved in the case. There was a soft voice behind me and I looked over my shoulder to see the two children staring up at me. It was the winged one who spoke. Why did you do that? I slowly crouched down in front of them, still about a meter away. I didn't want them to feel cornered or towered over. Why did I do what, little bird? The kid tensed slightly at my words but after a few moments murmured, You stopped them. Why? Fledgling, even if you were a big bad villain, you would never deserve that treatment. You weren't fighting back, you weren't threatening the safety of those around you. They shouldn't have done it in the first place, I answered honestly. The other boy raised an eyebrow and then lifted his hands from around his friend and much to my surprise started to sign. JSL wasn't a very common language by any means. Sure, a lot of heroes knew at least the basics to assist in communication during missions and helping deaf or mute civilians, but I didn't expect for Nightingale to know it. Fing liar, he signed, glaring up at me and the little bird still clutching onto him squeaked. I'm not gonna say that, he protested, gaining an unimpressed look from the other. I took a deep breath, hoping I didn't startle them too much. You don't have to say anything. I know JSL. They both froze, looking over at him with wide eyes. The one who'd signed before raised an eyebrow. Really? Yes, really, I responded, starting to sign along with myself as I spoke to really hammer the point home. A lot of heroes know the basics. I myself am fluent from my training. The smaller boy, I really needed to figure out something to call them, suddenly had a glint in his eyes, his body nearly vibrating from what I thought was excitement? It was adorable, whatever it was. I could see his hands twitching from where. They were still clasped in the collar of the other one's hoodie. I resisted the urge to tilt my head in question. Did he have a raptor mutation that caused him to stress grip like me? I glanced at his wings, but couldn't make out anything in the dark other than the fact that they were a dark color with seemingly lighter spots sprinkled around. Before I could think about it more, he suddenly went completely still, muscles tensing and wings pressing flat to his back. He curled into his friend a little more. Sorry. You saw what he said. The taller teen seemed to register the words and make whatever conclusion the other had made as he mimicked the movement, going stock still and keeping his eyes planted on me. Fledgling, I don't care about what he said. I totally understand you thinking I'm lying, I assured, moving from my crouch to sitting in a slow, measured shift. Is there anything I can do to make you believe me? Or could you tell me why you think I'm lying? Nightingale glanced at each other, seemingly having a silent conversation just with their eyes before the signing one sat up a little straighter. Nobody ever stops people when they do shit like that. Oh, OF-. Well, there goes my heart, I didn't need it anyways. Before I could process that horrifying statement further, he was narrowing his amethyst eyes and continuing, and you're a limelighter, you probably just want the credit of taking down the 2 vigilantes who've been terrorizing the community or whatever bullshit they'll put in the papers. Green eyes blinked at the fast hand movements, and then the winged boy was crushing himself into his friend's chest, shaking horribly and whispering roughly. He was quiet enough that I would not have heard him if not for my enhanced hearing. No. You can't make him mad. He'll get mad. We can't take anymore. I barely held back the reaction of rage and the absolute burning need to protect the 2 children in front of me who'd been through far too much. I forced my voice to stay steady and calm. I don't care about any of the publicity stuff. To be honest, I don't even want to be a limelight hero. The small bird shifted, peeking one eye out as the other watched me closely. Hell, I'll leave right now if you want me to. I'll talk to a detective friend of mine and make sure those 2 officers are punished for their actions. Nightingale stared at me, seemingly processing my words. Purple lifted his hands again. You'll leave? Absolutely. Immediately. I want to check on your injuries, I can smell the blood, but I doubt you'll let me, so I'll leave. They looked at me skeptically before the emerald-eyed one was narrowing his visible eye. We'll take care of it. Leave. I held back the small sigh of disappointment and just nodded my assent, slowly getting to my feet and after a few seconds, spreading my wings and jumping into the air. I ignored the crushing feeling of guilt as I dutifully flew away, towards my apartment. I knew that this is what the kids wanted, but I couldn't help but feel like I was betraying them by leaving them like that. I'd smelled blood on Purple and could see bruising blooming on parts of Green's neck. It was the right choice, to leave them, to build up the trust between us, but it still left me feeling sick. Hitoshi. It was slow going to get home. After Hawks had left, we'd sat in the alleyway, silent and tense as we searched for any indication that he hadn't actually left or something else was going on. Nothing happened though, and eventually, we were picking ourselves up and hobbling towards the group home. My limp became more and more pronounced as we walked. A few ribs were almost definitely cracked and I could imagine the FING mess my side was gonna be in the morning. All blacks and purples. I hadn't really seen what had happened to Izuku in the fight, but he was holding himself a bit awkwardly, as if he also had fractured ribs, and his voice kept cutting out. There were nasty bruises around his throat and the sight made me want to snarl. Eventually, I just signed that he didn't have to speak and he fell silent immediately. When we finally got to the group home, it was much later than we'd ever come back before and a shiver ran down my spine as we slowly picked the lock and snuck inside. Silently, we walked to the cellar door, blinking at the unlocked padlock. Had we forgotten to relock it? I jumped as light suddenly blinded me and I closed my eyes immediately, trying to blink through the painful spots in my vision. When I got any semblance of an image, my heart dropped. Standing at the end of the hallway, next to the light switch, was Ma'am. Izuku drew in a sharp, silent breath and we stared at the woman, who had her eyes narrowed on us. We waited, Izuku and I barely breathing. Ma'am ped her head to the side, as if prompting us to start speaking. We stayed silent. Or rather, Izuku stayed silent. I couldn't even fathom talking in this house, especially not around her. After a while more, Ma'am seemed to get bored of the staring contest we had going and shook her head with an over-exaggerated sigh. I've known you brats were sneaking out for a while now. She frowned. I initially thought that I should punish you for it, but it got you out of my house for a bit longer, so I wasn't going to complain. I mean, who would want to keep a villain and a stupid animal in their home? Izuku and I both flinched minutely, and I could see his feathers tucking against his back in the edges of my vision. He was hiding his wings, protecting them. And, you were always back before I woke to start the chores for the day, she continued. I've checked, every single day to make sure that you're where you're supposed to be when I get up, and today, what did I find? You two creatures weren't in the cellar where you belong. Izuku bit his lip and croaked, I am sorry we dash. Her gaze turned sharp, you do not speak without being spoken to. Stupid bird, thought you should know such a thing by now. Izuku ducked his head, wincing backwards and trembling minutely. The woman scoffed, your punishment will be no food for at least the next week. I'll know if you are sneaking food, so don't even try. If you're good for the next week, maybe I'll be gracious and give you some meals again. And if I catch you outside of your room when I get up again, you will not like the consequences. Understood? We both nodded. My hands were shaking at my sides. It wasn't often that ma'am completely withheld food. We usually got the scraps from breakfast or sometimes even a small plate of dinner, though that was rare. I was not looking forward to the next week. Ma'am turned away with a huff and I gently opened the cellar door. I closed it behind us and soon we were sitting just outside of the nest, slowly taking off our vigilante gear, examining wounds and treating as we went. The wound on my leg was long, but not deep, so we just covered it with a bandage and patched up any little scrapes or other cuts. We helped each other to wrap our ribs in bandages. Neither of us thought there were any broken ribs, but it was better to be safe than sorry and it would keep the swelling down from the definite fractures. There was nothing much I could do for Izuku's throat. The bruising looked even worse in the light and after a bit of contemplation I just very gently rubbed some cream into the skin. Izuku flinched with every touch and I had to hold him steady as he continued to pull away. Once we were both treated as much as possible, Izuku quietly went to look at our little savings jar. We should have enough to get a few small snacks throughout the week even with our little splurge on the cat cafe today. The boy froze and then let out an agonized sob. I was scrambling over to him in a millisecond, hands gently petting over his hair and shoulders before I signed, What's wrong? Izuku's hands shook as he clumsily replied, she took it. She took it, Toshi. I looked towards the jar and my entire soul dropped at the bareness of the container. I bit my lip as tears ran down my face without my permission. The world truly was a cruel place. Izuku. Nerd, you good? I glanced up from where I was picking at the grass to look to where Kaken was sitting nearby, his eyes scrutinizing. It was one of the rare days that I hesitantly allowed him to sit in the little courtyard under a tree with me during lunch. It was day 5 of our punishment and neither Hitoshi or I were doing great. We'd still been going on patrols every night. Admittedly, that was a stupid thing to do. Going on patrol was part of what had gained us the punishment in the first place. But neither of us had ever been good at staying away from our duties as Nightingale. I'd noticed our movement slowing slightly, an effect of not having food, but ignored it for the most part. The stomach pains were worse than the fatigue. Even now, just sitting in the shade in the grass, I was lethargic and my head pounded. It wasn't anything new. I knew the effects of not having food well. It didn't make it any easier. Fine, Kaken, I murmured, not looking at him. He scoffed, that's bullshit and you know it, nerd. You look even shittier than usual. I flinched slightly at his tone but then just gave a shrug, it's nothing. I just broke a rule is all. His eyes were so intense that I could feel them burrowing into my soul as he stared at me. He was probably thinking about the early days of my time in the foster system. At that time I didn't know how much the world could hurt, I still didn't understand that my mom had abandoned me because of how disgusting I was. I didn't think to push Kaken away when he asked about the bruising on my arms or the weight I lost. I answered him honestly. He hit me, Kaken. They don't give me food, Kaken. They hurt me when I do anything wrong, Kaken. When I'd realized, after too many beatings, too many punishments, that I was a disgusting freak of nature and everyone would turn on me, I started lying. I just tripped down the stairs, Kaken. I only forgot to pack a lunch today, Kaken. I'm fine, Kaken. Eventually, he gave up asking about it. Sometimes I wanted him to ask again, even if I knew my answers would stay the same. If he asked about it, it meant that, maybe he did care, maybe he wasn't lying. It was quiet for a moment in the courtyard, and after a few tense breaths I relaxed. He dropped it. It was fine. Everything was fine. Izzy, Kaken breathed, his voice so soft that for a second I thought it was someone else. The name caught me off guard as well. I hadn't heard Kaken use that nickname for years. But when I looked up, it was just him, Bakugo Katsuki with the ruby eyes and sandy hair. He inhaled deeply, are your foster's sheet again? I'm at a group home now, I corrected, and no. It's fine. I'm fine. The boy eyed me, before sighing, okay. But you come to me if that sheet ever gets bad again, yeah? My smile was as brittle and sharp as glass as I nodded, of course, Kaken. Kigo. The cops were just FING beating them, Rumi. I cried, flailing my hands around from where I was flopped over on the couch of the relatively new apartment. I'd gotten it when I started doing patrols primarily in Mizutafu so that I wouldn't have to fly across the country every day. Usajiyama Rumi, my best friend, and the one who'd gotten me out from under the commission's thumb was sitting on an armchair, her arms crossed as she stared at me. We didn't get to see each other all too often. Mirko was an independent hero and she traveled all over Japan, following villains and increasing crime rates. Wherever she was needed she would be. That wasn't to say that we never talked. Quite the contrary. Rumi and I would text constantly when we were off duty and we called at least once a week if not more. It depended on our schedules though, and the work of a hero was never done. I went to start spewing profanities at the absolutely absurdity that was my patrol 2 weeks ago, in which I'd had to rescue Nightingale from the FING cops, when she suddenly leaned forwards in her chair. Wait, Takami Kigo, slow the F down. I blinked over at her, my hands still hovering in the air from my rant. She sighed. You mean to tell me that you've been chasing down 2 vigilantes and said vigilantes are children? I stared at her for a moment, slowly realizing that I'd never talked about Nightingale beyond mentioning that I was doing a lot more nighttime patrols and I'd just plopped a chunk of their case into her lap without asking. I sheepishly smiled. Yeah? She buried her face in her hands, her ears twitching on top of her head. Kigo dash. Hey! The Eraserhead asked me to help. And Dabi would probably, definitely burn me alive if I backed out. I couldn't say no even if I wanted to. Kigo, you know I love you. But what the actual hell are you doing running around with Eraserhead and the most notorious vigilante in this area? I rolled my eyes, contemplating on making a joke and moving on. Rumi would let me. But instead I sat up, leaning my elbows on my knees as I let out a breath. These 2 vigilantes that we're after. They're young, Rumi. They're barely teenagers, if that. They have clear signs of either past or current abuse, not to mention they're running around on the streets almost every night fighting hardened criminals. I ran a hand through my hair, releasing the casing on the few new blonde pin feathers that were coming in. We just want to make sure they're safe. And after that attack, they were beaten by the FING police. If the government tried to get a handle on this before we did, those kids would get slaughtered. The tall woman across from me stared, contemplative, before a little, gentle smile, so contrasting from her public persona graced her face. You really care about them, huh? I chirped, nodding, opening my mouth to elaborate when my work phone started ringing. I pulled it out and then frowned at the unknown number. I shrugged and declined the call, only for it to reappear seconds later. Rumi raised an eyebrow. Who's that? I don't know. Unknown number. When I tried to decline again and the same thing happened, I just sighed and hit accept before bringing the phone to my ear. Hello, this is Hawks. Chicken, the kids need help. Tuya. I continued to occasionally see Nightingale as I patrolled. They were always too far away or too quick for me to ever get a chance at talking to them again. That was fine, they'd come to me when they were ready or I'd inevitably run into them again. When I heard that the stupid bird hero had seen them again, I was not jealous. No, not at all. When he informed Eraser, who in turn informed me about the encounter, I was sad to say the least. 2 FING cops had touched my kids. It was moments like these that I wished I was a little more morally gray. I would have burned those fuckers to the ground in a heartbeat, and I still wanted to go after them. Punish them for touching what I'd claimed as mine. Sure, that sounded really possessive and mentally ill, but you didn't survive on the street for almost a decade without some hitches in your brain. After the incident with the cops, I didn't expect to see Nightingale for a little while. After I'd saved them from the traffickers, they'd gone quiet for a week before any reports of them started back up again, even if it was just the aftermath of their takedowns. So no, I was not expecting to hear of, let alone run into the kids for a while, just like last time. I especially did not expect to find them only a few weeks later, crouched in front of a dumpster, leaning against each other, looking about a second away from passing out. I had paused as I turned the corner in the maze of alleyways. The alley I was turning into was frequented by the homeless, as it was right next to a fancy bakery that threw a bunch of food out when they closed. I came by sometimes to make sure that those who did come here for food knew about shelters and other resources and make sure there were no fights happening over the goods. It happened more often than I cared to admit. Tonight though, I glanced in, and for a moment, I didn't see anybody. It was later in the evening, so I wasn't expecting anybody to still be trying to dumpster dive here, but people new to the area or just plain desperate would take what they could get. I was about to move on when I heard a muffled whine followed by an incredibly quiet voice. I walked a few steps in and spotted them. 2 small black figures were huddled in the shadows, and after a quick moment, I recognized them as Nightingale. They hadn't clocked me yet, and I just watched for a moment, unsure of what they were doing. Siren was facing away from me, and after a moment, I spotted his fabric mask clutched in his hand. He was trembling violently. Bird was facing me, but his attention was purely on his friend. His fingers were curled in Siren's hoodie. I frowned as I examined them further. There was a shaky, hoarse quality to the words that Bird spoke, and in direct contrast with Siren, he was completely, unsettlingly still. Every once in a while, his eyes would drift, his head leaning forwards, before he seemed to shake himself back into coherence. It was hard to see with their dark clothing and the shadows, but it looked like Siren was physically holding Bird up, as if he would fall if he let go. I took a deep breath and took an intentionally loud step forwards. Bird's eyes locked onto me immediately, and in a flash, Siren's mask was back on his face and he was staring at me too. I raised my hands in surrender, unable to help the pride and relief I felt as the kids seemed to relax minutely. Whether it was because of who I was or the fact that I had my hands where they could see them, I didn't really care. I smiled a little. Hey kiddos. Bird seemed to be doing better mentally since the last time I saw him as he blinked at me. Dobby? Hi. I sat down on the ground. Hi. Hawks told me about the police. Sorry about those fuckwads. Siren's eyes crinkled slightly in amusement as Bird tilted his head in a motion much like his name Sake. So? Wait, Hawks wasn't lying? He wasn't lying about working with Eraserhead. I scowled, unfortunately. The kids didn't seem nearly as annoyed about the involvement of the winged hero as I was, but instead, they were contemplative, brows furrowing slightly. As I interacted with them, I was cataloging every little thing I noticed. The main thing I noted is that they seemed incredibly tired. Their bodies were drooping, and even though they were trying to keep their muscles tense in case of attack, they would relax after only a few seconds. I could see dark shadows under their eyes that were far darker than they should be on anyone, let alone a child. They also looked extremely pale. It could just be the fact that the only source of light we had was the moon and a distant street lamp, but I had a feeling it wasn't. What was going on? What are you guys doing hanging out in this alley? I asked gently, trying not to startle or press the kids. I needed to get some information out of them here though. I couldn't help them if they wouldn't let me. To my dismay, they flinched a bit before they both glanced at the bakery's dumpster. I pursed my lips. Are you kiddos here to get food? The silence was more than an answer. If they had been scavenging for food like this before, I would have heard about it. So, this had to be a new thing. I tried to keep my tone casual. You gotta get here soon after they close to get anything good. This is a pretty popular spot for getting food. From the trash. I watched them, as they seemed to consider my words. Bird almost seemed to be falling asleep, or passing out, where he sat, and if I wasn't sure that Siren was holding him up before, I was now. Siren pulled the smaller boy to his chest and glanced over at me before murmuring, "Do you know where we can get some food, Dobby?" My heart dropped. It was hard to get street kids to accept food. I should know, I was one. Trusting everyone who offered you food was basically a death sentence. They'd either drag it, poison it, use it as a distraction, or expect things in return. Any kid who'd been running around the streets at night for even a few months knew to not accept food unless it was from someone incredibly trusted. So for Nightingale to ask for food, they were either more trusting of me than I thought or they were desperate. I nodded. Yeah. Can I bring some back to you? It'll be pre-packaged and I'll even take a bite out of it myself. Bird shifted his head to look up at Siren, and they shared a long look before Bird was nodding his head and Siren was whispering, "Please." I took the win and slowly made my way out of the alleyway, pulling out my phone too. I groaned. I knew I didn't have money on me. Sure, I had a day job helping out in the back of a local convenience store, but they paid me below minimum wage and under the counter. The joys of being legally dead. With my lack of money, I wouldn't be able to get something for the boys right now, and so I needed to phone in help. I'd call Eraser, but I knew for a fact that the man was currently out of town. He'd let me know over text that he wouldn't be available and not to bother him. I didn't have the number of the detective guy that was also working the case. Hell, I'd never even met the man. So, that left Hawks, whose number I had from Eraser because he'd insisted I might need it. Everything. I slowly pulled out my phone and clicked into the contact that I'd lovingly titled Overgrown Chicken Man, and after a few moments of debating if having to talk to the idiot was worth it, I hit call and brought the phone to my ear. A few rings later and that stupid cheery voice was calling, "You've reached Hawks. Sorry I couldn't come to the phone right now. Even being the fastest hero I can't make every call, haha. I'll give you a call back as soon as I can." I growled and hung up only to dial the number again. The stupid Birdman was not going to ignore me. The kids needed to eat and I knew they wouldn't trust the half-eaten protein bar I had in my pocket. "You've reached Hawks. Sorry I hung up and called again. I swear to God, if he doesn't pick up the phone, I'll roast his feathered butt. "Hello, this is Hawks. Finally, chicken, the kids need help. Kigo." I blinked. That voice, that tone? Dobby? Yeah, Birdbrain. How did you get my number? I could practically see the pout. Hey, I'm not happy about this either. Eraser forced it upon me. Go harass him about it. I ran a hand down my face. Okay, whatever. What do you mean, the kids need help? Is it Nightingale? I was half expecting a snarky reply, but Dobby's tone turned serious but strangely soft. I found Nightingale looking for food. They seem weak and almost sick. I can't get them food, so I need you to grab some and meet me here. Make sure it's prepackaged. Chicks sick? No. Wrong. Chicks should be safe in nest. Warm in nest. I don't speak bird, chicken. Was that a yes? I jumped to my feet. Yes. Text me your location, I'll be there as soon as I can. A grumble was my only response before he hung up, and I was racing into the kitchen, looking for prepackaged food items that would be easy to digest but healthy. I could feel Rumi's eyes on me, and without pausing my search, I asked, "What?" "You're acting like a mother hen," she deadpanned, amusement leaking into her tone. I froze in place and turned towards her indignantly. I am not. She shook her head. You definitely are, Kigo. No, I'm just doing my job, I defended weakly. Look, I may not entirely understand bird. I pouted at her, but she ignored me. But those chirps are your worried chirps. Kinda like the worried chirps that I've only ever heard you use for me. I know you see me as a flockmate. So, I think that your bird brain claimed these vigilantes as your chicks. I pressed my lips together and stared at her. Rumi hummed with a smirk as I huffed and got back to rifling through the mildly depressing amount of food I had. I chirped quietly to myself as I found an unopened bottled smoothie and a convenience store bento that I had bought the day before and promptly threw into the fridge and forgot about. My hindbrain was screaming that I should get more, that I needed to provide for the chicks. However, with the sad amount of food I had and the lack of time, this would have to be good enough for now. If giving the kids food turned into a frequent thing, I'd stock up my food supplies and make sure to have prepackaged foods ready to go. Maybe I should start bringing food with me on patrol to give to them just in case. I shoved the food into my pockets and rushed to grab my flight jacket from the back of a chair. I sprinted to the balcony, calling an apology to Rumi. Sorry. I gotta go. We'll catch up later, yeah? Yep. I expect to be meeting my nephews soon, Mama Bird. I was already in the air by the time I had processed that sentence, and it almost made me fall out of the FING sky. I was still coming to terms with my claim over the teens. She did not need to say that. I shook my head and focused on the location that Dobby had sent to me. I was there in minutes, and I spotted the lanky vigilante leaning against a wall off the road. I landed, walking over to him. Where are they? Give me the food, Birdbrain, Dobby ordered, stepping forwards. I bristled a bit. Why? He sighed. A few reasons. 1. I need to make sure that street kids like them will actually think whatever you brought is safe enough to take and eat. And 2. I'm pretty sure they trust me more than you right now. You can follow me, but I doubt they'd take anything from you. Tuya. The winged hero semi-reluctantly handed me a bottled smoothie and a convenience store bento. I scrutinized them. They were sealed and neither were expired. It would have to do for now. I turned and walked into the alleyway, hearing the blonde man follow behind me. My stomach twisted as Nightingale came into focus. They looked even more tired than before, fully slumped against the wall and weakly clinging onto each other. Hawks's footsteps stuttered behind me as he no doubt caught sight of them, and I held up a hand to signal him to not move any closer. I myself took a few cautious steps towards the duo, crouching down before them and clenching my jaw at the half-lidded purple and green eyes I was met with. They were cloudy and so horribly tired. I kept my voice low and soft. Hey, kiddos. I got some food for you. They both perked up a little bit, looking at me a little more clearly. I slowly placed the bento and the smoothie a few feet in front of them before backing away. They eyed the offerings suspiciously, and Bird lethargically reached out and curled his fingers around them. I frowned at the noticeably chipped nails that were black and slightly shiny. Did Bird have talons? Together, the two examined what they were given, looking for any signs of tampering. Eventually they opened the packages and the winged boy leaned his head down as if he was smelling the food inside. He gave a slight nod to Siren. The purple boy slowly grabbed one of the onigiri and lifted his mask from the bottom to tentatively take a bite without me being able to see his face. Clever. I sat down as they slowly ate, taking tiny bites and sips. I turned my head when I heard a soft coo and saw Hawks balancing on the ball of his feet in a crouch, his eyes focused on the vigilante pair. At the noise, Bird slowly looked over and froze at the sight of the other adult. His eyes went wide and he tugged on Siren's shirt to get his attention. I was quick to intervene. Shoo. It's okay, honey. Hawks is safe. That sentence felt like bile spilling over my tongue. I didn't really know if Hawks was to be trusted. But I'd promised Eraserhead I'd give him a chance, and so far, he'd been annoyingly proving my distrust was just paranoia. At the very least, I didn't think the hero would try and hurt the kids right now, so at least for the moment, he was safe. I'll leave if you want me to, just like last time. No questions asked, Hawks said calmly, and I begrudgingly admitted that he was being very good with the teens. Siren and Bird met each other's eyes again, and after a moment they just went right back to eating. Hawks relaxed slightly at the lack of obvious dismissal, and we just sat watching the kids. Occasionally, they'd look over at one of us with wary eyes, questions brewing in their depths. Hitoshi. I didn't really understand what was going on right now. Dabi had left, promising food, and came back with not only food, but Hawks? I was too hungry and tired to care. I tried to give Izuku a larger portion of the food, but he noticed and denied me. I scowled under my mask. The winged boy was always hit harder by punishments that involved restricting food. In general, his malnourishment had always seemed worse than mine. I was almost positive it was because he didn't get enough meat in his diet. After he and I had become friends, I went on a rabbit hole of research into mutation quirks and bird quirks in general, and many people with animal traits or features often had to have a diet similar to that of whatever creature they resembled. The pro-hero Mirko, for example, had an intolerance to meat and was biologically vegetarian. Once, I'd asked Izuku about it, and he quietly admitted that he sometimes gets cravings for raw meat, but then he freaked out and had a panic attack because he thought he was disgusting for it. I took another sip of the smoothie, finishing it off and setting the bottle aside. Izuku gave me the final bit of food from the bento and I ate it slowly, savoring the flavor and mentally preparing myself to run off of this small amount of food for as long as I had to. Dabi clicked his tongue quietly and both of us looked over to him. He tilted his head. You don't gotta answer, but why were you looking for food? I've never seen you doing that before. Izuku stiffened and murmured, we just hadn't eaten in a while is all. You wanna tell me why? The man probed, voice horribly gentle, and I wanted to know why. I wanted to know why both him and the hero had been so kind to us. We messed up, it's our fault, I explained. Hawks made a small chittering sound but didn't speak. Izuku turned his head to the man and after a moment asked, why do you make those sounds? The larger bird tilted his head. What do you mean, chick? I can do that too, but it's horrible and disgusting. I went to reprimand him but Hawks was talking again before I could. Oh, little bird. Do you think I'm disgusting for it? Izuku quickly shook his head and he continued, so why do you think it makes you disgusting? Izuku blinked before shrugging and stammering, I just am. Fledgling, we're birds. We're supposed to make noises like that. I know that can be hard to believe. Trust me, I've been where you are right now. I thought it was gross and unsightly. But it's just a part of who I am, bud. It's a part of who you are too. Izuku was frozen, unsure what to make of that. Sure, I'd been trying to get him to realize that his mutant traits were natural and perfectly fine for years. But to have such a well-liked hero with such a similar quirk tell you that what you thought about yourself was wrong almost certainly hit a little harder. Dabi seemed to take the mildly shocked silence as permission to talk again as he asked, you said you messed up, are you not being given food as punishment? I winced a bit at the accurate guess and just shrugged, I guess. The older vigilante let out a long breath. Siren, that's not okay. Siren? I questioned. Oh, sorry. I gave you guys names to use in my head. You're Siren, 'cause your voice is cool, and he's Bird 'cause he's a bird, Dabi explained. He shook his head, but anyways, honey, someone not giving you food as punishment to the point you're looking in dumpsters is not okay. But we broke the rules. It was our fault, Izuku defended. Sweetheart, before now, how long has it been since you ate anything? Hawks asked. I stared at them, confused, as my friend muttered, 2 weeks. The adults were silent for a beat. I was tense. They were just gonna say that it wasn't that bad and we deserved it anyway. A deep growl came from Hawks and my head whipped over to him to see his teeth bared. He snarled, Who? Who is punishing you like this? Well, the punishment was only a week, Izuku clarified. She just doesn't think it's worth giving us food at all now. But, we don't deserve the food anyway. It's fine. Izuku's whispered fears on. The rooftop the first time we met Hawks swirled in my brain, every time we up ma'am just gets angrier. It hurts more. I know that you know that. What if she goes too far? It's not like she would take us to a hospital. She'd probably be glad to have us gone. Ma'am had continued her trend. She kept getting angrier. The complete withdrawal of food was only proof of that. Hawk snarled and Dabi looked horrified as he whispered, No. Pigeon, no. No one deserves to starve. It's not okay. We both just stared at him, disbelieving. No adults, hell no person ever thought that the sheet being done to us was wrong. The hero shook his head, okay, sheet. I can't just ignore that. I won't break your trust and do anything without you knowing. But, you need to report whoever is doing this, kids. Both Izuku and I went rigid. We couldn't do that. Not only would no one ever believe the villain and the mutant, but any authority figure we went to would almost definitely contact Ma'am. And if Ma'am found out we tried to report her, I didn't want to know what would happen. Dabi narrowed his eyes slightly before snapping, "Drop it, Hawks." Hawks frowned, but dash. "No. You don't know how things work in the underground. Sometimes the law is a hindrance and we have to go around it. They can't do what your pretty boy hero training told you to do," he explained harshly. Hawks pursed his lips, looking a little lost and hurt. After a moment Dabi took a deep breath and sighed, "Look, people in situations like this usually can't report anyone without getting more hurt. It's for their safety, chicken." A small, mournful coo came from the blonde as I tucked myself against Izuku. I was so tired. You never really thought about how much energy comes from food until you don't have it anymore. Even with the small meal from Dabi, I was still exhausted. "There's still something we can do though. How about," the older vigilante proposed, "we start meeting up every once in a while? I'll bring you guys some food, pre-packaged and with the same agreement about trying it first to show it's safe. We can start once a week, yeah? And if you ever wanna, we'll help you get out, no questions asked, 'kay? But we can just start with the food first." I glanced down at Izuku as he looked up at me. I didn't even consider his statement about helping us get out because why the F would be help us get out? How would he help us get out? However, we needed the food. I knew that. But giving Dabi and Hawks a clear schedule like that, it was a risk. It could all be an elaborate trap to capture us and turn us in. And yet, there was no other way for us to get food. No one was going to hire us. Not only did we have undesirable quirks but we were 13, soon to be 14. So buying our own stuff was out, and it wasn't like we were gonna steal. I glanced at the two adults before bringing my hands close to my chest, hiding them from Hawks since he knew JSL, safe? Izuku was smarter than I was. His judgment and analysis had gotten us out of enough tight spots for me to come to trust it unwaveringly. The green-eyed boy gave a half-shrug before copying my movement to hide the signs as he replied, "Seems genuine. They haven't tried to hurt us before. Still unsure, though. We don't have any other options." I sighed, giving a nod, and after a few more seconds of conversation just with our eyes, the small teen was turning and asking, "And if we meet up, you'll leave if we ask? Oh, or even just leave the food somewhere?" Dabi nodded and then swiveled his head towards Hawks. "You can choose only one of us if that makes you more comfortable." "Dabi can do it," I said before glancing at the hero and half expecting to be punished for the clear preference towards the vigilante. But Hawks only smiled. "That's fine, fledgling." He suddenly perked up and dug through his pocket for a moment. From it, he pulled a small piece of paper and a pen and scribbled across it quickly. Slowly, ever so slowly, he inched forwards and placed the paper within our reach before backing up again. "Hey, if you guys ever need it, I want you to call me. I will protect you from whoever or whatever you need me to. Just, if you need help, let me help." I snatched up the paper and stared at the number written on it. After a second, I slowly slipped it into my own pocket and gave a small nod. I didn't trust the hero, but I wouldn't make him angry by not accepting the phone number. Hawks stood. "I'll head off. You don't need me here for this anyway. Still, I really do want you to call if you need help, Kay." Another bob of the head that I felt Izuku mirroring at my side, and the hero was gone in a small gust of wind. Dabi huffed, muttering to himself, "It's always the limelighters, they always have to have a dramatic entrance and exit." Tuya. A week after finding the kids by the bakery, I dropped off a small plastic bag with 2 convenience store bentos behind some pallets in an alleyway that was smack dab in the middle of where Nightingale had ever been seen patrolling. It was a smart place for a drop point, not giving me any indication of where they could be coming from or going to when they came for their food. I set the food down about 10 minutes before 2 and after a moment, just left to go about my patrol as normal. I wanted to wait and watch, make sure they actually picked up the food, but if they caught me they would no doubt be suspicious and just ditch the food entirely, so running away it was. The night after, I visited the alleyway again and let out a small sigh in relief. The food was gone and in its place was a little sticky note with a quick scribble of "thank you." I smiled a bit at the message and picked it up to tuck in my pocket. The next week, I left my own sticky note with the food. "What kinds of food do you like? Any specific restrictions?" I repeated the same routine of leaving and coming back the next day to again find the bag of bentos gone and another sticky note. "We'll eat anything." Then in a different handwriting there was another sentence that I couldn't read as it was scratched out. In the same handwriting that the note started in, it finished, "Neither of us are allergic to anything. Thanks again, Nightingale." This same routine continued for a few more weeks, and when I saw them out on patrol, we were amicable and occasionally began working together. I didn't try and pressure the kids with anything and specifically told Hawks, over text, to give them space. It wouldn't do any good to overwhelm them and scare them away. I managed to convince them to bump up the food drop-offs to twice a week after we finished a fight that resulted in a few very close calls for the pair. I gave them the reasoning that they couldn't protect people as well if they were so weak from lack of food, and to my relief, it worked. A few weeks of that went by before I got a different note from the kids at the drop-off location. Usually, their notes were just an answer to whatever random question I asked in my own note. Through these questions, I'd learned that Bird's favorite color was red and Siren's was purple. Siren had an obsession with cats that Bird nearly matched, and Bird has flown into windows before. That last one was very obviously written by Siren, and I now knew their individual handwriting. This particular week though, a week before the start of July, the note was different. Dobby, sorry if this is too much to ask, but our birthdays are coming up and could we please have some special things? I almost dropped the note because I got so excited. My kids were finally asking for something. Not only that, but I was gonna be able to help them make their birthdays special. On the next food drop I left an enthusiastic yes written in large letters and eagerly picked up my reply the next day. Thank you, you can still say no if you don't want to do it though. We'd really like some katsudon. It's okay if it's not prepackaged, I know that would be kinda hard. That's really enough, but maybe if you had extra time and money you could get some coffee from the cat cafe near here? Bird's handwriting cut out for Siren to add, I like it black, but Birdie likes it with a sheet load of sugar. The penmanship flipped, again, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. We'll be more than happy with just the bentos. Thanks, Nightingale. I nodded, determined. I would get them the best FING katsudon they'd ever had, and by God I was getting them some coffee. They were asking me for things. Not only that, they were asking for food items that they knew I could tamper with in some way. They were trusting me. So a few days later, I splurged on groceries and mentally prepared myself for having a bit less money for my own food this month, but it was gonna be worth it. I fell into cooking quickly. I'd forgotten how much I'd liked it. I'd helped Mom in the kitchen when I was young, and then again after Shoto's Quirk came in. There was something calming about the step-by-step process and attentiveness that you had to put into making a dish right. I finished up the katsudon and carefully plated it into 2 little containers. I quickly tucked them into a bag and made my way from my shitty apartment to the small, quaint little cat cafe I'd seen occasionally when I was passing through the area. I walked into the shop, feeling incredibly out of place in my all-black outfit. The shop was full of pastels and cute imagery that I did not match. I wasn't quite in my vigilante gear, but it was close, a black oversized hoodie and black ripped jeans. A teen with teal hair was at the counter and she greeted me as I came in. Hi. I don't think I've seen you around here before. So tell me, are you more excited for the kitty cuddles or for a drink? I blinked a bit at her enthusiasm before shaking my head slightly. I'm actually only here to pick some things up. My friends haven't had a chance to come in a while, and so I'm just picking up some drinks for them. Friends felt like the wrong word to use to describe my relationship with the young vigilantes, but I didn't have a better one that wouldn't get people concerned. The girl took it in stride. No worries, what can I get for ya? 1 black coffee please, I said, gazing at the menu. And then? What is your sweetest drink? Like if someone said that they liked their coffee with a sheet load of sugar, what would you recommend? The worker tapped her chin in thought before perking up. I'd probably say our chocolate frappuccino. It's like a mocha on steroids and comes with a bunch of whipped cream. That sounds perfect, I agreed, about to hand over my card when I caught sight of the case of pastries. There were lots of tasty-looking treats, but there were some small slices of what looked like some kind of strawberry cake, and after only a second of consideration, I pointed to them. Could I get 2 slices of that, too? That night, I admittedly felt a bit silly. I was a hardened vigilante with ties to the top underground hero, and I was carrying around a little birthday feast for 2 children. I couldn't bring myself to care. Nightingale had gone through so much. The least I could do was give them a little something for their birthdays. I arrived at the drop point, and instead of immediately walking away, I stayed, waiting. After a few moments of silence there was a small scuff above me and I looked up to see Siren scurrying down the wall with Bird flying into land beside him. They eyed me, a little confused. I took a second too long staring at them. There was a cut I could see in Siren's hairline and one of Bird's wings looked a bit ragged. When I didn't say anything, Bird ducked his head. I'm sorry. I can't know it was too much to ask for. Please don't stop bringing the bentos. I hurriedly shook my head. No kiddo. I have everything you asked for. I set down the bag of goods and let the kids snatch it up, and I'd never stop bringing the bentos, pigeon. I'll do that for as long as you need. They stared at the contents of the bag before looking up at me. I panicked upon seeing tears in their eyes. Siren whispered, why did you do this? We're not worth it. Honey. You deserve to have food you like. You deserve to get a treat every once in a while, especially if it's because of your birthday. They gawked at me, looking so horribly baffled, and it made me want to burn something. Even when I was a kid being abused by Endeavor, I still got food and got to have meals I liked. Mom would always make me a cake on my birthday. And sure, it was only Mom who really did any of that stuff for me. Endeavor wouldn't pause training for anything, but I still had someone. These kids, these horribly young children, were confused that I was giving them something as small as their preferred things to eat and drink and a slice of cake each for their birthday. After a moment of shocked silence, Bird was waving his hands in front of him, wings twitching. You didn't have to do this. I shrugged, forcing my expression to stay calm. I wanted to, Pigeon. It's no problem. Okay? I turned to walk away. I cooked the katsudon, so I hope it's okay. If not, I give you full permission to mock me. Happy birthday, kiddos. I got a few steps away when Siren called, wait. I twisted back around to face them and pet an eyebrow. The kids exchanged a glance before Siren murmured, We usually just eat on the roof right here. You can stay. My breath caught a bit. That sentence, it felt like an olive branch. It was an extension of the apparent trust that I had gained. However, you sure? I'll leave if you don't want me here. No, you can stay. If you want to, the purple-eyed teen murmured, head bowed a bit but eyes locked right on me. I smiled softly. I'd be happy to stay with you guys. Bird nodded before spreading his wings and boosting himself up to the ledge of the building with the bag of food. He peered over the edge and Siren quickly hopped into action, somehow scurrying up the wall with the help of a dumpster, small balcony, and an extended arm from his partner. I stared, slack-jawed at the genuinely impressive display of agility. These kids were good. When they looked down at me from the rooftop, I stopped my gawking and huffed, that was cool and all, but if I try to do what you just did, I think I'd fall on my face. Bird giggled, hands coming up to hide his already covered mouth, and Siren's eyes crinkled with amusement. I had no doubt he was smirking under his mask. I huffed and played up the annoyance, there's a reason I patrol on the ground. The winged boy giggled some more and Siren snorted at my predicament. I smiled at the sight. They should be laughing more often. Back to the current situation though, I genuinely did not think I'd be able to climb up this alleyway and onto the roof. Sure, I'd said that, there's a reason I patrol on the ground, mostly for the kids' benefit, but it wasn't a lie. My old injuries make agility difficult, the scars pulling, and I've had a few times where they'd even ripped open. I was incredibly grateful for Quirk healing because otherwise, I had a feeling that it would be a much more regular thing. There's a fire escape on the other side of the building, Siren called, taking pity on me. Under his breath, I caught a murmured, old man. I didn't call him out for it though, he'd likely just think I was offended and gonna hurt him for it. I walked around the building and found the fire escape. Luckily, this building wasn't too tall, only a few stories, and I was on the roof with the kids a moment later. They were sitting in the middle of the roof, carefully taking the goodies out of the bag. Siren took a sip of his coffee, again lifting the bottom of his mask so I wouldn't see his face, and sighed happily as Bird stared at the katsudon as if it was a meal prepared by a famous chef. I carefully sat down a few paces away from them, watching for any sign of discomfort. They watched me carefully but didn't seem scared or anything, so I just relaxed and after a moment suggested, I can turn around or something so you guys can take your masks off. You'd really do that? You wouldn't try and look at us? Siren asks, disbelieving. No peeking. I promise. You deserve privacy, Songbird, I agreed easily. Once again the two vigilantes shared a look that seemed to say 1,000 words before they slowly nodded. I immediately turned around, my back facing them. I heard the rustling of fabric and then other sounds as they slowly started to eat. I kept my gaze strictly forwards, not even turning my head a little bit. It was tempting to try and get a glance at their faces, but it wasn't tempting enough to make me break their trust like that. Bird's voice came after a few minutes, Why'd you come sit with us? I like you guys, I explained honestly. You're smart and DMN good vigilantes. You're funny too. You also don't seem to have many people on your side in this messed up world. I can tell that you're both good and kind kids, and if I can make you happy, even just a bit, then I want to do it. There was silence and I pursed my lips. That might have gone too far. Hurt kids don't trust kindness, especially not kind words. When you're being abused, gentle words are often just a smoke screen hiding cruelty. I cursed myself and hoped that I hadn't just put our trust back to square one. Bird's voice was almost too quiet for me to hear and my heart leapt into my throat at the words, You're really nice, Dobby. I chuckled a bit, trying not to show how much I was freaking out over his words, I try. Izuku. When Dobby sat with us on the roof after he'd handed us a bag of not only the katsudon and coffees we'd requested, but also 2 slices of cake, I was convinced that I was either dreaming or he was simply doing it out of pity. However, a few days later, when we dropped into the alley, there he was again, leaning against the wall with a plastic bag of food in hand. He handed us the bag and offered to sit with us, same as last time. That time I'd subtly pinched myself to be sure I wasn't dreaming. The dull pain I got in return only made me more confused. Even if it was out of pity, no one would waste their time to sit on the rooftop with us, back turned to protect our identities. But he did. He did it, again and again. It quickly became a new routine. We'd eat with him and then, depending on the day, split off and patrol on our own, or go with him, stopping crime together. After 2.5 weeks of this, I laid in the nest at the group home, snuggled securely into Hitoshi's side. The purple-haired boy was drawing nonsensical patterns in the space between my wings, occasionally making the downy feathers their ruffle from the light touches. I whispered, "Toshi?" He hummed to indicate he was listening, and I took a deep breath before murmuring, I think Dobby is safe." I cooed quietly before tensing, expecting a reprimand for the bird noise despite there being no one there but the 2 of us. After a moment I continued, Adults don't act like he does. He's nice and it's so real. It feels like he really cares, Toshi." There was a small gap of silence before Hitoshi was asking, "You really think so, Zuku?" I don't want to fully trust him yet. But all things considered, he's so nice and it's not fake. He wouldn't keep having meals with us and not giving a single indication of being mad if he was faking it to gain something. He even knows sign and is okay with you not talking sometimes. The other teen's hand stilled and pressed down solidly between my shoulder blades as Hitoshi turned onto his side to look at me properly. "I trust you, Birdie. If you think he's safe, then I'll believe you. You're smart. For FS sake you've outsmarted me and countless villains." My cheeks flared red and I was grateful for the low light so he couldn't see. He smirked, an abrupt upturn of his lips that I could barely make out. "You want to do some of that fancy cyber sleuthing? See if you can find anything on him?" I smiled and nodded with droopy eyes, tired from our patrol. Hitoshi hummed and tucked my head under his chin. As I drifted off to sleep I swore I heard him murmur, "You're so much smarter than you give yourself credit for." Hitoshi. Izuku was practically buzzing with excitement when I spotted him waiting outside the library. The building was in between our schools, so any time we came, we just met here. I chuckled and walked up to him, unsurprised to have an armful of overenthusiastic bird a moment later. Toshi, you took so long to get here. Come on." He hopped out of the hug and through the doors of the building, dragging me by the hand. I couldn't help but smile even as I was none too gently yanked towards a familiar area settled in the back of the stacks of books. Izuku never got quite as excited as he did when he got the opportunity to analyze something. Especially when that analysis actually got appreciated. Our little area was a corner that was pretty hidden away. It was a small booth with one of the desktop PCs that the library provided for public use. All you had to do was have an account with them and the computers were pretty much free reign. Izuku plopped himself onto the large red seat that was honestly more of a couch than a chair and clicked across the keyboard with an efficiency that scared me the first few times I saw it. I sat down next to him and by the time I but touched the seat, he was turning to me with wide, enthused eyes. "Do you have my notebook?" I deadpanned, "No, I somehow forgot your notebook in the nest even after you insisted I check that it was in my bag at least 5 times before we left." He pouted and I chuckled, reaching into my backpack to grab it and hand it to Izuku. "Of course I have it, FING dummy." When I'd first seen Izuku and his notebooks, I'd just ignored it. Sure, I was mildly curious about the fact that the other boy's bag seemed to be stuffed full with them, but not enough to risk trying to interact with him. It was only months into us being friends that I'd been watching him scribble his life away and asked what he was doing. The look of fear on his face would not be one I'd forget. He'd claimed that it was creepy and that I'd hate him, which was bullshit, and then hesitantly handed it over. That was when I first realized that Midoriya Izuku was a genius. Now, he was more cautious of his notebooks than ever. He never brought them to school and always hid the completed ones. So, whenever we came to the library after school to research or just goof off in a place where no one would bother us, I'd always hold on to his notebook for the day. I didn't have the same problems as Izuku. My stuff didn't get destroyed. The other kids were too scared of me. They just stayed away, from both me and my belongings. Izuku scoffed as he plucked the notebook from my hands and opened it to the pages he'd written about Dobby. I got out my homework and started working on it, letting Izuku do his thing as I silently questioned if it was really worth learning the quadratic formula or if I should just give up. The only sound accompanying us was the scratch of our pencils and the quiet clacks of the keyboard. When I'd gotten done with the first chunk of my work, I glanced at Izuku, about to ask how it was going when I froze. He was staring intently at the screen, emerald eyes narrowed. One of his hands was at his chin and the other was spinning the pencil in an unconscious circuit. His lips were moving silently, occasionally the smallest whisper of a word peeking through. A bit concerned, I took a peek at the screen to see multiple news articles pulled up as well as a site that Izuku had previously explained he could use to find court records even if they were sealed from public access. At first, I'd questioned this method, not liking the idea of breaking the law, but after multiple arguments from Izuku that, if they didn't want me to know this sheet, they should have made it so a middle schooler couldn't break into it, I relented. I kept my voice low as I questioned, Zoo. He jumped a bit, eyes whipping to me as he startled out of whatever thoughts were running through his head. I raised an eyebrow. You okay there, Zuku? I don't think I've seen you so lost in thought like that before. He looked from the screen back to me before laying his head down on the desk with a sigh. I think I found something. Well, multiple somethings. He groaned, hands flying to his hair. I don't know if I'm right though. I don't want to give you the wrong information. Birdie, you know you are fully allowed to have your own secrets so long as they don't harm you or anyone else, and besides, we've gone off of some very vague info before, I soothed. I smiled. You're very rarely wrong, Zoo. I doubt you're wrong about this. Izuku lifted his head up, starting to pull at his hair, and to my immense surprise, tears were welling in his eyes as he murmured, I don't want to be right about this, Toshi. I slowly raised my hands, telegraphing my movements as I gently laid my hands over his and murmured, Can you let go, Birdie? He shook his head, letting out a little distressed warble that only had him tensing further. I resisted the urge to sigh, lest Izuku think it was directed at him. His knuckles were white from how tightly he was holding on, and all I could do at the moment was gently smooth over his hands and hope he'd let go enough so I could stop him from hurting himself. It didn't take too long for the joints to unlock enough for me to move his hands to over my heart, watching the familiar motion of Izuku's dull, chipped talons dig into my shirt. Now in a position where he wasn't in danger of hurting himself, I hummed, Can you hear me, Birdie? He nodded, head falling forward until his forehead was resting against my collarbone. I let out a low rumbling sound and melted a bit as the boy relaxed against me. I set a hand in his hair, looking for any indication of distress as I started to play with the strands, but he seemed content to let me card through it, even letting out a little coo. I never really knew what was going on in these moments. It didn't happen often, but sometimes Izuku would get so stressed out or hurt that he just kinda fell back into a very instinctual mindset. He acted like a bird would, a bird that had been abused into near silence, but a bird nonetheless. Izuku didn't even really understand what this primal state was, and because of that and his fear of not being human, he was terrified to slip into it. I quite liked Bird Brain Izuku. He was even more affectionate and cuddly than he already was, and it was some of the only times I heard his bird noises outside of patrol, quiet as they may be. Izuku stayed there, bundled to my chest for another 5 minutes before he moved again. When he did, he slowly leaned back and released his hands, bringing the newly freed appendages to his face to wipe away the tears. Sorry, Toshi, he apologized quietly. I gently kicked him under the desk. Hey. You know you're not allowed to apologize for that kind of thing. He giggled, still a little teary-eyed but overall better, and once he settled he stared at the screen for a minute before sighing, I think I'm just being paranoid. It's nothing. But, he flipped his notebook back a page or two, I think Dabi really is safe. At least as safe as he can be considering he's a dangerous vigilante from the streets. He pursed his lips before adding, I also, kinda accidentally found some information on Hawks too. I'm still thinking about him. I nodded. Should we maybe ask Dabi about him? Tuya. What do you want to know about the bird brain? Actually scratch that, why do you want to know about him? The two young vigilantes sitting beside me shifted a bit nervously. We were perched on the edge of one of the taller buildings and it was getting about to the time that the two kids headed off to wherever they stayed. At this point, I was almost positive that they weren't homeless and that whoever they were living with was an absolute a-hole. I'd started meeting up with the duo almost every night and I'd often see bruises the next day that I knew couldn't be from patrol. They never seemed super dirty and at least got semi-regular showers. All signs were pointing to abuse, not homelessness. Siren was kicking his legs from where they dangled and Bird was crouched on his toes, looking much like his namesake. After a moment Siren shrugged. I guess we just wanted to know what you thought of him. I huffed, he's annoying, that's what I think of him. Idiot texts me almost every hour of the FING day. And Hawks was the one who complained about me knowing his phone number. I was expecting a giggle or a snort at the very least, but when there was no reaction, I looked over to the pair and found them staring at me. Siren looked unamused while Bird had that curious glint in his eyes that I'd seen a few times. Kid was crazy smart, and he always got a certain look right before he went on an info hunt. But they both had an expression that I'd seen thousands of times before. It was the look of someone trying to figure out if someone could be trusted. Usually, that look was directed at me from victims of crimes. This time though, it wasn't so pointed, and didn't even seem to consider me as a person of suspicion. They were being fully serious. I immediately sobered and answered honestly, I really don't know. On one hand he's a big flashy top pro hero, but on the other, I huffed out a small laugh. He asks how you guys are doing all the time. He's worried about you. And it's not in some fake, bullshit way either. He might be some stupid pretty boy hero, but I do think he at least cares. The teens shared a look and then Bird whispered, "Do you trust him?" And wasn't that a complicated answer? I'd learned to never trust limelight heroes. The fear of them had literally been beaten into me since I could remember, and even now, I could see the corruption that tore through their ranks. But Hawks was different. I'd seen fake kindness before. I knew what people looked like when they put on a smile to gain your trust. Hawks didn't look like that. He looked genuine. And that was something that scared me. Because if he turned out to be a fake just like the rest of the Limelighters, that meant that he was a good enough liar to wiggle his way through my defenses. It meant that he could go off and lie to some other poor soul and gain their trust only to crush them under his boots. I let out a long breath. To be honest, that's not a clear-cut answer. Siren visibly bristled and I continued before he could get worked up. I certainly don't trust limelight heroes. They hide behind personas and then beat down on others behind the scenes. Bird flinched ever so slightly and Siren nodded, something like anger brewing in his eyes. It was an anger I recognized. It was protective and defiant, and I wanted to know what had put it there. But, I stressed, Hawks is different. He's good. Eraserhead would not have vouched for him if he wasn't, but also I've seen it myself. So I suppose I do trust him, in some ways. But I'm not gonna let my guard down either. The kids looked out across the city, contemplating my words. I let the silence hang over us, comfortable and thoughtful. I pulled out my phone and sent Hawks a text, telling him that he didn't have to keep his distance anymore. Izuku. I tapped my pencil against my desk absent-mindedly as I stared out the window of the classroom. Dabi had given me a lot to think about the night before, and I was now practically certain that he was Todoroki Tuya. During my deep dive trying to find out more about the vigilante, I'd been scouring over incidents involving fire and potentially fire quirks like Dabi's and found one from about 8 years ago. Sakito Peak had been set alight in the early hours of the morning. It was near the Todoroki estate, where, at the time, Endeavor lived with his 4 children. Right after this incident, there were sightings of Endeavor and his 2 middle children at a nearby hospital. Only a week or 2 later, a missing persons report had been filed for Tuya, but he was never found, and was eventually declared dead. After this discovery, I'd done a deeper look into Endeavor, and what I'd found was not surprising, but still horrifying. Endeavor had the highest civilian and villain casualties in the top 10, and what he raked up in damages was more than the top 10 combined. He'd been accused of quirk discrimination, transphobia, homophobia, and sexism many times, but the HPSC always dismissed the reports as false. If this is how he acted in public, I didn't want to know how he acted behind closed doors. Then there was the whole thing with Hawks. I'd not meant to shift my focus onto the hero while doing research about Dabi, but Midoriya. I snapped my head to the front of the room to see my teacher angrily glaring at me. I shrunk in my seat as she yelled, "I have called your name 4 separate times now. That is unacceptable." I bowed my head in apology. "I'm sorry, sensei." She huffed, "Anyways. We were just going over the scores from the test you all took last week, and I had a question for you." I nervously glanced around the room, flinching slightly at all of the smirks and whispers. Kaken and I made eye contact briefly and his red eyes burned with worry. I looked back up to the teacher. Hopefully this wouldn't be too bad. Now, of course, Bakugo-kun got an excellent score of 90%. He's always been our top scoring student, so imagine my surprise when I graded your test, Midoriya. She picked up a sheet of paper from her desk and flipped it around to show the class the 100% written at the top. The class all tensed and turned towards me with hatred in their eyes. I tried to keep my breathing calm. I knew to keep my scores down. Why hadn't I answered some of the questions wrong? I knew how this ended. You know we take cheating incredibly seriously in this school, Midoriya. Sensei, I didn't dash. Shut your mouth. My lips slammed shut as she snapped, "I am sick and tired of you. I know that people with your condition can be difficult, but you just will not learn." I shook in my seat, keeping my head down submissively and pressing my wings tight to my back. "Stay still, stay quiet. Hide. Hide. Hide." Go to the principal's office, now. I rushed out of the room, trying to ignore the laughter behind me. The route to the principal's office was a familiar one and I was knocking on the door before I knew what was happening. I was beckoned inside and I set my bag down on the floor before sitting in the chair across from the intimidating frame of the principal. So Midoriya, I heard you were cheating. I nodded meekly. I knew there was no point in arguing. If I just complied and kept my head down, hopefully I could get out of this without too much trouble. The principal sighed, I've been very patient with you. I know that kids like you often struggle and cause problems, but you've gone too far. This was your final strike, Midoriya. I can't keep letting you off with a slap on the wrist. Internally, I wanted to yell at him, maybe punch him while I was at it. Because those slaps on the wrist that he'd been giving ranged from harsh hits to detention where I had to clean the entire school until my hands bled. They'd stopped using the normal punishments for kids on me a while ago. Externally, I just stayed still and braced myself for whatever punishment he would give. You will receive a black mark on your record dash. Wait. What? I couldn't afford that. I already had so many. If I got another, UA wouldn't accept me. I knew this. F dash, F dash, F dash. Or, I peeked up through my bangs hopefully, you will get a 3-day suspension and go home for the rest of today. I froze. 3 days? Of being alone in the house with ma'am? F dash. What will it be, Midoriya? I bit hard at my lip. I'll take the S suspension. I couldn't stop shaking as ma'am drove us to the home. Her hands were white-knuckled on the steering wheel and she was deadly silent. As much as I hated loud noises, hated yelling, the silence was worse. The silence was unpredictable. Anything that I could have done to break it would have just made everything worse. She'd been so horribly cruel the past few months. It seemed that any little slip-up would result in a bigger punishment than ever before. And this wasn't a little slip-up. We pulled up and her tone was far too calm as she said, "Go into the living room and wait for me there." I nodded and got out of the car. I hurried to the living room as I was told to but pulled my phone out, quickly pulling up Hitoshi's number. Whatever my punishment was, it was going to be bad. I could feel it, an instinctive knowledge that whatever happened next wouldn't be something I could recover from on my own. Toshi. You, SOS, please come as soon as you can. I tossed the device back into my bag just in time for ma'am to stalk through the door, her heels clicking against the tile. She went over to the crackling fireplace and began poking at the coals with a fire poker. She didn't turn as she asked, "Have I been unreasonable to you, Midoriya?" What? Unreasonable? This beach has been abusing me for years. Yeah, I'd say that's pretty unreasonable. The woman stood, slowly turning towards me. I mean, I've given you shelter and yet you repay me by causing trouble at school? It wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I hated that I couldn't say anything. If I did, whatever she was going to do would just hurt more. Really, I expected to get at least some sort of thanks for taking you in. No one else was willing to. You know as well as I do that I was the only one to say yes to bringing your sorry excuse for a human into my home. You should be grateful that I haven't called your social worker to take you away from here yet. The harsh stinging across my cheek and the force that sent me to the floor was expected and I kept my lips pressed tightly together. Her words were familiar. Those phrases had been branded into my brain with every beating, even before I moved to this home. Quite frankly, I was hoping that if I stopped feeding you, you and that abominable villain girl would be out of my hair. But, since you're still here, the rules still stand. I thought you would have learned by now. I suppose I'll just have to really make this punishment stick. As I turned my head up to look at the woman who'd been my guardian for the past few years with wide eyes and unsuppressed fear. Toshi, please hurry home. Hitoshi. I pulled out my phone as I was walking away from school. I clicked over to Izuku's messages, about to send him a picture of a stray cat I saw on the way to school when I froze in my tracks. Zuku, SOS, please come as soon as you can. F dash. I broke into a sprint for the home. That message was sent almost 2 hours ago while I was in class. F dash, sheet. Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm coming. Please be okay. I got to the house in record time, throwing open the door and looking around wildly for my best friend. I rushed further into the hallway and froze when I rounded the corner of the living room. Izuku was collapsed on the ground in a broken heap, blood pooling around him and dripping from everywhere. He looked over at me as I walked in, a painful whine pushing itself out of his throat. Ma'am was standing over him with a manic grin as she held one of Izuku's wings in her hands roughly. Oh, hello villain. You're here just in time. Ma'am's voice was horribly calm and before I could do anything, her hands were twisting. I heard the snap of bone first. Izuku jolted with a horribly anguished and hoarse scream as the woman above him dropped his now broken wing. What the F dash? Izuku's wings had been messed up before. He'd had his feathers cut, pulled out, burned off, and so much more, but he'd never broken one of the delicate limbs before. The avian cries of pain that came from him were wrenching at my heart as I stared at the scene. God, this had been happening for hours. The vile woman who dared to call herself our caretaker reached for Izuku again, and I let out a wordless shout. She paused before she wiped her hands on her skirt and stepped over the shivering boy on the ground. You do not speak, Shinso, ma'am spat as she stared at me. And, Midoriya knows what I expect from him and he couldn't do it. So he's earned this punishment. Unless you want a punishment yourself, you will go to the cellar and stay there until I am finished like a good little girl. I bristled a bit at the misgendering but ignored it. Instead, I opened my mouth to retort, consequences be demanded. I didn't want the muzzle to ever be put on my face again, but if it meant that her attention would be away from Izuku, it was worth it. Before I could make a sound, there was a soft, rasping voice from the floor, Hitoshi. I looked over at Izuku, whose eyes were barely open as he shook and cried, Hitoshi, just leave. Please, I'm fine. Ma'am snickered, see, even your useless little friend here knows he's earned it. Go on, go to the cellar. Unless, you'd prefer to watch? I balked at the words. The woman had gone mad. She thought I wanted to sit and watch as my best friend was tortured? I stared at Izuku, taking in the way he wheezed and how clouded his eyes were. He was so close to dissociation or passing out. It sounded like he was having trouble breathing. It took only a second for me to make my choice, get away from him. In a split second I was on the floor, my cheek turning bright red from the smack. I bared my teeth up at the woman who reached into a pocket of her apron and pulled the muzzle from it. It was as if she had known all this shit was gonna happen. I moved quickly, trying to get back to my feet as quickly as I could. I took my eyes off of ma'am for 1 second and then there was another sharp hit to my temple. I gasped as my body hit the floor. Blood was dripping down my face and the spot she struck burned. When I glanced up at her she was still holding the muzzle, but in the other hand she had a white-knuckled grip on a fire poker, glowing orange with heat. She approached and I tried to fight her off, but trauma was strong, and I could feel my body stilling in SBMSN no matter how much I wanted to move. I knew I was stronger now, I could fight. But no, I was useless. The head injury was not helping as the room spun. The muzzle was much too small and the metal tore into my face as she tightened it. Tears came unbidden to my eyes from the pain. Memories knocked harshly against my consciousness. I whimpered, the sound almost completely swallowed by the device, and I couldn't help it as my hands flew up to scratch at my face. I tried to pull on it, but any movement just made it dig in more. Izuku was trying to push himself up on shaky arms. Were those burns? God. I am please. It's my fault. All my fault. Just stop. The woman hit me hard over the head again, luckily without the poker, and I collapsed further onto the ground, vision spinning. She threw the tool to the side and walked over to Izuku, bending over him. I suppose you're right. Now, you're going to take the rest of your punishment silently, like a proper animal. She looked over her shoulder at me, and you, villain. You better not move. This is simply upholding the rules that I have made very clear to both of you so many times over the years. At least you're human unlike this waste of space. Time slowed as she turned back towards the green-haired boy on the ground. I felt as if I was weighed down by bricks, my head pounding and the room spinning slightly as I could do nothing but watch. She raised her heeled boot and brought it down on Izuku's torso with a sickening cracking sound. Izuku bit into his lip so hard I could see the red of blood from the pierced skin. Ma'am kicked him, again, and again, and again. The only noises Izuku made were tiny little gasps and grunts. It was far too many minutes later that she stepped away, looking down at the boy whose eyes were barely open as he clung to consciousness. She squeezed his broken wing, causing a shattered warbling sound to escape as she hissed, "You will obey me. This is your last chance." It was with no other words or actions that she left the room. The second she was out of sight, I rushed over to the crumpled form on the floor, the invisible chains releasing themselves from my body. My head pounded and my face and jaw burned and ached, but Izuku was shaking and whining, eyes shut tight and entire body bruised and bleeding. My eyes landed on some particularly dark bruising along his neck and my heart jumped into my throat. I slowly touched a gentle hand down on his cheek, wincing at the weak flinch I got. He was too hurt and exhausted to do anything else though, and he wouldn't open his eyes, even with me gently stroking my thumb back and forth. I bent down and pushed my forehead into Izuku's temple as he trembled and shook with fear. Small, barely audible little pleas fell from his lips. My hands were gentle but firm as I slowly pulled the limp boy into my arms, careful of his wing. He whimpered a little but didn't do anything more as I rushed to the cellar door and down into the basement. I darted into the corner, settling down in the little nest that Izuku loved so much. I stroked his hair, tears falling down my face as my hand came away bloody. Izuku was shaking, still trapped in the nightmare that was just a few minutes ago. His broken wing laid uselessly on the floor, occasionally giving little jerks and twitches. I pressed my forehead to his, trying to project my thoughts into his head as if he would be able to hear me. "We're in your nest, Zuku. She's not here. I'm here. You're gonna be okay." But as time passed, Izuku didn't stop trembling, and didn't bring himself back to reality. The only thing that had changed was that the small pleas had turned into weak chirps that were getting quieter by the second. He fell silent shortly later, breaths raspy and weak, and after a moment, he was coughing. I froze as blood sprayed everywhere. No. I set Izuku down and ran up the stairs, going to open the door when I realized it was locked. Ma'am must have locked it once I went downstairs. I pounded on the door. I needed help. Izuku needed help. I could hear his occasional wet cough, and I slammed my body against the door, trying to get the attention of anyone. I startled as something hit the door from the other side. Ma'am's venomous voice called, "Be quiet. I will not hesitate to give another punishment. Izuku needs help. Please." As I listened to her footsteps walk away, I tried and failed to blink away desperate tears. I stumbled back down the stairs, pulling Izuku into my lap again. I stroked his cheeks, and after a moment, his eyes seemed to semi-focus. He liked his bloodied lips, Hitoshi? God, it sounded like his voice had been put through a meat grinder. I nodded, wishing for my own voice back so I could say something, do something to make this better. Toshi, my wing. I glanced at the limp appendage, and Izuku's eyelids fluttered, his face crumpling as tears dripped down his cheeks. It left clean trails through the dirt and blood. Hurts Toshi. I held him tighter, a hand running through his curls as I pressed my head to his temple. He was so horribly limp in my arms, and I watched as my own tears dripped onto him. I startled as a hand gently touched the skin right above the muzzle. Izuku looked up at me with narrowed eyes and a frown on his lips. "Toshi, okay?" "Toshi, VO voice gone. So sorry, Toshi. This little sheet." Of course, when he's FING, like this, he's still more worried about me. He coughed violently again, a decent amount of blood expelling itself. His eyes glazed over again, and my throat burned with the need to cry, to scream and sob, because this wasn't fair. Izuku didn't deserve this. We didn't deserve this. I watched his chest shakily rise and fall, shallow and rough and so wrong. Izuku was choking on his own blood, and I could do nothing about it. Useless. Villain. Can't even save one person. My eyes landed on the broken wing again, and I stared at it for far too long before my eyes widened and I scrambled for my phone. I pulled it out and quickly tapped into an untouched contact. One that I had been scared to use until now. A memory, soft words. "Hey, if you guys ever need it, I want you to call me. I will protect you from whoever or whatever you need me to. Just, if you need help, let me help." I opened up a text message, a simple SOS with our vigilante name and a location pin. I sent it, and my body collapsed against the wall. I kept Izuku in my arms as the world spun around. My head really hurt. "Please. We need saving. We need a hero. Kigo." When I got a text at nearly 10:30 p.m., I was expecting it to be Rumi sending a tipsy thought to me. But when I picked up the phone, I froze. There, sitting so innocently, was a simple message from an unknown number. It was short. Unknown, SOS Nightingale. Location attached. Nightingale? My chicks needed me. I was off of my couch and shooting out the open balcony door without even bothering to put my flight jacket on. I opened the location and frowned when I saw it was at a group home. I wasn't expecting this at all. Dabi had just told me that I could start trying to build my own trust with the boys, and yet here they were, texting me with a request for help. Of course, I'd been watching the kids, seeing them on patrols and even occasionally sitting on a roof with Dabi next to them, but I'd kept away as the man asked. I clicked over to Dabi's number and hit call, praying the man would pick up. After a few rings he did. "Chicken, this really dash. I got an SOS from the kids along with a location. I'm headed there now." There was a harsh intake of breath on the other side. "Do you know anything?" "Nothing, I'm almost there. I need you to be ready for whatever happens next. I'll text or call as soon as I know more." "Will do. Get the kids, Hawks." Dabi hung up without another word. I sped towards the spot, reaching it in under 5 minutes and landing just outside. After a moment of looking around and not seeing anything, I stalked to the front porch and proceeded to bang on the door. "Open up." At this point, I didn't care if I woke somebody up or if I wasn't following proper protocol. My instincts were on hyperdrive. Something had happened? Something bad had happened. It took another minute of me hollering and pounding the door, and I was about to say F it and just knock it down when it suddenly opened and a tall, thin woman in a nightgown poked her head out. She looked me up and down, slowly processing who I was. Hawks? I dash. I got up in her face, somehow managing to tower over her despite her being a good 6 inches taller than me. Where are my chicks? The woman blinked. See chicks? I don't know what you're talking about. I narrowed my eyes. Let me in. It is late. If there's something we can help you with, we can do it in the morning, she reasoned. Then, I smelled it. That sweet, metallic smell. Blood. Lots of blood. I snarled and barged past the woman, beelining to the source. I stumbled into a living room. A living room that had a large blood stain on the carpet. I growled, animalistic and wild, and rushed back to the entrance where the woman was righting herself after being pushed. What happened in there? Hawks, I just was punishing a boy we have here. He's horribly behaved and has an awful mutant quirk. Mutant quirk? Bird. Where is he? I snapped. She paled slightly, apparently finally realizing that she had effed up. You a dash. Tell me, right FING now. We spent a moment glaring at each other before she slowly pointed a shaking hand towards a door. I pushed her to the floor and went to the door, lip curling as I realized it was locked. I didn't even take a glance around for a possible key and instead just rammed it down. My chicks were in here, and my breath hitched as the smell of blood came to me again, but this time much fresher and in a larger quantity. I raced down the stairs into a cellar and I looked around wildly before my eyes landed on a sight that would be branded into my brain for the rest of my life. In the farthest corner, there was a purple-haired boy, a muzzled purple-haired boy who was staring at me with wide eyes. In his lap was a green-haired boy with familiar wings. But there was blood, so much blood. Too much blood. I took a step forward, pausing when the purple one flinched. Hey, it's me, fledgling. You texted me, remember? I'm here to help. Can I get that thing off your face, sweetheart? I kept my voice low and as soothing as possible, and it seemed to work as the boy relaxed with a mildly hesitant nod. I crouched down so I wasn't towering over them and made my way over to their corner. Now that I was closer, I could see the blood dripping from a mess of blisters and a gash on Siren's forehead. I realized that they were bundled up in a small little nest and my heart broke. My fledglings shouldn't have ever had to live like this. I glanced towards the green boy and paused for a moment when my mind placed him as the kid I'd met on the rooftop months ago. Oh, kid. Said kid looked worse than the other one, but for now, I'd focus on getting this thing off of Siren's face and maybe he could tell me more. Alright, I'm gonna have to touch you now, okay? The boy shivered but nodded his consent. He still flinched when my hands landed on him, and as I felt across the straps at the back of his head, I had to suppress a growl. There was a FING padlock on this thing. I cut through the leather straps with my talons before ever so slowly peeling the device from his face. I paled at what was underneath. Across the bridge of his nose and his cheeks, there were deep, angry gashes that began to drip blood without any pressure on them. The boy curled over, one hand coming up to touch against his lips as he let out what I slowly realized were completely silent sobs. A kid shouldn't know how to be that quiet. Good job. You did so good, fledgling. Thank you. Can I see Bird now? He clutched the winged boy tighter in response, giving a little head shake. I wouldn't dare separate them like this, even though I really needed to see Bird's condition because from the little I could see, it was bad. He was so pale. He looked like a ghost. Was that blood on his lips? I took a deep breath. We need to get to a hospital now, so the dash. Siren shook his head violently, jerking his bleeding face up and meeting me with wide, terrified amethyst eyes. He adjusted his friend to sign, no hospital. Please. Not safe. They'll take us back here. We can't. She'll be so angry. No hospital. No hospital. Can't let her hurt him. My heart broke at the desperate denial and I tried again. I would never let that happen. I'm going to put her in jail and you'll never have to see this place again. But we do need to go to the hospital dash. The head shaking was back, more anguished than before as the boy huddled over the injured Bird in his lap. I stared for a few seconds, tears welling as I watched him rock back and forth in a self-soothing motion. I pulled out my phone slowly, making sure to make no sudden movements. I redialed Dobby and he picked up on the first ring. Hawks. Do you have them? Do you have an update? I swallowed. I have them. It's bad, Dobby. There was a curse and I plowed ahead. I found them in a group home locked in the basement. Siren has a bad head wound and they had him in a FING muzzle. I took it off, but he won't speak. He doesn't want to go to the hospital. He thinks they're going to send them back. And Bird? Siren won't let me touch him. He looks bad though. One of his wings is broken, there's blood everywhere. I think he has internal bleeding. His breathing sounds really bad. I choked on a breath, trying my hardest not to cry because my kids needed me. I don't know what to do. I can't bring them to the hospital when they're so scared of it. There was a slight pause as Dobby thought, okay. If you can get them back to your apartment, I'll call Eraserhead and tell him what's happened. He works at UA and the school nurse there is recovery girl. I'll be there when you get there. I murmured an affirmative and I tucked the phone away again to put my full attention on the two fledglings in front of me. Somewhere in the back of my mind I was aware that I'd never shared my address with Dobby, but I chose to trust the man anyway. If he said he'd be there, he'd be there. I hummed a little to get Siren's attention again, and when those purple eyes peeked out I smiled softly. No hospitals. Can I take you back to my apartment? I'll keep you safe, I promise. Dobby will be there too. We stared at each other for so long that I thought the boy had dissociated, but then there was a slow nod and I let out a breath. I got a little closer, heart clenching at the stress radiating from the huddled teen. Slowly, and while verbally explaining everything I was doing, I managed to heft both boys into my arms. They were so light. Bird, I was expecting to be light, since he's, well, a bird. I myself had partially hollow bones to make myself lighter. But they both should be much heavier than this. God, I was gonna let Dobby burn this sheet hole to the ground. I made my way up the stairs, ignored the flabbergasted woman sitting on the ground, and took off the second I was outside. The trip to my apartment was quicker than the one to the group home as my panic increased. Bird was so still, so cold. I hurriedly wrapped one of my feathers around his wrist and the slow, but present beat of his pulse was the only thing keeping me somewhat sane. I landed on my balcony and hurried through the still open doors to see Dobby hurrying out of the hallway of the bedrooms. Even his scars seemed to pale as he took in the scene. I was sure I looked like I was straight out of a horror movie. Nonetheless, he stepped forwards and clicked his tongue a few times, prompting Siren, who had at some point buried his face into my shoulder, to look up. When he set sights on Dobby, a fresh set of tears made their way down his face. The man's entire being softened in a way I'd only seen when he was around the chicks, and he immediately took the boy from my arms, leaving me to carry Bird. Dobby hummed softly to Siren and jerked his head towards the hallway, prompting me to follow. He went into one of the guest bedrooms and I saw that he had laid towels across the bed and had somehow found my massive stash of medical supplies and set it out, just waiting to be used. Dobby gently disentangled Siren from himself and set him down. Recovery girl should be here in about 10 minutes. Eraser said we should try to stop any major bleeding or other life-threatening issues we can see while we wait. I nodded and set Bird down, ready to do whatever I had to save his life. Tuya. I forced myself to focus on Siren as Hawks focused on Bird. He'd know more about what to do with the broken wing that he'd had mentioned over the phone. I sat down next to Siren and gently cupped his head, careful not to touch his face and guiding him to look at me. Once he met me with teary, scared eyes, I explained, "Okay, honey. Are you hurt anywhere but your face?" Because hell his face was a mess. It made me want to burn something. The soft tissue of his cheeks was ripped and torn, all jagged edges and dripping blood. On his temple I could see a second-degree burn with a cut through its center. I quickly looked away before I could think too hard about that injury. Siren blinked at me a few times before raising a hand a bit clumsily to fingerspell, HEAD. I nodded, unconsciously placing a soft kiss on his hairline. Good job, Songbird. I'm gonna start cleaning you up, okay? A harsh, but weak cough followed by a horrified gasp had me whipping to face Hawks. He was frantically pulling Bird into a more upright position, a terrified expression on his face, and as I watched the boy convulse with more choked coughing, I realized why. Bird was coughing up blood. A lot of blood. Hawks started chirping frantically, and a fear that I'd not felt since Shoto was burned by our mother piling up inside of me. Except, this was worse. Because I didn't have the same grudge against Bird that I did against Shoto, and he didn't just have a bad ice burn on his face, Bird was choking on his own blood. Siren keened quietly, looking over to his friend and shaking his head rapidly as he started trying to move towards him. I felt like such a monster as I tightened my grip on him, making sure that he wouldn't wiggle out of my grasp and end up hurting himself or Bird more. He cried out at the handling, despair coloring his tone, and I pulled him to my chest, whispering, "I know. Shoo. There's a doctor coming. She'll heal him right up. You too, sweetheart. I just need you to calm down for me. Can you breathe with me, darling?" I started a steady rhythm of exaggerated breath, pushing his head to my sternum to make sure he could feel it. It was a partial effort to keep him calm, and to keep myself calm because, holy shit, that's my kid is dying, my kid is drowning in his own blood. There was a loud slam of a door busting open and suddenly Recovery Girl was rushing into the room. Eraserhead had told me to leave the front door unlocked, and I was incredibly grateful for that now. I wouldn't be able to leave my kids like this. The old woman took one look at the scene and her face hardened. She came up next to Hawks and pulled a stethoscope from a bag to press to Bird's chest as she grabbed his wrist with her other hand to take his pulse. Hawks, what are your initial observations? She snapped, not unkindly but enough to get the hero out of whatever panicked state he was in. Br broken wing. Cuts and abrasions. Burns. See coughing up B blood. Despite the absolute horror of the other injuries, my brain caught on one word, burns. Bird had been burned. Both of my kids had been burned. I knew the pain of burns. For FS sake I was practically burned to death when I was a teenager. And to know that my kids had to experience that likely from someone who was supposed to be looking after them and caring for them. It made me want to combust. Recovery girl nodded and shooed Hawks away, to which he responded by walking over to where I was still holding Siren. The boy was staring at the scene with unfocused but terrified eyes. The woman dropped her bag onto the ground and pulled scissors from it to cut open the boy's shirt. His chest was basically completely black with how bruised it was, and I swallowed back bile as I stared at it. She frowned, watching him convulse as he struggled to breathe. After a moment she dropped a kiss onto his side and we all watched as the bruising lightened ever so slightly and the bones shifted under the skin. Bird settled and Hawks cooed anxiously. The healer sighed and set down his wrist. I was able to repair the holes in his lungs and move his ribs back into place, but they're still broken and cracked. He's too tired for me to heal anything else. The woman turned her attention to Siren, who was just staring at Bird blankly. She looked at me. Initial observations? His face was cut badly, there's a bee burn and abrasion at his temple, and he signed that his head was hurt but nothing else. Recovery girl nodded in acknowledgement before rounding the bed. I gently coaxed Siren to turn his head towards the woman, and even she couldn't hide the flash of horror that crossed her eyes at the sight. She pursed her lips but softened her voice and tone. Hello, dearie. Is it okay if I ask you some questions? The boy slowly turned to look at Hawks and then at me, and we both gave him an encouraging nod. He turned back to her and nodded hesitantly. She gave a gentle smile. That's very good. Now, do you know what day it is? Siren's eyes narrowed in concentration, and after a moment he slowly shook his head. Recovery girl sighed quietly and then asked, how about the year? 2-1XX, he signed shakily, and the healing hero gave him another smile. Good job. Can you tell me who you're with right now? The teen took a little longer to respond to that question, but eventually he raised his hand and sloppily spelled, HERO. I wanted to correct him, tell him that I wasn't a hero. I doubted he would care much though, and Recovery girl didn't go to amend his answer either, just nodding with murmured praise. Now, I'm gonna have to give you a little kiss. It'll make you feel better but also probably sleepy. At that, he shook his head a bit panicked, and Hawk stepped forwards, cupping his face in a similar manner as I had. Hey. Fledgling, you're okay. You're safe. Can you tell me why you don't want to do that? Siren, in response, just pointed at the unconscious Bird before signing, protect. My heart broke a little more. Hawks looked confused and I explained quietly, he can't protect Bird if he's asleep. The hero frowned. Oh, Fledgling. We're here. Dobby and we'll protect Bird for you, okay? And we'll protect you too. Siren stared at him, his glazed, slightly confused eyes searching for something before he raised a trembling hand, pinky extended in a clear question. It would be cute if it wasn't so heartbreaking. Hawks, without even batting an eye, wrapped his pinky around the boy's with a decisive nod. I promise. I squeezed him a little. I promise too. Nothing will happen to you or Bird while I'm around. Siren looked between us before going back to Recovery girl, who was waiting patiently. He gave her another hesitant nod and she smiled, stepping forwards and kissing the back of one of his hands. Instantly, the boy went limp, exhausted. I gently set him down as Recovery girl sighed and rubbed her temples. Together with Hawks and the old hero, we bandaged up what else we could. Hawks chirped worriedly as he stared at Bird's still crooked wing, and I grimaced at the nasty wounds on Siren's face. After they were put back together as much as they could be, Recovery girl motioned us into the hallway where she shut the door and turned to us. I've healed all that I can, right now. They're both too tired for me to do anything more. What are we supposed to do then? Hawks asked with a quiet warble. Recovery girl frowned. The purple-haired boy had a pretty severe concussion. I'm assuming it was caused by the same strike that was made to his temple. The cuts on his face are, quite frankly, barbaric. He had a few other minor wounds as well, but they seemed to already be in the stages of healing. I focused my quirk on the concussion. The green one? I need an X-ray of that wing to reset it. I don't have too much experience in bird anatomy, so I'm worried about trying to reset the bones blindly. His ribs are all in place again, but still fractured and broken. I gave him some painkillers, but he's still going to be in a world of pain when he wakes up. Once he's less tired, I'd like to do another few healing sessions with him. He's lost a lot of blood, so he needs lots of sleep and nutritious meals. The woman rubbed at her temples. To be frank, they are both in bad condition outside of their injuries. They're malnourished and I saw many signs of older wounds that were healing. I would like to put them on a specialized diet to get their weight up. I also want to do a full workup of everything to make sure we didn't miss anything. Hawks nodded and I asked, what are we supposed to do about the X-ray? From what Hawks was saying on the phone, they're terrified of hospitals. UA has all the equipment I need. If you could get them there then I could hopefully treat them without too much stress. You both could also be there with them, she explained. We both nodded a little numbly and she gave a quick bow and her number before leaving with instructions to call if anything changed and try to get them to UA in the morning. Once she was out the door, a loud thud echoed through the apartment and I looked over to see Hawks on the floor, wings curled up around himself as he shook. Unsure of what to do, I whispered, Birdie? It was awful Dobby, Hawks cried and I could see tears running down his face. They were at this group home and the caretaker talked about Bird like he was less than a misbehaving dog. Siren was so scared. I forced the growl that was building in my throat down and slowly crouched down next to the man. The only thing I really liked about Hawks was that he was as fiercely protective of Nightingale as I was. Otherwise, he seemed shallow and incompetent. However, over the months he'd been helping me with the boys, I'd started to believe that there really was something much deeper and genuine hidden behind the fake smiles and charm. I assured, you got them. They're here and they're safe and they're gonna be okay. They had to be okay. Now that everything had calmed down, I was sitting next to the bed watching over the kids. I'd been so focused on their injuries that I hadn't really looked at them, but now that I could, I was tracing my eyes over their uncovered faces. Bird had curly dark green hair to match his eyes and his face was speckled with constellations of freckles. He was a cute kid. Siren on the other hand looked older than his counterpart. His hair was a vibrant shade of purple that, like Bird, matched his eyes. He had a strong jawline and only a touch of baby fat in his cheeks. Both of them wore middle school uniforms, but they were not from the same school. I clicked my tongue quietly to get Hawks's attention on the other side of the bed. The man's head swiveled to me and I signed, got any clothes they could wear? He thought and then gave a nod, getting up and leaving the room only to come back with a bundle of fabric. I gently pulled the bloodied Gakuran skirt from Siren's torso and paused as the fabric came away to reveal a black binder. After a second I shrugged and made a mental note to talk to the boy about it when he felt more comfortable. Part of me wanted to take it off. I had heard before that it was unhealthy to bind for extended PRDS of time and who knows how long he'd been wearing it. However, I would not break his trust like that. The rustling noises from Hawks's side of the bed halted and I looked over to see him staring at the binder. I narrowed my eyes, daring him to say something about it, but he just shrugged as I had and refocused on Bird. Together, we dressed the boys in t-shirts that were almost comically big on them. Even though Hawks was short, the kids were still tiny compared to him. We slid some of Hawk's shorts onto each of them, tying the drawstrings as tight as possible to hopefully they would stay up. I smiled gently. These were my kids. I would make sure they were safe from now on. No more pain, no more starving, no more muzzles and broken bones. Izuku. I couldn't help the sobs of pain and fear that kept pouring out of my throat as my mother held me against the ground and pulled feather after feather from my wings. She'd drop each one carelessly and I watched as they fluttered to the ground. I was beginning to feel something wet on my wings and I was positive that the delicate skin that made up the bases of the appendages was bleeding and raw. You worthless child. You ruined everything. Mom, no. Inko screeched as she tore another handful from my wings. You've torn our family apart. Do you understand, you FING monster? You are the reason that we're like this. These stupid things made your father leave. It had been a few weeks since Dad Hisashi had left. I remembered him screaming something about cheating? I didn't understand. I didn't know what was going on. As feathers continued to float to the ground, my vision became blurry. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt, it hurt, a third. I startled awake with a gasp. My breathing was horribly erratic and I could still see the feathers, still hear the blood dripping onto the floor. What was worse was the burning, agonizing pain flowing through my right wing and my torso. It hurt so much worse than anything in my memories. A comforting bird call shot through the panic and the pain. It was a soothing call, one a parent would sing to a scared chick, and it had me opening my eyes with a questioning reply chirp. I was met with golden eyes and another string of coos. Chick. Safe. Safe. It's okay. Safe. I relaxed slowly, whining as I tried to shift my position, and it reignited the pain flaring through my body. Too warm, rough, but startlingly gentle, hands landed on my cheeks as more bird noises pushed themselves through the haze. Safe. Brave fledgling. Good fledgling. Safe now. Settle. I warbled back weakly, still incompletely as tears were wiped away by gentle fingers. There was a more human hum and then a voice. That's it. You with me, little bird? It took a second but I cautiously nodded, not wanting to make the pain coursing through my body worse. I got a praising chirp and I forced my eyes back open, being met by what I could now tell was Hawks's worried face that was just in front of my own. Good. That's so good. You're safe, chick. Do you remember what happened? I scrunched my face up, trying to remember past the nightmare. I was horribly confused. My brain was a well of molasses as I tried to arrange my thoughts. My tongue was heavy in my mouth and after a moment I just shook my head. I had vague memories of my teacher, yelling, cack and looking worried, the principal. My wings twitched against my will and I bit back a sharp cry at the pain and the sudden horror that flooded my senses as I remembered the rest of the night, and my wing. My W-wing, Hawks. Shoo, it's alright, Ias. I know it hurts. We're gonna get it fixed. I just need you to breathe right now. Can you do that? Come on, breathe with me. The words barely registered. All I could think about was my wing. I couldn't fly like this. I was grounded. Grounded birds are dead birds. Would I even be able to fly again if it was healed? I couldn't go on living if my wing became useless. I wouldn't survive the heartbreak. Flying was the only escape I could find from my life sometimes, and if that was taken away. A few chirps and coos brought me back into focus and I stared at Hawks where he was chittering to me quietly. He leaned in a bit. Chick, I swear on my wings that you will be able to fly again. There was a quiet knock on the door and I flinched. The hero cooed quietly, that's just Dobby. Can he come in? I scrunched my eyebrows together. Where even was I? I couldn't find the energy to look around and I tensed at the fact that I was completely unaware of what was happening. Why was Hawks here? Why was Dobby here? The energy that was required to answer those questions was non-existent. I chirped out an affirmative to the hero's question. I liked Dobby. Dobby hadn't hurt me and he was warm. Hawks smiled and called, you can come in, Dabs. The door slowly creaked open from where I could see it in the corner of my vision and Dobby walked through it cautiously. He saw me and came closer. Hey, little one. Words were now even further out of reach than before so I just chirped at him. It seemed to please the older vigilante though, as he gave a gentle smile. He came to stand next to Hawks, who still had his hands resting gently against my cheeks and hovered his hand above my head in question. I cooed and nodded, melting as his warm fingers dug into my curls. Oh, chick, Hawks murmured. Is he okay? Dobby asked quietly. I've never seen him be so openly affectionate like this before. Was Dobby worried? I didn't want him to be worried about me. I gave another chirp, trying to assure him that I was fine and Hawks smiled at me. As I stared at Dobby, I couldn't help my eyes latching onto his piercings. I warbled and reached out with a hand wanting to touch them. Shiny, shiny, must bring to nest. He's really far into his instincts. I think he's mostly scared and tired. If anything, I think this means that his hindbrain trusts us. Hawks tapped under my eye gently to pull my attention away from the shiny piercings. Little bird, we got you out. You're safe now. Purple eyes popped into my brain and I forced myself to speak. Hitoshi. Dobby and Hawks glanced at each other and Dobby frowned. We're not sure what you're talking about. Sorry, kiddo. Did that mean that Hitoshi wasn't here? Where was he? It took a moment to figure out that the whining, high breaths filling the air were coming from me. As Dobby and Hawks asked what was wrong I just shook my head. Everything was wrong if Hitoshi wasn't here. Suddenly the hands on me were too much and I flinched away, sobbing in relief as they retreated immediately. There was panic talking but I couldn't hear it properly over my own cries. My heart beat in my ears, an intense cacophony of my despair because I didn't know where Hitoshi was. The hands were back, pulling me up and into something warm and pushing my face into something soft and the smell of coffee and lavender cut through the panic. That smell belonged to. I relaxed completely, going limp against a familiar chest. I was rewarded with a hand carting through the back of my hair. Hitoshi. Hitoshi. It wasn't necessarily uncommon for me to wake up to Izuku panicking. We both had a long-running history of nightmares that would crop up from time to time. It was something that we had always helped each other with and so waking up to him flailing and crying wasn't odd. What was odd were the two adults standing by the bed looking absolutely lost. Dobby was staring at the green-haired boy with mild shock and panicked sorrow while Hawks was chirping frantically, trying to get as close to Izuku as possible without touching him. It took me a moment to process and remember how we'd gotten to this point, but when I did I was sitting up and pulling Izuku into my lap. He let out a panicked screech at the contact and I winced, but kept my hold tight as I pushed his face into my shoulder. Come on, Zu. You're okay, you're safe. Breathe. My throat was full of vines and despite my desperate desire to whisper comforts to him, I knew the words would never actually leave my mouth. The sheer concept of talking had me shivering and wanting to reach up to scratch at a muzzle that wasn't there. However, I knew this position would calm him. It always had after I'd shoved his face into my throat when we were younger in a desperate attempt to reassure him after a particularly bad nightmare. Later, he'd explained that it was nice to be able to smell me, that it settled his bird brain. After a few, painfully long seconds, Izuku took a deep breath in through his nose and then went limp on top of me. His hands came up to grasp at my shirt and I worked a hand through his tangled curls. He relaxed further, exhausted, and once I was sure that he was asleep, I turned my gaze to the other two in the room. I narrowed my eyes and looked between them for a few seconds. They were staring at us with shocked expressions and Dabi looked like he was close to passing out from relief. I kept my arms snug around Izuku but lifted my hands enough to demand, "What the F was that?" He was doing fine. A little scared but he responded really well to the bird noises Hawks was making. Then, he started asking where Toshi was. We didn't know what that meant and he just started panicking. Nothing we did could calm him down. Dabi explained quietly. I closed my eyes and sighed through my nose. DMNZU, caused a huge scene just because of little old me, huh? After a few moments, I looked back up at the adults. They were looking at me, curious and worried, but patient, and I responded, "I'm Toshi. It's a shortened version of my name. I'm Shinsohitoshi. They both blinked at the new information before Hawks was cooing, "Thank you so much for telling us your name, fledgling." I shrugged. I had already given Hawks the address of the group home. He'd be able to figure out who we were easily if he just went through their records or talked to Ma'am. The thought of the woman had me stiffening and Dabi noticed, sitting down on the bed and waiting for me to get my thoughts together. I was grateful as he didn't speak, didn't ask questions, just waited for the swirling memories and worries of the situation to settle into something coherent. What happened to Ma'am? Ma'am? You mean the caretaker? Dabi confirmed and I nodded. Hawks let out a rumbling growl, "Fing beach." Tried to excuse her sheet by saying Bird was a mutant when she was Fing talking to a mutant. I blinked at him, watching as he pinched the bridge of his nose with a deep breath. "I'm gonna give the address of the group home to Eraser. He'll make sure she's arrested," Dabi explained. "So, we won't have to go back with her?" I asked, fully aware of the shake in my hands. If we had to go back with her, she'd kill us, whether intentionally or not. She had already almost killed Izuku tonight. No, I wouldn't go back. I wouldn't let Izuku go back. We'd run away. Surviving the streets sounded much easier than staying another day under that woman's foot. Hawks looked at me, eyes wide before quickly assuring, "No. Never. Even if she somehow got out of being found guilty for child abuse, which is extremely unlikely with the amount of evidence there is, I would never let you go back to her." His words were immensely reassuring. As long as we'd known the hero, he hadn't lied once. Not even to try and make us feel better about something. If he had something he didn't want to tell us, he'd just not say it instead of lying. For children who'd been fed false truths and blatant lies all their lives, it was a reassuring change. "Where will we go?" I asked. There was a pause. Hawks took a deep breath and seemingly nodded to himself before smiling softly and taking a step closer. "Well, that's something that you get to decide. But I want you to know that I would be happy to take you in. Both of you. At least for now." My heart leapt into my throat at the words. Because, yes, please, you saved us. You saved us when no one else did. You're safe. I trust you more than I should. But I didn't know how Izuku felt. If he didn't want to go with Hawks, then we wouldn't go. It didn't matter what I wanted. Hawks sat on the bed next to Dabi, who was busy staring at the hero with wide eyes. The blonde must have noticed my conflicted expression because he assured, "You don't have to decide right now. I want you both to be healthy before we make any big decisions. I do need to know if you'd feel comfortable with staying here while you heal, but again, that can wait. Speaking of which, how are you feeling, chick?" I mentally scanned my body. I had been so focused on getting Izuku to calm down that I forgot I had been hurt as well. My face still burned horribly where the muzzle had dug into my flesh and I grimaced at the feeling, forcing myself not to claw at something I knew wasn't there. My head felt significantly better than before. My thoughts were no longer jumbled and the intense throbbing had dulled to the occasional light pulse. I gave a shrug to the adults and Hawks frowned while Dabi snorted and chuckled. "That's fair, kiddo." I gave a little nod, unsure of what else to do. I'd need to see what Izuku thought of moving in with Hawks. I wasn't gonna leave him just 'cause I was too weak to be away from our hero. After a moment of silence, I signed, "What's next?" Dabi glanced at the alarm clock and then turned back to me. "Well, it's about 4 in the morning right now. We want to take you and Bird to UA at around 7 or 8 so that the doctor who treated you last night, recovery girl, can continue treating you both." The scared man sighed. "I won't lie to you, kiddo, it's pretty bad. Bird's wing is real effed up and his ribs are a FING mess to put it lightly." Hawks slapped Dabi's shoulder in reprimand for his blunt language, but I quickly shook my head and made a go-on motion. I didn't care how bad it was. I needed to know. The Ravenet gave Hawks a subdued cocky grin, probably trying to lighten the mood. Before he continued, one of his ribs punctured his lung. That's why he was coughing up blood. If he hadn't gotten help when he did. My heart dropped. Part of me was already fully aware how close Izuku had come to dying. I had seen the signs, I had watched as he choked on blood. However, another part was trying to make it seem like I was just being dramatic, like I was just a scared kid looking through a lens of trauma at an injury that wasn't that bad. But no. If I hadn't texted Hawks last night. If he hadn't come right away. If Recovery Girl didn't rush to get here. He'd be gone. He'd be gone and I'd be alone. Kigo. Bird woke up much calmer the second time. Hitoshi hadn't gone back to sleep since he woke up to the other boy panicking, so he was able to see the exact moment he started to wake and adjust as needed. I hated the practiced air to it all, how natural it seemed for them. My kids shouldn't had to ever be so good at comforting each other. It did take a moment for Bird to realize that we were in the room, but he didn't get much tenser. His heartbeat didn't even speed up from what I could feel from the feather still snug around his wrist. He just let out a little chirp. Hitoshi gave him a curious look at the noise but didn't say or sign anything. I sat down on the bed once I was sure that he was fully awake and, sort of, coherent. All right, little bird. We already talked to Hitoshi about this, but we need to bring you to UA so that the doctor who helped you last night can fix your wing and stuff. She works there as the school nurse. UA? The boy questioned, blinking at me as if he'd misheard. I nodded, yep, UA. He furrowed his brows. Our recovery girl? That's right. Such a bright chick, I praised, chuckling at the bright blush that spread across his cheeks. We want to get going soon, but it's okay if you want to wait a bit. We do need to get you both looked at as soon as possible, though, alright? Bird looked up at Hitoshi, still mostly in the boy's lap, and tilted his head. Poor thing was still half stuck in the instinctual headspace most mutants had. Safe, Toshi. The purple head bobbed in a nod before untangling his hands to sign, pretty sure at least. He glanced over at Dobby and I before continuing. Hawk said we'd never have to go back to her. Bird whipped his head around to face me at that and mumbled, really? I chirped affirmatively and the boy preened a little bit before clearly beginning to think of what we had said. After a moment he looked up, we can go to UA. I not away from Toshi, please. We won't separate you, I promise. Dobby assured hurriedly and both teens relaxed at that. I was about to turn to Dobby to begin planning how we were gonna get them in the car. I wasn't flying because I didn't think I could carry the kids and Dobby and it felt like an move to leave the older vigilante behind, when Bird chortled a little, gaining our attention back. He looked between myself and Dobby and after a moment said, Izuku. Midoriya Izuku. I wanted to cry. It's nice to officially meet you. You good with us calling you by your given name? Dobby asked. The boy Izuku nodded. With a bit of dramatic flair I bowed towards the pair. Well, Hitoshi and Izuku, I am Takami Kigo. Feel free to call me Kigo. I don't really like my family name. In the back of my mind I could hear the voices of my handlers at the commission as they screamed at me for even muttering the words Takami Kigo into the darkness of the cell they called my bedroom. They'd stripped my name from me, made me scared of even saying it. I shoved those thoughts down. I was supposed to be focusing on my kids. Meanwhile, the boys were staring at me with wide eyes as if my name was a secret to the universe when Dobby whistled lowly. Does that apply for me too, chicken? I glared at him, admittedly playfully, and pretended to think before nodding. I suppose you've earned the rights to my name. The man chuckled but after a moment frowned. I don't think I'm ready to share my real name I mean. Izuku, still stuck half in headspace and delirious from pain and blood loss squeaked. Oh, it's okay, Dobby. You're still warm and nice. Don't need to tell us anything you don't wanna. Dobby huffed a laugh but came closer and set a hand softly on his head, ruffling the hair there gently. Thanks, pigeon. I'm not a pigeon, the boy protested, leaning into Dobby's hand while staying in Hitoshi's hold. Bye's warm. Glad you think so, kiddo. Can we get going now? Hawks or I will carry you, Dobby offered. Hitoshi sent a scathing glare his way and signed, I can carry him. I'm sure you can, Ias, I sighed, but you're still hurt as well. Can we please carry him? You can hold his hand if you want and he'll be with you in the car. Really, I would have preferred if Hitoshi was carried as well, but I had a feeling that wouldn't go over well, especially with him wanting to carry Izuku on his own. Hitoshi pouted but after a moment of staring at me, he slowly nodded and tapped Izuku's cheek to get his attention. Do you want Hawks or Dobby to hold you while we go to the doctor? Izuku just leaned further into Dobby's hand as an answer and I chuckled. Looks like you're the chosen one, Dabs. Dobby smiled and scooped the boy into his arms and I couldn't help the small pout on my lips. Who wouldn't want an adorable baby bird cuddling into you with little coos and chirps? Hitoshi slowly got off of the bed, staring at Dabi as if he might run off with Izuku and never return. He came to the man's side and reached to take one of Izuku's hands into his, smoothing his thumb over the knuckles. We walked to the car, settling Izuku with Hitoshi in the back. I frowned at the vehicle. It was incredibly difficult to be in cars with my wings, but there was nothing to be done about it. Chicken, why do you even have a car? Sometimes it's useful when I can't fly. Do you even know how to drive? Oh my god, you don't know how to fing drive, do you? Tuya. I couldn't stop myself from glancing in the rearview mirror every couple seconds as I drove towards UA. Hitoshi had his fingers curled into Izuku's hair as the other boy whined when the car jostled his injuries. I sped up a little. The faster we got to UA, the faster they would be healed. We arrived at the school, Eraserhead waiting at the curb for us. Recovery Girl must have told him we'd be here. I parked and got out, sending a lazy wave to the man, "Hey Eraser." I rounded the car and opened the back seat, frowning at the pained expression on Izuku's face. I carefully scooped him out of the car, Hitoshi scrambling out right after. Hawks was talking to Eraser while keeping a sharp eye on us as we walked over. Hitoshi's eyes widened upon seeing the underground hero and he slid behind me, hands latching onto my shirt as he peeked over at the man. He sighed, "I'm not gonna arrest you or anything, problem child." Hitoshi's eyes narrowed as the Ravenet turned and waved for us to follow him. He then quickly abandoned us as soon as we got to the infirmary. I set Izuku down on one of the beds. The purple-haired boy quickly came to sit by his side and hold his hand as Recovery Girl came out of the back room. Izuku squeaked upon seeing the woman and she smiled, "It's good to see you awake. I treated you last night." He just blinked at her but she took it in stride, instead turning to Hitoshi, "Is it alright if I take a look at the cuts on your face, Sonny? Just want to make sure that they're healing right and maybe give you another dose of my quirk." Hawks, or rather Kigo interjected, "Actually, before we do that, can I ask about something, fledgling?" I raised an eyebrow at him. The boy gave a hesitant nod. The hero took a deep breath. "How long have you been wearing your binder, bud?" Hitoshi froze, his arms coming up to hide his chest. "We saw it last night when we were getting you out of your dirty clothes. I'm sorry that you didn't get to tell us on your own terms, kiddo," I explained gently, catching on to what Kigo was talking about. The teen curled into himself and Izuku chirped worriedly. "It's not good to bind for over 8 hours. I know you've been wearing it longer than that," Kigo coaxed. When he got nothing but still silence, he leaned forwards in his chair. "Hey, fledgling, there's nothing wrong with you binding or being trans, okay? I just want to keep you safe and healthy. Okay?" Hitoshi glanced at Izuku, who didn't really seem to understand what was going on, before examining each of our faces, looking for any hint of a lie or intent to hurt. After a moment he signed, "I put it on yesterday morning before school." Kigo and Recovery Girl grimaced and even I winced a bit. Even with my limited knowledge on binding, I knew that he was far exceeding the time limit. "Dear," Recovery Girl murmured, "I'm going to have to ask that you take off the binder, okay? I can give you a sports bra to wear instead and I even have a few hoodies if that would make you more comfortable, but you need to get out of that binder." Hitoshi narrowed his eyes at the woman. "Hitoshi," Kigo pleaded, "please take it off. At this point it's dangerous, bud. I know you probably don't want to, but you've really gotta." With the added pressure from Hawks, the teen folded and gave a small nod. Recovery Girl went to a cabinet and pulled out a sports bra and a hoodie before directing him to the attached bathroom. Izuku trilled quietly, as Hitoshi left, a noise that had Kigo moving into his eyeline to chirp back at him. I watched the back and forth of the two birds, eyebrows furrowing as I suddenly wished I could understand their language. After another moment of soft coos between the two, I let out a breath. "Okay. I know it's bad to bind for long PRDS of time, but just how fing bad is it?" Recovery Girl opened her mouth to respond but Kigo beat her to it. "It's bad. Binding for over 8 hours without any breaks can cause trouble breathing, even bruised or cracked ribs." I paled slightly. I'd never known that the garments had the power to be so destructive. "I'll talk to him about it," Kigo added. "I'm not sure if he regularly wears his binder for so long or if this was just an instance of extended wear due to everything that happened, but I've gotta make sure he's being safe." Recovery Girl tapped her cane lightly on the ground. "Forgive me if this sounds rude, Hawks, but you aren't a medical professional. Would it be better for someone like me, who has the expertise on the human body, to speak to him about it? Frankly, I don't know if your knowledge on binding is sufficient either." "He was terrified of the idea of going to the hospital last night," the blonde explained. "I'm surprised he's trusting you, a medical professional, at all. He'd likely respond better if it was from me. And I'm really close with a lot of LGBTQ+ support groups and charities, so I know what I'm talking about." The woman eyed him before giving a little nod. All right. Just let me know if you have any questions about it. At that moment Hitoshi came out of the bathroom, holding his binder with his arms crossed over his chest. Kigo smiled. Thank you so much, sweetheart. He shrugged and just sat right back down next to Izuku, clenching the binder between his fingers. Recovery Girl stepped forwards again. Thank you, Sonny. Now, I would like to take a glance at your face. I'll probably use my quirk again as well. Is that alright? Similarly to last night, the boy glanced at Hawks, or rather Kigo and I, before giving a shaky nod. The woman didn't ask him to move away from Izuku and instead just approached him smoothly, talking through everything as she removed the bandages on the kid's face. His hand was tightly held in Izuku's and he flinched anytime her hands got close to him. As the last bandage came off, I couldn't help but be grateful that we had Recovery Girl's quirk on our side. What was once gaping wounds were now smaller cuts, like something you'd get from nicking yourself with a kitchen knife. However, I could see the beginnings of severe scarring around the edges and it made my skin crawl. Recovery Girl nodded to herself and then gave Hitoshi a kiss on the cheek. The boy's eyes were instantly drooping closed but the skin on his face was closing, now looking like mere scabs. She redressed it gently and moved away. Hitoshi blinked rapidly as he tried to fight off the exhaustion that the doctor's quirk caused. Hawk snorted and walked over, kneeling in front of the boy and talking to him in soft tones. You can go to sleep, bud. Dobby and I are still here. We'll keep protecting both of you. It seemed to be all the encouragement needed as the purple-haired teen drooped forwards into Kigo's arms with a near-silent sigh and he moved him to another bed. The binder was safely deposited on a nearby table. Izuku had been watching the whole thing with glassy eyes, his mouth dropping open in awe as he watched Recovery Girl's quirk in action. When Hitoshi was tucked into the other bed, the heroine approached him. It's good to meet you. The boy tensed drastically and a scared little hum came from his mouth. I frowned. Honey, can you please try and use your words? He croaked. She's not Jigon hurt me? Take me back? No Jigo back. Hitoshi safe? My heart fractured and I moved up so I was right next to him. I was grateful that Recovery Girl had taken a few steps back as the teen stiffened. I slowly telegraphed my hand to come up to slide over Izuku's freckles. He stared up at me, leaning slightly into the gentle touch as I murmured, she's not gonna hurt you, baby bird. You're safe. I promise. You're not gonna go back. Hitoshi is in the bed right next to yours. You don't have to go back, love. It took a few moments but Izuku nodded a little and Recovery Girl approached again. When Izuku didn't show any signs of stress apart from his eyes locking onto her, she continued, I'd like to get some x-rays done of your ribs and wing, then we can go from there, okay? The small bird flinched at the mention of his wing but then looked up to Kigo and I, eerily similar to Hitoshi, and murmured, Dobby? Kigo. Safe? I nodded and Kigo chirped, you're safe, little bird. I promise. You and Hitoshi are both safe here. She's gonna help, okay? And not hurt, he questioned. I clenched my fists but kept my voice calm and low, reaffirming, you're not gonna be hurt. Especially not while I'm here, baby bird. K. With that, Recovery Girl rolled up a mobile x-ray machine and put on a lead vest to protect herself from any radiation. A few minutes later, the images were taken. She pulled them up on her computer and looked over them before pulling Kigo and I into the hallway, leaving Izuku in a light doze in the bed. Kigo's wings were fluttering nervously as Recovery Girl took a deep breath and launched into an explanation. The good news is that all of his ribs are where they are supposed to be and should be healed with no complications with either my quirk or just good old rest. The bad news is that wing was mutilated. Kigo warbled sadly and I stayed silent as she pulled a tablet from within her vest and showed us the x-ray images. I was no doctor, nor any sort of expert on birds, and even I could tell that the wing was effed up. There were clear breaks in the white shapes that shouldn't be there, some of the bones veering off in directions that clearly weren't right. The woman pointed to the image. All of these breaks are torsion breaks. That means that the bones were twisted until they snapped. Based on the way and where they were broken, I believe that someone twisted the entire wing in opposite directions. It wouldn't have taken much force as all of the boy's bones are fully or partially hollow to assist with being light enough for flight. He has breaks in his humerus, radius, ulna, metacarpus, and ulnar. That is almost all of the bones in the wing. I cursed and began pacing back and forth as she tucked away her tablet. Most of the breaks were not clean and left bone fragments behind. Some also were misaligned. With how delicate his bones are, I do not feel comfortable setting the wing the way I would a normal break. I will need to perform surgery to get the bones in place. I think he'll be able to use it after recovery, but he will likely have chronic pain and possible mobility issues. To be honest, the only silver lining I can find with this injury is that the joint between the wing and his back wasn't damaged much, only sprained. Kigo sank to a crouch, hands over his face as I stopped my pacing to bang my head into the wall. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Those kids didn't do anything to deserve this sheet. My memory flashed with an angry face and the pain of flames, and I covered my mouth with a hand. It was too similar. It was too much like me. There were days I woke up, my skin tingling and burning as if it was that day on Sakito Peak. Days where I could barely move, the barest brush of anything against my scar's agony. Those were the days that I wanted to die again. The days that I wished I was never resuscitated. Chronic pain was no joke. And now a kid, my kid, was going to have to go through it. DMN it. To perform the surgery, I'm going to need express permission from a parent or guardian dash. I'm taking them. Hawks shot up from his crouch, hand in the air like he was volunteering at a magic show, not to take two traumatized children into his home. Not that I was judging him. The opposite was true really. If he hadn't stepped up to take them, I would've. I didn't care if I'd have to give up my patrols and find a better paying day job. Hell, I didn't care if I had to play nice with him. I would make sure they were safe. And I knew they were safe with Hawks. He'd come when they'd called. If they trusted him enough with that, then I could trust him too. Recovery girl looked him up and down and then nodded. I'll get you the forms for emergency foster placement dash. There will be no need, Chio. I jumped out of my skin as a small rodent-looking thing wearing a suit seemingly popped out of existence in front of us. The creature smiled. Am I a bear? Am I a mouse? I am Nedzu, the principal of UA. I stared at the small man in front of me with wide eyes and whispered, "Oh, what the F dash?" Hawk seemed almost as shocked as me but recovered more quickly, giving a small bow. Oh. Hello Nedzu-sensei. I have already filled out all of the necessary paperwork for Takami Kigo to take Midoriya Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi under his care. All that is needed now is that you sign it, Takami-kun. How? How do you know my name? And the kids' names? Hawks mumbled, blinking down at the rat. I really didn't know what this thing was. Nedzu simply gave a light chuckle. I know many things. His beady little eyes swiveled to me and I almost flinched as he greeted, hello. You're going by Dabi right now, correct? It's been very hard trying to find someone who could help me with the Endeavor case. The Endeavor case? I stuttered, suddenly terrified that Nedzu had found out my greatest kept secret. He smiled. Why of course. You're a first-hand witness after all. My jaw dropped and I could see Hawks looking at me with mild concern and confusion in the corner of my eye. Slowly, without anything else to do, I nodded. Someone knew who I was. And there was a case about Endeavor? I had a lot of questions about that. Nedzu clapped his paws together happily. Wonderful. Now, I'll let you get back to Midoriya-kun and Shinso-kun. Takami, if you could please give those papers to a member of my staff as soon as they're signed, that would be lovely. I'll get in touch with you about more permanent foster placement once the boys aren't in such dire states. As quickly as he appeared, he disappeared and Hawks and I were left staring at where he had been only a second prior. Recovery girl just sighed tiredly. Kigo. I sat on a stool in between the two beds that the kids were resting on. After the talk in the hallway, Nedzu had retrieved the papers for me to sign. A few signatures later and I was left sitting in between both halves of Nightingale, watching as Recovery Girl flitted about the room, taking blood samples and other tests that I couldn't begin to tell you the purpose of. She had said something to me about making sure that Bird was healthy enough for surgery and checking all of their other levels while she was at it, but I hadn't paid much attention to the medical jargon that I would not have understood anyway. My eyes shifted back and forth between the kids every few minutes and I refused to blink, allowing my nictating membrane to do the work for me. If I blinked, I might miss a threat and my chicks would be in danger again and I could not let that happen. I'd ended up slipping a feather around Hitoshi's wrist, similar to Izuku, so that I could keep track of his heartbeat. A curse so quiet I wouldn't have picked it up if not for my enhanced hearing has me looking at something other than Hitoshi and Izuku for the first time in who knows how long. Recovery Girl was sitting at her desk, staring at her computer screen with her hands steepled in front of her. She pinched the bridge of her nose after a moment. Recovery Girl? I questioned quietly. I glanced over at Dabi. The man had been leaning against the wall, watching over the kids just as diligently as I had been but was now staring over at the heroine with worried and suspicious eyes. Hawks, the woman called quietly, where did you find these children? I frowned. They were living in a group home, locked in the cellar. The caretaker practically admitted that she's the one who did this to them. Something worryingly close to a growl snuck from Recovery Girl's throat and she spat. That woman should never be trusted to have children in her care again, especially not those with any mutant-type quirks. No FING sheet, Dabi remarked under his breath. I ignored him. What's wrong? She sighed. I already told you of the malnourishment they're suffering from. Both are far too light for their presumed ages, and I suspect that Izuku-kun's growth was stunted. That's at least part of the reason he's so small. The healer paused, looking at her computer screen again, but Izuku-kun hasn't only been denied food, but he's not been eating the right diet for his mutant species at all. I tensed. That caretaker, surely she didn't. From my own brief research, I think he is a type of owl. Owls of course are raptors. And many people with raptor quirks need to eat raw meat, I cut in, trying to stop myself from shaking. Recovery girl nodded. His iron level is dangerously low and a lot of his other results are very out of sorts for where he should be. Quite frankly, it's a miracle that boy isn't suffering from obvious effects of severe anemia. Or if he is, he's just really good at hiding it. The only thing I could really notice upon examination is how brittle his nails seemed. This was especially concerning as they are quite obviously talons and should be much stronger than a normal fingernail. The doctor turned to me. I will monitor his levels and symptoms while he's here, but when you take them home, you will need to keep a close eye on it. Make sure he's eating raw meat daily, and if you notice him experiencing any vertigo, fainting, chest pain, or a fast heart rate, I want you to bring him back in and I will prescribe additional iron supplements. I let out a long painful sigh. Don't worry. I've been exactly where he is right now. I'll make sure he starts eating right. She bobbed her head. His diet should be similar to yours, Hawks, so I trust you to look after him with this. What does this mean for his surgery? I asked, worriedly looking at the wing that was haphazardly bandaged to keep it from jostling too much. He should be fine to go through with surgery, but I am going to have a blood transplant on standby just in case. He lost a lot of blood last night and he can't afford to lose anymore, especially with the anemia. I nodded and buried my face in my hands, memories of my handlers breaking through my consciousness. The thought of my chick going through something similar made me want to throw up. A hero isn't an animal, Hawks. What would the public think if they saw you behaving like this? Hawks. Where'd you get that? That's disgusting. Stop acting like a deranged beast. People don't eat raw meat. I whispered, pressing my palms into my eyes and focusing on the light breathing of my kids. They were with me. I was with them. The commission wasn't here. I saved my kids. Recovery girl quickly added, because he's a teenager, I'd like to get his permission to do the surgery. Even if he's in a slightly altered state of mind, his answer will still be enough as long as he has your consent backing it, Hawks. So, we will wait until he wakes up again to ask, and then we can go ahead with it. Thanks, I murmured. She just gave a brief affirmative before turning her attention back to her computer, and I was about to go back to my routine of glancing between Izuku and Hitoshi when there was a loud curse from Dabi's direction. I looked over and paused a bit when I saw his fists trembling at his sides, blue flame flickering around them. Dabi? I tentatively called. I wasn't sure if he'd heard me or not, but he snarled, that FING beach. I'm gonna burn everything that woman loves to the ground. While I agree with the sentiment, please don't go threatening arson in my clinic, recovery girl responded. She glanced over at him, unimpressed. Also please don't set off the fire alarms. The man shook violently where he stood before letting out a loud wordless yell and stomping out of the room. I got up from my chair, about to follow after him, to try and, I don't know, calm him down, but then I looked back at the kids. I didn't want to leave them. I couldn't leave them. My instincts were screaming at me. Don't lose chicks. Don't leave chicks. Keep chicks safe. Stay. Stop your worried chirping. I've sent Shudakuen to find him, the old woman chided, still not really looking away from what she was doing. Shudakuen? I parroted. Finally, she met my eyes. Eraserhead. I pressed my lips together and sat back down. Eraserhead would definitely have a higher survival rate going after Dabi than I did. Tuya. I screamed, tugging harshly at my hair in an effort to ground myself. I was pacing outside of the school on a patch of concrete away from anything flammable. My temperature was fluctuating violently, smoke drifting off of my shoulders and flames liking at my old wounds, but I ignored it. My thoughts were swirling, anger like I'd never felt before clawing its way through my system and ripping at my insides. Because who in their right mind would do what had been done? Who would torture those two amazing children? Who would put a muzzle on a person with the most lovely voice? Who would mutilate someone's limb? Who would starve the kids put under their care, not allowing them to eat what they needed to survive? I let out an agonized shout, flames suddenly sprouting up from inside of me and consuming my body. For a moment, a rush of fear flashed through me. I was too hot. I was going to burn again. Just as quickly as it came it was gone and I collapsed onto my knees, shaking miserably. I glanced up and spotted Eraserhead, the man staring at me with a pensive expression on his face as his eyes glowed red. I pressed my face into my hands and tried to control my breathing. There were footsteps approaching me and then some shuffling, and when I regained myself enough to look up again, Eraser was sitting a few meters away from me, Quirk still active. When I let out a long sigh he let it drop and I grimaced at the heat returning to my body. There were no longer flames, but I was sure my core body temperature was above where it should be. Eraserhead didn't say anything, just sitting there, letting me process my thoughts until I croaked, I don't know what to do. The man narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly and I continued, I've helped hurt kids before. Hell, I was a hurt kid. But this, what happened to those kids is barbaric. I anchored a hand in my hair and spat, I wanna FING kill the woman who did this to them. I want her to burn. Murder is not legal, Dobby, Eraserhead reminded, neither is arson. I eyed him, annoyed, you and I both know that I'm not exactly the most lawful citizen there is. My entire job as a vigilante is practically to do the shit that you need to but can't get away with, 'cause you're a hero and shouldn't be doing illegal crap. He sighed quietly, look, I'm angry as well. I'm only saying that there are legal ways that we could be going about this. Ways that'll make sure that the woman responsible will be put away for a long time and never gets a chance to do this to any other kids. As it is, Tsukachi went and arrested her after you gave me the address and started the process of moving the kids who were there to safer homes. I grumbled and buried my face in my palms. Logically, I knew he was right. This was one of those times that I should let the law handle it. There was more than enough evidence of abuse and neglect for her to be thrown in prison for a while. Not only that, but we could accuse her of Quirk discrimination too with this new discovery about Izuku's health. But goddamn, there was nothing I hated more than sitting around and doing nothing. I've always been a man of action. Even as a young, abused boy who wanted nothing more than to please his father, I could never just sit still. I took a deep breath. It wasn't really doing nothing for me to stay here and make sure the kids were okay. They needed support, and right now, I was almost certain that I was the one they trusted most. If I ran off to get revenge on their behalf, they'd be left with only Hawks to rely on to keep them safe. They wouldn't trust Eraser or Recovery Girl. After a long moment of brooding, I nodded, fine. If she somehow gets out of jail time though, there's no saying what'll happen to her. Eraser fixed me with a firm look, she's not gonna get out of this, but I won't stop you if she does. You know how I feel about child abusers, Dobby. I stood with a small, respectful bow of my head. There weren't many people I respected, but Eraserhead was one of them. I turned to go back into the building and only paused briefly upon hearing the man's voice call, take care of those kids, Dobby. I can see you're attached. They trust you. Don't waste that. I slowly walked back into the school, wincing as the fresh burns from my mild freakout brushed against my clothes. They weren't deep, maybe second degree at most, and this definitely wasn't the worst I'd had, so I just ignored the sting and trekked back to the infirmary. When I entered, Hawks looked up and chirped. He hesitated slightly before tilting his head and asking, are you okay, Matchstick? I huffed a little at the nickname before shrugging, I'm fine, Birdbrain. The bird narrowed his bright golden eyes, you smell like smoke. A lot of smoke. Are you sure you're okay? Did you go and commit arson or something? Kigo started to tense at those last sentences, expression ranging from concern to suspicion in a flash. Calm the F down, chicken, I drawled, plopping down in a chair by the door. I kept my eyes on the feathers on the hero's back as they shifted and sharpened occasionally. When I get angry, I lose control of my quirk. No arson was committed. Unfortunately. Kigo luckily seemed to accept that easily enough, relaxing and going back to what he'd been doing since we'd re-entered the room after being approached by Nedzu. I sighed and leaned my head back against the wall, looking at the two sleeping kids across the room. Don't you worry, Eraser, I won't waste their trust. Izuku. I woke up slowly, tensing as pain registered in my body. My ribs and one of my wings burned and my head felt heavy. Everything was floating but also weighed down, my thoughts scattered and a bit panicked at the sheer pain I could feel. I let out a little pleading trill. Hurts. Hurts. Help. There was a quiet chirp and then a hand gently touching down on my cheek. Shoo, you're okay. You waking up, chick? The fingers brushed across my face gently and I couldn't help but relax slightly. It was nice. I sluggishly forced my eyes open and focused on the form of Hawks hovering above me, a small smile on his face. He grinned, hey there, little bird. You feeling okay enough to answer a little question for me? You answer and we can make you start feeling better. I blinked, perking up slightly. Feel better? Yeah. You'll feel better, sweetheart. Do you think you can answer a question for me? I nodded. Some part of my brain was questioning what exactly was going on. Vaguely, I could remember getting hurt and then waking up at somewhere with a bed. But everything was horribly fuzzy and I couldn't make sense of much else. All right, good chick, the blonde praised and I preened a bit. We need to do surgery to fix your wing. After that's done, we can get you all healed up, okay? Is it okay for us to do the surgery? Somewhere through the clouds of my consciousness, I remembered that surgery was a scary word. It came with images of doctors and death and risk. But, Kigo said, fix my wing? He nodded, yeah. Recovery girl just needs to get the bones back in place so they heal correctly. I know it might sound scary, love, but I promise you'll be okay. After a moment I just sighed and closed my eyes. Okay. Be here? Yeah, I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere, Ias. I chirped and smiled a bit, letting the haze fall over myself a little more. Distantly, I could hear Kigo talking and I thought I could hear Dabi too. There was a small prick in my arm and within moments, everything faded away. Hitoshi. As I slowly came up from the calm comfort of sleep, I shivered. I was cold and Izuku wasn't next to me. I instinctively rolled over to where he usually was if we drifted apart in the night and reached out blindly for the boy. After a few moments of awkward fumbling, I frowned and blinked my eyes open. Izuku wasn't there. Hell, I wasn't even in our nest at the house. I glanced around the room a bit panicked before slowly remembering everything that had happened. We were at UA. Or at least, I thought we had both been brought to UA. But where was Izuku? I shot up to sitting, looking around wildly for the other boy. Movement caught my eye and I whipped my head over to see Dabi staring at me and clutching his chest. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Songbird. Where is Izuku? I asked coldly. His face softened and he relaxed out of his dramatic pose of fear to explain, his wing. His wing was really messed up. Apparently almost all of the bones in the wing were broken and there were shards of bone and sheet floating around where they shouldn't be. He's in surgery right now. Everything froze for a moment. Logically I had already known it was bad, but I didn't think he would need surgery to fix it. Is he okay? I signed, shoving the blanket off of me and swinging my legs over the side of the cot. He only went in about 45 minutes ago. Dabi ran a hand through his jet black hair. I haven't heard any updates or anything. Recovery girl said the surgery would probably take 2 to 3 hours, maybe more. I needed to see him. He was in the care of a woman who was practically a stranger. Who knows what she could do to him when he was sedated. Even without sedation, Izuku couldn't fight back right now. The boy was too hurt and had pulled into his instincts too much. Hey, kiddo, can you look at me? I slowly met Dabi's eyes, his voice drawing me from my increasingly panicked thoughts. He looked at me with such kindness and care that it made me ache. No one except Izuku had ever looked at me like that before. What's going on in your head, hun? Dabi asked quietly, leaning forwards with his elbows braced on his knees. I desperately raised my hands. I need to make sure he's safe. Oh, darling, Dabi murmured. I promise he's safe, okay? I narrowed my eyes in doubt and the man scooted forward. Do you trust me, Songbird? I blinked at the unexpected question. After a moment of thinking, I slowly nodded. He smiled a bit. I know you don't really trust anybody else, but can you trust me when I say that Izuku is safe? I stared at him, processing the words. After a moment, I questioned, you trust Recovery Girl? He sighed, I don't necessarily trust her, but I trust Eraserhead. Eraserhead wouldn't have allowed Recovery Girl to be near either of you if he thought she was a threat. So, can you trust me, to trust Eraserhead, to trust Recovery Girl to keep Izuku safe? After another long moment, I shrugged. The awkward chain of trust was not making me feel better. However, I knew that Izuku needed help that I couldn't provide. We didn't have any other options. If we went to a hospital, they would just take us back to Mam. It didn't matter what Kigo and Dabi said about not letting us go back, the legal system was bullshit and they'd throw us back into the lion's den without a second thought. If we just ran away, Izuku's wing would heal wrong and he'd likely never be able to fly again. I couldn't do that to him. So ultimately, the only viable choice right now was to stay here and trust that Recovery Girl wouldn't hurt us more. To be fair, the woman had healed me and saved Izuku's life last night. She'd shown zero signs of hostility and had been kind and respectful. I let out a long sigh and pressed the bases of my hands into my eyes tiredly. It had been a long day. 2 days. Dabi hummed, you're probably still wiped out from the healing. You only slept for a few hours. You can head back to sleep if you want to, bud. I promise to wake you up if there's any major updates on Izuku, alright? I slowly nodded and shifted back into bed, laying down without really bothering to pull the blanket up over myself. Now that I wasn't panicking about Izuku, the exhaustion was hitting hard and fast once more. DMN, Recovery Girl's quirk was strong. I let out a long sigh and allowed myself to sink into the call of sleep. Right before everything went away, there were gentle hands pulling the blanket up over my shoulders and a rough, but oh so kind voice whispering, I've got you now, kiddo. I'll keep you safe. Izuku. I slowly woke up to the distant sound of beeping and a hand steadily tracing through my hair. The beeping was loud and persistent, but the hair pets were nice. Especially the way the fingers would card through individual strands, gently working out any knots and tangles. Eventually, I became lucid enough to be curious about where I was, and I slowly forced my eyes open. Wherever I was bright, and I pouted as I squinted to try to see through the blinding white my vision became. "You awake, little one?" a deep, gentle voice asked through the fog, and after a moment my eyes focused enough to find striking blue. Pretty. Shiny. There was a chuckle. "I'm glad you think so, pigeon." Oh no, had I been mumbling? Mumbling is bad. No one likes when I mumble. Except Toshi. Toshi's nice. Everything felt so far away, like I was wading through murky waters and reaching for without any sense of direction. Where? I croaked out. The voice murmured, "You're in UA's infirmary right now. You're safe, darling." UA? UA as in the hero school? Why on earth am I in a hero school? I know you're loaded up on the good sheet, so things probably aren't making a whole lot of sense, huh? I frowned. The good sheet? The person stroked my bangs from my face. "It's okay if you don't remember right now, kiddo." The fingers were warm and I melted into the touch for a moment before suddenly realizing that warm came before hot, and hot hurt. Burns hurt. Suddenly, I wasn't so sure that I liked the warmth. But they hadn't hurt me yet. And they were petting me, preening me. "You should get some more rest, you'll feel better, baby bird." I gave a lolling nod in response, my drooping eyes closing with a small murmur. There was a low chuckle and then a quiet humming sound. A lilting melody that had me relaxing further. Between the hand in my hair and the hummed song, I was asleep within minutes. The second time I woke, the first sense to register was hearing. The beeping I'd heard before was still steady, and with the fog that was hanging over me lessened, I found it incredibly annoying. The rest of my senses came back one at a time. The last to register was touch. I hadn't yet opened my eyes, but I could see the light through my closed eyelids. When touch finally did register, I winced, frowning at the dull aching pain that radiated in my ribs and more sharply in my left wing. What the F dash? Had someone torn out my feathers again or something? I forced my eyes to open, flinching at the bright lights. I blinked a few times, and once I could properly see, I slowly sat up, looking around the room. To my side, Hitoshi was in a chair pulled up next to my bed, his chin to his chest as he slept. Slowly, memories came back to me. I was in the infirmary at UA. How cool was that? I was at the top hero school in the country. I turned my attention back to myself, wincing as I remembered the events leading up to getting here. God, it felt like ages ago that I had been riding to the house with Ma'am. I knew it only had to have been a few days at most though. I deliberately ignored my wing for the moment and looked down at my ribs. They weren't bandaged, but there was still some bruising. Nothing felt broken or fractured anymore. Without anything else to pay attention to, I turned to look at my wing. It was splinted and folded up against my back, secured by bandages. I stared at it for a long time, noticing the bandages covering some areas along the ridge of my wing, where the bones were. Around those areas, I was free of feathers, though the skin didn't look irritated. It almost looked like the shaved skin of a dog or cat. The bare places were also carefully shaped, rectangular and purposeful. The F had happened? The sound of a door opening had my head swiveling. Hawks, no. Kigo, I vaguely remembered the hero divulging his name to us, walked through the door, a bag in hand, and froze when he saw me. After a moment he grinned and skipped over. "Heya, little bird." A chirp slipped from my throat without my permission, and I immediately slapped a hand over my mouth. F dash. Stupid bird. Not supposed to make noises. Bad. Awful. Animal. Kigo frowned and sat down on the edge of the bed, looking towards me. A questioning warble sounded from him and I dropped my hand. He smiled sadly. "I told you before, kiddo, you don't have to hide your noises. Okay? I never want you to hide them from me. I really like having another bird to chat with." But dash. No. If you try to apply whatever argument you were about to use to me, does it seem right? No, of course not. You're not gross. You're not a wild animal. You're not better off dead. But I am. So no feeling bad about any bird noises, yeah? I bit my lip but nodded. "K." He cooed, pleased, and I blushed a little at the clear praise he was giving in our native language. After a moment, I twisted my fingers together and murmured, "What happened?" He sighed. "You're probably a bit confused, huh? What can you remember?" I remember Ma'am driving me home. I remember her hurting me. I think I passed out. I have bits and pieces after that. I think we were at someone's house. I brought you to my apartment, yeah. Kigo confirmed and I nodded. It's super foggy? I remember coming here. But anything else is really murky. Sorry. The man shook his head. Nah, no apologies needed, chick. I'm honestly surprised you remembered that much. He gave a bright smile before sobering a bit. I got a text from Hitoshi 2 nights ago asking for help. I took you both to my apartment and called Dobby, who called Eraserhead, who got in touch with Recovery Girl. Following so far? I bobbed my head. That matched up with the memory fragments I had. But then I quietly asked, You saved us? The hero gave a kind nod. Yep, I came and I took you and Hitoshi away so you'd be safe. Two of your broken ribs had punctured your lungs and you were drowning in your own blood. Recovery Girl barely made it in time to save you. I blinked, my jaw dropping a bit in shock. I had almost died. I couldn't die. I would leave Hitoshi behind and I would never do that. I could never do that. God, I should have just let them put a FING black mark on my record. Who the F cared if I didn't become a hero? At least Toshi would still have me if no one had saved us in time. FING hell, Hitoshi must have been so scared. Need you to breathe, little bird. You're okay. You're safe. I promise. I heaved in a breath through my lungs, slowly realizing that I had been hyperventilating. Good job, sweets. I've got you. You're safe. Deep breaths. You're doing so well. As I sunk back into my body, I melted into the strong arms around me. Kigo had at some point completely crawled onto the bed and had cocooned me in his arms and wings, the light now dimmed and red-tinted from his feathers. It had me calming quicker, anxious coos breaking free as I subconsciously nuzzled into the hero's chest. There we go. Back with me? I nodded but didn't move. Kigo didn't make me either, just kept holding me as he continued in a soft voice, We took you to UA the morning after I got the text. Recovery Girl did a full workup on you both. I don't know all of the technical jargon stuff. It might be easier for her to explain it to you, but I can try to now if you want. She can always answer any questions you have later. I thought for a moment. I would like to have the full report of what the hell had happened to us. I knew it would just be easier for my brain to process if it was in a neat little list. I looked up at the blonde and Kigo stared down at me with attentive, kind eyes. I took a deep breath. I'll talk to her later. But Kigo, can you please tell me what's wrong with my wing? The man's expression shifted into something like resigned worry and he sighed. Well, it was bad, chick. I'm not gonna lie to you. You're too smart anyway, you'd see around it. He paused, tugging me a little closer. Almost every bone in your wing was broken. Recovery Girl had to perform surgery to realign everything. I froze, a fuzzy memory of Kigo's gentle chirps and voice and the question of if it was okay for them to perform surgery on me coming through the mist. Well, that at least explained the bandages and bald spots. They were the surgical sites, areas where the feathers had to be removed so the doctor could see properly. I clasped onto his shirt, little talons breaking through the material. And it's gonna be okay? Right? She thinks you're gonna be able to fly again, yeah. But, she also said there's a high possibility of chronic pain and mobility issues. I'm sorry, sweetheart, but we're just gonna have to wait and see. You were so tired that she could only heal so much and she focused her quirk on your ribs after surgery since those were a more, potentially lethal problem. I thought through his words slowly, the meanings processing, and I forced myself to take a deep breath. I would not fall into another panic attack. Besides, Kigo had just said that I'd be able to fly again. That's all that really mattered. It was okay if my wing hurt sometimes. As long as I could still fly. I startled as I felt a hand land on my shoulder. I turned my head and peered through the small gap in Kigo's feathers to see Hitoshi standing there, eyes filled with too many emotions to count. He'd probably woken up at some point. I whimpered, wanting to reach out and tug him towards me. He got the hint though and Kigo moved his wings so that the boy could nestle into my side. I stayed glued to Kigo's chest but Hitoshi didn't seem to mind, eyeing my hands that had stress locked around the hero's shirt. He signed, You're back. I tilted my head and he elaborated, I woke up earlier and you were in surgery, so you weren't here. But you're back now. I nodded, chirping quietly. I tensed again. It didn't matter that Kigo told me it was apparently okay, giving into the disgusting need to bird call, it was still terrifying. Those noises had always been met with pain before. When no sharp strike came, no kick, no nothing, I relaxed again. How do you feel, Zoo? I shrugged, achy. Kinda floaty still. But okay? But okay, I agreed easily, giving the purple-eyed teen a small smile. Hitoshi mirrored my expression, the adorable wrinkling of his face bringing more attention to the new scars that I could see across his cheeks. My heart caught in my throat. Hitoshi. He stared at me worriedly, as if searching for the problem, when he saw where my eyes were landing on his face. Hitoshi flinched and brought a hand up, tracing over the marks. They were much more prominent than any of the other scars had been. I could remember seeing blood when the muzzle was put on him during my punishment, but I thought it was just my pain-addled brain making stuff up. He had only spoken to ma'am to protect me. It was my fault. Bad bird. Bad protector. Couldn't protect nestmate. My voice cracked pitifully. Sorry Toshi. So sorry. Kigo held me a bit tighter and Hitoshi immediately signed a desperate, no. Don't you dare apologize. It's not your fault. At all. I knew the consequences and I had to try something even if it meant that thing getting put back on. I shook my head but Toshi didn't let me speak. No. You do not have to apologize. I do not blame you. Okay? Please, don't apologize. If anything, I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. But that was different. Hitoshi had been at school. There was no way he could have known that I was in trouble. Hitoshi threw his arms around me, pressing his face into my shoulder, and Kigo made a sad warbling noise above us, murmuring, "Loves, it was not either of your faults. Okay? You should have been protected and supported by the adults around you, not hurt like this. It's their fault. Not yours. You are still children, you shouldn't have ever had to go through any of this. Hell, no human deserves to go through what you did." Hitoshi's shoulders shook and tears made their way down my face in rivers. I collapsed onto Kigo's chest and the hero quickly adjusted to pull both of us into his lap, leaning back in the hospital bed. He chirped quietly, "Safe, safe Ias, good chicks, safe now." Slowly, the pull of sleep had pulled me under again without me even realizing how tired I was. Dabi. When I had walked into the infirmary, I had not expected to see Hawks reclining in the bed with the two boys latched onto him like a lifeline, fast asleep. Kigo was sitting there looking down at them, a hand on each of their heads as small coos fell from his mouth. His wings were wrapped around them securely like a blanket. The man looked up upon my entrance and gave a small, fragile smile. "Hey, Matchstick." "Hi Birdbrain," I greeted back, sitting down heavily on the stupid plastic chair by the bed. This close I could just barely make out the tear tracks on Hitoshi's face, crossing across the newly healed scars the boy now had over his nose and cheeks. He still had a bandage taped to his temple as the burn there was determined to be the least important injury to heal at the moment. Izuku had completely buried himself into the winged man, face hidden from view, but I could guess that I'd see tears there too. What happened? Kigo sighed. "They're both blaming themselves." I paused, taking a moment to process. It wasn't surprising that they thought that. It was a common mindset that kind, good-hearted people fell into when they got used by those around them. Honestly, I should have expected the kids to immediately start taking the blame for everything that had happened. Just because I knew that didn't mean I was happy about it. God fing damn it. Really? After all the shit they've gone through they're still blaming themselves? There is nothing that those two kids could do that would make me want to do that shit to them. I know, Dabi. I'm angry about it as well. I'm gonna get them in therapy as soon as I can, don't worry. The hero paused, his face turning even sadder. "Dabi, they were talking about the muzzle. I think that thing was used repeatedly from how they were referring to it." My heart dropped. That would definitely explain why Hitoshi was selectively mute. I wanted to go on a warpath. Nobody did that to my kid without facing some fing consequences. "Hey Dabi," Kigo caught my attention again and I looked over to see him staring down at the kids in his lap with such fondness and adoration that my breath caught in my throat. "I'll help you burn down anyone who ever hurt them." I sat in the corner of the room, eyes flicking between my phone screen and the bed where Kigo was still sitting with the kids. He'd tried to get up to let them rest and so that he could work on paperwork for fostering the kids indefinitely, but Izuku had latched their talons into his shirt and had not let go, no matter what Hawks did. He gave up his escape attempts pretty quickly, just sitting down in the bed with a quiet huff and squirming a bit to get comfortable. He dozed off shortly later. My phone vibrated and I directed my attention back to it. Eraser and his detective friend were discussing getting the kids' statements as soon as possible. I'd fought them on it, but Tsukachi had explained that while they didn't want to stress the kids more by pressuring them to talk about what had happened, it was better to get their statements soon while the memories were still fresh. Getting their statements would also help secure Hawks as their guardian, as the current emergency foster he'd placed on the kids was tenuous at best. I'd eventually agreed, but on the condition that if the kids weren't okay with it, it wasn't happening. They'd allowed it, thanking me for the compromise. I was not looking forward to the interview if they did agree. We'd be asking them to relive what was no doubt brutal abuse. Their injuries were alike to those of torture victims. I dug my nails into the scar tissue of the opposite wrists. I'd have to hold myself together and be there for the kids when they needed me. I couldn't afford to lose it. The only plus I could see with this sheet was that the minute the DMN interview was over, both boys would get another round of healing before Kigo and I took them back to the man's apartment. When Izuku had gone into surgery, the hero had suddenly realized that he needed to care for two whole other people, and after begging me to text him every 15 minutes for updates on both teens, had left briefly to get some basics for the kids. He'd returned with a tote bag full of who knows what for when the kids came home. I looked up as there was a small rustle from the bed. Hitoshi was shifting, purple eyes heavy with sleep blinking open. He glanced from Izuku to Hawks and then over to me and I gave him a little smile. "Hey, Songbird." He signed, "Hi. Izuku is quite the clingy sleeper, huh?" I teased, softening when he looked over at the other boy with a small smile. "Yeah. He's always been like that," he explained. After a moment of silence, I took a deep breath and asked, "You good to be asked a pretty important question, kiddo?" Hitoshi tensed but gave a cautious nod and I continued, "Do you think you'd be able to answer some questions about what happened?" He pressed his lips together tightly and without looking away, put his hand over one of Izuku's that was still curled into Kigo's shirt. I quickly added, "You guys would stay together. Kigo and I would be right here. It's also okay to say no, alright? It would just help put the beach that did this in prison and make sure that Hawks's foster placement becomes more solid." The teen froze, eyes going wide before signing. Hawks's foster placement? I cursed quietly. We'd not had a chance to tell the kids about it yet. To be honest, telling them had totally slipped my mind with all of the other stuff going on. Sure, Kigo had offered for them to stay with him, but it hadn't been confirmed at all. I sighed, "Sorry. I totally meant to tell you guys. When you both fell asleep after getting here, Nedzu appeared out of FING nowhere and gave Kigo some emergency foster placement paperwork. Heroes taking fosters in situations like this isn't uncommon, a lot of them have foster licenses for emergencies, but Hawks wants to foster you for real. He's been trying to work on the other steps he needs to get a more steady hold on your custody." He wants us?" Hitoshi asked, tears welling up in his eyes. My heart broke for the millionth time since I'd known these kids. They were so hurt, so shattered, that they couldn't believe that someone actually wanted to care for them. I reached over and grabbed his hand. "Of course he wants you, darling. Look, I know you probably have a lot of big feelings about this whole thing, but he wants to take both of you in at least while you heal. You can decide where you go after that. We'll make sure you stay safe." Hitoshi reached up with his free hand to rub away the tears that had started making their way down his face. I let him calm down before asking, "You think you can do the interview, kiddo?" After a long moment of thought, he signed, I can't talk." "That's okay, honey. The detective who would be doing the interview knows sign, all right?" He gave a shrug and a nod. "I'll do it, but it depends on what Zoo says." I blinked before nodding. "That's fair, kiddo." "What's fair?" Kigo's voice was groggy and slurred slightly as he shifted in the bed, his golden eyes peeking open. I smirked. "Have a nice nap, Sleeping Beauty?" He glared, but any intimidation he had was quickly ruined by a jaw-breaking yawn. I snickered quietly, proud as I saw Hitoshi's lips quirk up ever so slightly. "We were talking about doing interviews with Eraser's detective friend," I explained, sobering slightly. Kigo nodded. "Oh, Detective Tsukachi? He's cool." Hitoshi frowned. "Is he safe?" "Oh, fledgling," the blonde murmured. "He's safe. You're safe. I'm not gonna let anybody hurt you." "Kigo." I wanted to punch Dabi. He'd told Hitoshi about me fostering him and Izuku while I was asleep, and then I had to find out about it through the purple boy's signs to the other teen once he'd awoken. It wasn't until I had reluctantly forgiven the man, he said it was an accident, that the relief from both of the kids accepting my guardianship rushed over me. I was so horribly worried that they'd not want to stay with me. Of course, I would have taken that choice in stride and found somewhere else to put them where they'd be safe, but my bird brain had latched on hard to these kids, and I didn't foresee it letting go anytime soon. A few hours later, there was a knock at the door that had the kids tensing up. I gave them a comforting smile as Dabi went to open the door. Eraserhead walked in first, with Detective Tsukachi following close behind. The detective stayed close to the doorway as he gave a little bow to the kids. "Hi there. I'm Detective Tsukachi. I've been working with Eraserhead on your case for a while." That was all information we'd already told the vigilante duo, and they seemed to relax a bit. "I'm just gonna ask a bit about your home situation. We have lots of evidence against your caretaker already, but your statements will help keep you off the stand and make sure she stays in prison for a long time, okay?" The pair nodded and the hat-wearing man sat down at a chair as close to the door as he could get. He was slumping his posture and trying to make the kids feel comfortable, which I appreciated greatly. Izuku was still exhausted from the healing, but I could see his body trying to tense, as if he thought he was gonna be attacked. Eraserhead quietly stepped out and Dabi sat down on the side of the bed I wasn't on. Once Izuku had woken up, he'd let go of me, but both of the kids refused to be moved from each other's sides. So now, they were cuddled up on the same bed, pressed closely together. "I'm gonna record our conversation. I know that one of you uses sign to communicate, so it will have to be a video, is that alright?" Izuku nodded but then glanced at Hitoshi, who took a second to consider before giving his own permission. The detective smiled and set up a small camera pointed at the bed the two kids were cuddled together on. He went to start the recording but then paused and added, "I also have a quirk that allows me to tell if someone is truthful or lying. Are you still alright going through with this?" Another nod from the kids and he hit a button on the camera. The man took a deep breath before stating, "This is Detective Tsukachi of the Muzutafu Police Department. I'm in the UA infirmary with Pro Hero, Hawks and the informant Dabi. We are interviewing Shinso Hitoshi and Midoriya Izuku for their experiences with child abuse. Could you please both confirm your legal names and ages?" Izuku stared at his hands. Midoriya Izuku. I'm 14. Hitoshi signed, I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Also 14. I froze. They were 14? I wanted to scream. Of course, I'd known they were young, but adding a number to it suddenly made everything click that much clearer in my brain. God. They were children. I could hardly even believe that age was accurate by what I was seeing in front of me. Hitoshi, I could see being 14, but Izuku? Izuku was so small. There was always a chance that his mutant species contributed to his size, but that couldn't be the whole story here. I was sure that Recovery Girl was right about the malnourishment stunting his growth. The poor boy looked like he could be 10. The detective paused. Shinso, your given name rang out as a lie? Could you please give me your legal name? Izuku quickly grabbed Hitoshi's hand and gave a squeeze before letting go so he could sign. My legal name is Hitomi. Please don't call me that. I'm Hitoshi. My heart broke at the silent plea for his name to be respected. It hit me hard in more ways than one. True. Thank you, Hitoshi. What are your preferred pronouns? Both of you. The purple-haired teen let out a relieved sigh. He/him. He/they, please. Tsukachi nodded. Now what about your quirks? They both stiffened. It was not entirely unexpected. Izuku had clearly faced discrimination to do with his mutation and we didn't even have a clue as to what Hitoshi's quirk was. It was fully possible that he'd experienced similar treatment because of his quirk. Izuku was quiet as he murmured, I think mine is registered under owl. But my quirk is specifically based on a Japanese scops owl. I tilted my head a bit at that information. It seemed that Recovery Girl was right on her deduction that Izuku was an owl species. I knew that scops owls were native to Asia and Africa, and were a relatively elusive group if I remembered correctly, but I didn't know much more than that. I'd have to do more research. Hitoshi was still and silent for almost 30 seconds before he signed. Do I have to? I'm sorry, Shinso-kun. I do need you to state your quirk for the record. Tsukachi apologized gently. Izuku wrapped an arm around Hitoshi's waist, his sharp green eyes suddenly darting around the room as Hitoshi slowly got out his answer, brainwashing. The first thing that came to mind was how amazing that quirk sounded and questions about how it worked. Brainwashing, as a name, was incredibly vague and I was so curious about what it could do. It could potentially be a very powerful quirk. The second thing that came to mind was how much sense everything made now. Brainwashing was no doubt considered a villainous quirk. With how Izuku had been treated for his mutation, it wasn't a surprise that Hitoshi would be abused for his villainous powers. I'm sorry. I understand if you don't want to help us anymore. Please just don't send us back. Suddenly Hitoshi seemed to collapse in on himself. Izuku was also curling into his friend, eyes still flicking around the other members of the room and the exit points. Hey, I called, gentle but loud enough to get the kids' attention. You're okay. We're not sending you back there. Not for any reason, okay? We're still gonna help you. But it's a villainous quirk. You shouldn't waste your time on me. There are no villainous quirks, Songbird, Dabi chided gently. They're just tools. A knife could be used to cut up food for a starving family or to stab someone. It's who's wielding the quirk that makes it villainous. And you? You're not a villain, honey. Hitoshi was staring at him shocked and Izuku questioned, You really don't think Toshi is a villain? Dabi leaned forwards and very slowly put a hand on the purple-eyed boy's cheek, giving him ample time to pull away. He smiled gently. Hitoshi, you're a good kid. I don't see you ever being a villain. A stupid quirk isn't gonna change the way I see you. Okay? The taller teen shuddered, leaning into the touch with a small nod. Dabi looked so incredibly soft and I didn't think I'd ever get used to that expression on his face. The big bad scary vigilante was so enamored with these kids and it showed. It wasn't like I could blame him either. I was equally in love with them. The scarred man pulled back after a good minute and Hitoshi whined quietly, the noise pushed through sealed lips but still heard nonetheless. He chuckled, Wanna hold my hand, baby? There was a nod and Dabi offered his hand. Hitoshi grabbed it immediately and then settled back in place, turning his attention back to the detective. Tsukachi watched the whole interaction with a sad smile and upon seeing the boys relaxing again, he added, I agree. Quirks don't determine the person. Both of the small vigilantes smiled a bit at his words. The man's face went serious again. Can you please explain the events that led up to you being rescued by hawks? Kigo. Both kids went stiff, the newfound calm quickly replaced by fear. Hitoshi's fingers immediately curled around Izuku's in a tight hold that the other boy didn't seem to mind. The green-haired boy was shaking slightly, his one free wing twitching and ruffling. After a moment, he murmured, it was my fault. I bit my tongue to stop myself from interrupting him. What was done to the boys could never be their fault. But they didn't believe that, and right now, just to get through this interview, I would just have to drop it. Hitoshi squeezed Izuku's hand and turned to him with a little shake of his head in silent admonishment. Izuku ignored him and continued, I got a 100% on our recent Q quiz. The highest R ranking K kid on only got a 9 to 90%. The teacher, SHCS said IW was cheating. That an animal Lee like me couldn't possibly get a G good score L like that. Fing hell. Of course the abuse didn't just come from their guardian. They were experiencing it at school too. A growl was building in my chest, spurred on my rage and protective instincts, but I pushed it down. The kids did not need anger right now. The boy was shaking heavily now, tears beating in his eyes, and after a moment, I slowly put my hand on the bed, face up in offering. He glanced at it and then at me, searching for something that he seemed to find as a moment later, his small hand was curling around mine. I gave a shaky smile and he took a deep, shuddering breath. She said I cheated. I didn't promise, I didn't dash. I refused to wince as his hand curled devastatingly tight around my own, even as his short, jagged talons bit into my skin slightly. It was a stress grip, an instinctual behavior to latch on when a raptor felt scared or threatened. I knew the chick couldn't control it. DMN though, even though his nails were brittle from anemia, they were sharp. I glanced at Hitoshi to see him just staring worriedly at his friend, not even seeming to notice the stress grip on his own hand. Shoo, you're all right, baby bird, Dobby called softly. We believe you, honey. We don't think you cheated. Everything's gonna be okay. The grip didn't release, but Izuku did draw in a shaky breath, blinking harshly to keep his tears at bay. I had to go to the PRI principal's office. He told me that I had two options. I could get another black mark on my record or have a 3-day suspension, Izuku explained quietly, and Hitoshi went still next to him. I blue-screened. A suspension meant that the kid would likely have been home alone with his main abuser, for 3 days. I couldn't have the B black mark. I have too many already and I promised Toshi we be heroes tog together. So it took the suspension. Hitoshi let out a small, heartbroken sound that I wanted to mirror. Izuku wanted to be a hero so badly that he took 3 days of hell over not being able to do so. Hitoshi let go of Dobby's hand to reach over and gently tap Izuku on the shoulder. The boy's gaze swiveled and the purple-haired teen ever so tenderly cradled his cheek, eyes staring into the other's soul and seeming to speak a novel all on their own. After a moment he pulled back and fingerspelled, WHY. I couldn't afford any more B black marks, Toshi. ANIP promised YU. Hitoshi let out a breath through his nose and then guided Izuku's face to his shoulder. The winged boy relaxed almost instantly, falling against his friend heavily before he started speaking again, not coming out of his hiding place. Ma'am C came to pick me up. She was so quiet. I could tell she was angry. When we got to the house she told me to go in the living room. I texted to Toshi, cause I knew something bad was gonna happen. When she got there, she started hurting me. She didn't stop. I don't know what all she did. It started with hit and kicks. At some point she grabbed the fire poker that was sitting in the fireplace. What the f dash? It was so much. I know I ff'd up B, but she'd never been so mad like that before. It just kept hurting and hurting and hurting. The kid cut off with a whimper that quickly devolved into a sob, and in my periphery, I could see Tsukachi pausing the recording and quietly stating that we'd take a break. I took a deep breath, trying to get the thought of Izuku laying broken on the ground as that woman used a fire poker to burn him out of my head. After a moment, I pushed the images aside, instead focusing my sole attention on my kids as soft chirps and coos came from my throat. Chick safe. Chick okay. Settle. Safe. He responded with heartbreakingly small trills that had me biting down hard on my lip to stop myself from crying. Hurt. It hurts. Help. Flock please. Help. Hurts. Not safe. Izuku. Bad bird. Stupid bird. My thoughts were nothing but turmoil. She grounded me. Grounded birds are dead birds. I deserve it. I F it up. I'm not supposed to be smart. I'm supposed to be the stupid animal they all see. But I just had to go and forget. Now Toshi is hurt. Nestmate hurt. Nestmate quiet. My fault. My fault. My fault. I could vaguely feel my chest heaving. They're gonna send me back. They're gonna realize how fing useless I am and send me back to Mam. She'll hurt me again. I tripped over my own breathing, coughing out sobs and panicked cries. I can't do that again. She'll break my other wing. I can't. The memory of Mam's hands clenched onto my wing as they brutally twisted played through my mind over and over and over again. The pain felt fresh. Lightning shot through my limb and I trembled with fear and agony. The image slowly morphed into her grabbing my wing at the joint and ripping it free from my back. I screamed. Hey. Ias, ko, brea dash. A voice broke through the fog. You, av, eth. Ple, chick. Come, oh, honey. Jew, with us. There were two voices now. Calm and gentle. I forced myself to focus on them. Eve, honey. Can, breathe for me, baby bird? We're, here. You're safe. I let out a shuddering cry. Yeah, that's, baby. Come on, you're doing so good. Just take, deep breath. You're safe. A stuttering coo hesitantly escaped my throat and I tensed, forever expecting the pain that always followed horrible, inhuman noises like that. Instead of a harsh smack like I expected, I heard an echoed coo followed by, it's okay. You're safe. Nobody's gonna hurt you, chick. You're okay. I let out a high-pitched whine and there was a pause before the other voice was asking, can you hear us, Ias? I chirped an affirmative, unable to find energy for anything else. There was a happy whistle in response and then the voice was speaking again, that's so good, Ias. You're doing so well. Alright, you need to breathe, sweetheart. Can you breathe with me? A slow, loud inhale was heard followed by an even exhale. It repeated a few times before my lungs hesitantly tried to copy. I choked and coughed but the breaths just kept going, smooth and steady. Ever so slowly, I registered a hand in my hair, gently twisting the strands and scratching at my scalp. There was something warm under my cheek and my hands were latched around something. I slowly opened my eyes to find that Hitoshi was holding me against his chest, it was his hand in my hair. Dabi and Kigo were sitting in front of us on the bed, each holding one of my hands while their other hands were gently smoothing over my shoulders and back. There you are. Are you back with us, darling? Dabi asked quietly, rubbing his thumb across the back of my palm. I glanced down and tensed as I saw that my talons had punctured the skin on both Hawks's and Dabi's hands. I squirmed, distressed. Hurt them. Hurt. My fault. My fault. Kigo leaned forwards and shook his head. Hey, no, nobody's mad. Dabi and I are both okay. You can't control your stress grip, little bird. You're okay. I gave a little nod and took another deep breath through my nose, allowing the sense around me to pull me away from my mind. Hitoshi's was the strongest seeing as I was close to him, but I picked up on the men's sense as well. Dabi smelt like smoke and oddly, eucalyptus. Kigo on the other hand had a woody floral smell, like a flower field in the middle of a deep forest. I chirped quietly, my bird brain quickly deciding that this specific blend of scents was safe. I'd never allowed myself to pay much attention to other people's scents. Up to this point, I really only knew Hitoshi and Kaken by scent alone, and that second one came from knowing him my entire life. But suddenly, that little bubble expanded to include the two adults who had saved us. That's it, kiddo, Dabi praised, giving an encouraging smile. Just keep breathing. Just like that. You're doing so good, baby. I melted into the soft words and touches. My grip loosened from around Kigo and Dabi's hands but they still held onto mine as Hitoshi pressed soft kisses into my hair. Distantly I heard the detective whisper to Dabi, I'm calling it for today. I won't stress them out any further and this is more than enough evidence to get them out of that woman's custody. I'll be in touch. He left the room and I was left basking in the comfort of my flock people. Here, with Kigo, Dabi, and Hitoshi, I was safe. I was untouchable. I knew they would keep me afloat in the sea of memories that threatened to drown me. Get some rest, little bird. We'll all be right here the whole time, Kigo encouraged quietly. I hummed and allowed the coming waves of exhaustion to push me under. Nedzu. I stared at my computer screen with narrowed eyes. My tail was twitching behind me occasionally as I listened to the small winged kit recite how he'd gotten so injured. The rage that bubbled up inside of me was violent and strong, thrashing against the cage that I had put around it. I knew there were many people who thought I didn't experience emotions but that is not the case. I feel quite strongly, especially when it comes to injustice and abuse like the boys in the infirmary had faced. I tensed as the green kit fell into a flashback, crying and wailing and then he screamed. I bristled at the sound, a hybrid of his human and avian vocals. Though I was not an owl, there were certain cues and sounds that could be understood no matter the species. And that was a child in horrible pain. I watched as Takami-kun, Tuya-kun, and Hitoshi-kun worked to soothe the kid, gentle words and touches. It took far too long to get him into a state of calm, and I was about to call Chiyo and have her sedate the poor bird when he finally seemed to return to earth. Tsukachi-kun quietly dismissed himself and I grabbed my phone, quickly calling the detective. I had no doubt the children were telling the truth, but it would be easier to wreak havoc on those who'd hurt them with the man's help. I observed through the cameras as he pulled his device from his pocket and accepted the call. Nezu-sensei. Why hello, Tsukachi-kun. Could you come to my office please? I believe there are some things we need to discuss, I said, more cheer in my voice than I felt. Yeah, I'll be right there. Kigo. Hitoshi fell asleep not long after Izuku. Even though the boy was trying to be strong for his friend, I could see the immense panic in his eyes as the other teen explained his experiences and then fell into one of the most intense flashbacks I'd ever seen. The winged boy had been crying and sobbing, pleading for help and for whatever horrible things he was seeing to stop. That had lasted for at least 5 minutes before Izuku let out a blood-curdling wail. Hitoshi scooped up his friend and held him close, rocking them back and forth and back and forth. Dabi and I latched onto the boy's hands and didn't flinch as talons cut into flesh. It took another 5 minutes for Izuku to give any sign that he heard us. I was grateful when Tsukachi left, allowing us to calm the kids in peace. The panic had hit both of them hard, and it was no surprise that they were out so fast. Once both kids were asleep, Dabi slowly stood from his chair and flexed his bleeding hand. Baby birds got a grip. He turned his gaze onto me. You said something about a stress grip? Is that what that was? I nodded, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Dabi raised an eyebrow, prompting me to explain. I sighed. It's a defense mechanism in raptors. Basically, in the wild, when birds of prey stress out they clench their talons to attempt to kill or injure anything that could be a threat. I raised a hand and flexed my own talons, the sharp black blades flashing in the light of the infirmary. Dabi's eyes narrowed in on them and I continued, as you might know, people with animal quirks sometimes acquire traits from whatever that animal is that might not be useful as a human. In this case, it means that some people with raptor quirks, like myself and Izuku, will grab onto things when stressed and not be able to let go or even loosen our holds. Dabi hummed thoughtfully as he wandered over to a sink in the corner of the room to rinse the blood off. Good to know. You planning on bringing the kids home today? Yep, I nodded. Recovery girl wants to give them one more healing session first. I've got 2 guest rooms they can use and I'll do some shopping for more personalized things once they're a little more settled in. I hummed. I have a feeling that they're gonna be staying in the same room for a while. The vigilante stepped closer to me, eyeing me silently for a moment before murmuring, look. The kids seem to trust you. They at least trust you to get them out of trouble. Because of that, I've made the decision to trust you. My lips parted as I stared at him. I went to say something but he quickly continued. But, if you say something, do something, that makes me think you're even considering hurting those kids. There is no news station that will be able to show your body. You've got one chance, Kigo. You're on thin FING ice. I will be watching you. You can't keep me from them. I gulped. Sweat beaded in my hairline. Dabi was FING terrifying when he wanted to be. The thing was, I wholeheartedly understood him. I nodded slowly. I'm not gonna keep you from them. You can be around them as much as you want. If I step out of line, I give you full permission to do whatever you think I deserve. I want you to kill me if I ever hurt them. Dabi trained those electric cerulean eyes directly at me. I met him head-on, refusing to look away or show weakness. He walked up to me, a mere foot away as he bent down to my eye level. He stared at me a while more, seeming to reach into the darkest depths of my soul. He stared for so long that my nictitating membrane slid across my eyes to re-wet them since I refused to blink. He tilted his head slightly at that before creeping even closer. We were nose to nose as he harshly poked a finger into my chest. I'm gonna hold you to that, hero. Tuya. Recovery girl had come in not soon after making myself clear to the hero who, to my relief, seemed fully in agreement about the kids and their safety. The woman gave both kids one last kiss on the cheek before removing a few bandages from each. When the kids woke up again, recovery girl approached them. I'd like to just do one last check over everything, put a splint on your wing, and then you'll be free to go. Do you have any questions? When's my wing gonna be better? Izuku cautiously asked. I'd begun to notice the boy's stutter and how it seemed much more prevalent when he was talking to people he wasn't as familiar with. The woman glanced down at the tablet she was holding as she explained, well, it depends on how many healing sessions we are able to do. Unfortunately, your malnourishment will decrease the number of appointments we'll be able to have as my quirk dash. Your Q quirk uses the patience and energy. They often sleep afterwards to regain I but you have energy gummies you give to the PE people you treat to mitigate the fatigue, the winged boy interjected. The heroine smiled, exactly. You are quite bright, dearie. The boy ducked his head as small spots of color rose on his cheeks and I couldn't help but grin at the sight. I'd seen the vigilante do that same head duck motion anytime I praised him on patrol and I already thought it was cute, but now, seeing the kid's face turn into a strawberry, I thought I was gonna die of adorableness. However, that joy was mingling with slight anger. Without the impediment of his mask, I could see his rosy cheeks, but I could also see the brief look of absolute shock that passed over his face as the kind comment. It was as if he never expected to be receiving praise like that for anything, let alone his incredible intellect. I was gonna spoil these kids. So, usually I would have a person with your injury healed in about a week at most. Considering your malnutrition, the most I believe I'd be able to shorten it down to is about 4 weeks. Izuku's face crumpled and Hitoshi quickly took his hand. The winged hero standing beside me swore under his breath before asking, what would happen if you went ahead with the normal pace of healing? Recovery girl took a deep breath, turning to the hero, if I were to proceed how I would with a healthy patient, Midoriya-kun's body would not be able to keep up. Even with sleep, his body would become so drained that it would begin to shut down. I blinked at the old woman's explanation and saw Kigo paling beside me. He gave a stiff nod. Hitoshi looked just as horrified and shocked as Kigo did. I'm sure I wasn't any better, but Izuku was calm, almost as if he knew the answer to the question before Recovery Girl answered it. I internally huffed, I wouldn't put it past Izuku to know random shit like that. Even from the brief glimpses I'd gotten of the true power of the mind in his head, I knew that the kid was a genius. The green boy glanced behind himself at where his wing was bound safely to his torso. Kigo said something about chronic pain? Recovery Girl nodded solemnly. Unfortunately, your wing was so badly broken that it is likely you will experience pain even once it is fully healed. It might be able to become better with physical therapy and there are some medications we can try. But that's in the future, Sonny. We need to focus on making you better now. With that explanation, there were no other questions and the nurse quickly checked over their vitals and Izuku's incisions before giving the all clear, handing over some medications to Kigo while she was at it. What are those? Hitoshi signed, eyes narrowed in mild suspicion. They're just vitamins to help you get on track with your diet as well as some painkillers for Midoriya-kun, Recovery Girl explained, making the boy relax. She then grabbed a few materials to make a splint for Izuku's wing. It consisted of a metal bar in the shape of his folded wing that was then gently strapped around the appendage. The little bird kept wincing through the process, holding one of Hitoshi's hands tight. Once it was attached, it was again bandaged to his torso to minimize any possible movement. She stepped away with a nod, turning to both boys, you should try to take it easy, alright? Kigo dug into the bag he'd returned with on his brief stint home and quickly pulled out a few bundles of cloth. Okay. I've got some pretty basic clothes for you guys to wear. He tossed both of them a hoodie and sweatpants along with some underwear. There was also a sports bra for Hitoshi. The boy frowned at the item and sighed, I'm sorry, bud. I know it SCKS, but can you please try to stay out of the binder until at least tomorrow? He pouted but gave a brief nod. Izuku was examining the hoodie with wide eyes. He turned to the blonde, this is tailored for wings. It's not perfect. I had to grab one of the generic tops for winged people, Kigo explained apologetically. Kigo, I've never had clothes like this before. I've just been cutting holes in no normal tops, the owl smiled. Thank you. The man nodded and both kids wandered into the bathroom to change. The second the door closed Kigo was curling into himself with a hissed curse. He shook his head, they've never gotten proper clothes for their mutation before? Birdie, you should have really expected something like that, I drawled, though I fully agreed with his frustration. I know, but still, he complained, I was hated for my mutation but at least I got FING shirts to fit my goddamn wings. We sat in tense silence for another minute before the kids tentatively came out. I hid the wince at how big the clothes were on them. It seemed even with Kigo's best guess, he'd still underestimated how small they were. Izuku especially was swamped by the fabric, though he was tucking his neck in to nuzzle at the soft texture of the hoodie, so he didn't seem that bothered. And I had to admit, the way the sleeves fell over his hands was adorable. With nothing else to be said or done, Kigo approached the kids, you ready to head out, chicks? They nodded and stood. Hitoshi had to steady Izuku as he wavered a bit on shaky legs, but he quickly found his footing. Kigo. As we walked from the room, Nedzu, once again, appeared with no warning. Dabi jumped about a foot in the air with a loud curse and Izuku squeaked in surprise. I myself was frozen for a few seconds before I got out, oh, hello again Nedzu-sensei. He nodded his head to me. Hello to you as well, Takami-kun. And hello Izuku and Hitoshi. It is good to see you are up. I slowly turned my head as Izuku started muttering a mile a minute, too quiet and fast for me to pick out any words except for a few utterances of Nedzu and Ua. Now, Takami-kun. I wanted to let you know that I am personally taking over the legal reprimand for Aldera Middle School, where Izuku-kun went, and Sakura Middle School, where Hitoshi went. As of today, they've both been pulled from their respective schools, Nedzu explained, his eyes burning with a dangerous glee. Wait. What? Izuku murmured, tilting his head at the mammal. Nedzu turned his attention to the boy. From your statement to Detective Tsukachi alone, your school was liable for an investigation into discrimination and falsifying records. I did my own digging and quite frankly, the way that they treated you at that place was barbaric. I also looked into Hitoshi-kun's schooling, and you were discriminated against there as well. Therefore, I am making sure that you get justice and that those institutions and teachers shall never work again. Hitoshi and Izuku were both staring at Nedzu with shock, hope glinting behind their eyes. They took a moment to process and then the purple-haired boy was frowning. We still need to go to school, though. Where will we go? That's something we can discuss later. I'd like you both to settle in with Takami-kun before we deal with any of that. But we can't fall behind. Izuku argued. Izuku-kun, I have seen and heard only a small bit of your intellect, but I am positive that you will not fall behind. I am not one to base their intelligence on their appearance, and saying you are less smart because you resemble an animal would be quite hypocritical, don't you think? Nedzu was gentle but firm, his beady eyes staring directly at the boy. Izuku was gaping, openly surprised. I also don't think that Hitoshi-kun would fall behind. Neither of you should doubt your minds. He turned his eyes to me and Kigo. I shall be in contact shortly. Tuya. And now, we were back in the car. Kigo was rambling a bit nervously, and I picked up some clothes that should hopefully fit you. They're pretty plain and we can go shopping for more later. I also took the liberty to get some things for your rooms. Of course you can get rid of anything you don't like and we'll get more when we go shopping. This is too much, Izuku interjected, voice small and timid. Kigo pet his head and turned around to glance at them. What do you mean, little bird? We are not worth it. USH shouldn't be spending so much money on us. We're fine with what we have, Izuku explained, and I glanced up to the rear-view mirror to see the devastatingly confused and apologetic face that he was making at even the suggestion that they go and get some more items for their own. Kiddo, I murmured, you and Hitoshi deserve nice things. And besides, some extra clothes and decorations aren't even nice, they're necessities. And money isn't a problem too since you got Mr. Number 3 Hero over there to look after you. I ignored the petulant, hey, that Kigo cried and focused on the kid's expressions. Let it be said, driving and trying to be a parent at the same time was wait what? Was I parenting? Well, I quickly shoved those thoughts far down in my brain. I could figure that out later. Both teens were quiet, skepticism and confusion in both their eyes but also a cautious hope. I smiled. I would make sure they healed. I wouldn't let them end up like me. Tuya. Kigo led the kids up to the apartment, his wings twitching occasionally in what I thought was anxiety. As we walked out of the elevator, I was not going to take the ton of stairs to get to the top floor where the hero lived. Thank you very much. He started talking again, so I figure that I'll give you a tour of the apartment and then we can sit down and talk about a few things, alright? Both boys nodded timidly and we soon reached the apartment door that I may or may not have broken the lock off of last night. Kigo had angrily chirped at me in what I was sure was the bird version of cursing when he realized that. The blonde opened it and showed the kids inside with a small smile. Welcome home, sweethearts. The kids stepped into the Genkan and proceeded to gawk at what they could see. Kigo lived in a Western-style suite with a big open-plan kitchen, dining, and living area. It was a little ridiculous how much space was in here. The ceilings were high and the windows next to the balcony were ginormous. I'd been so focused on the kids last night that I'd totally ignored the space, only glancing around it for the supplies I'd need. Now though, I couldn't help the snort. Wow. Really living in the slums here, aren't you, chicken? Shush, Dobby. My bird brain doesn't like small spaces, Kigo replied dismissively, though I couldn't help noticing the tense of his shoulders, before turning to the vigilantes who'd shaken off their shock enough to take off their shoes. Now fledglings, this is the kitchen, please feel free to eat whatever and whenever you want to. The man started walking through the apartment pointing at various things. This is the living room. I've got a PlayStation and a Nintendo Switch that you are welcome to use. The couch was covered in large, fluffy blankets and a few pillows. It looked very homely compared to what I'd grown up in. It was so much better than my shitty apartment on the other side of the city. Kigo then gestured towards the hall. This will be your bathroom since I have my own attached to the master. These are your bedrooms. He swept his hand in a bid for the kids to take a peek in the first room. Hitoshi audibly gasped and I slid behind them to take a look myself. The setup was pretty basic, a queen-sized bed perpendicular to the door, a desk, and a large bean-bag chair in the corner. On top of the bed there was a tuxedo cat plush with a purple bow tied around its neck. There were also lots of pillows and a large blanket sitting at the foot of the bed. It wasn't much, but from what I'd heard about the FING cellar where the kids were living, this was a massive upgrade. Hitoshi slowly raised his hands. This is for me? Kigo smiled. Yep. And we'll go out to get some more decorations and stuff you want whenever you feel ready. Hitoshi just gave a slow nod, not seemingly understanding what exactly was going on. Kigo then came to the adjacent door. And this is your room, Izuku. The winged boy left Hitoshi's door frame to look inside and fully froze in the hallway, warbling quietly. In his room, there was a circular bed with raised and padded sides. In the bed were lots of blankets and pillows and similarly to Hitoshi, there was a white bunny plush with a green bow around its neck. There was also a desk and bookshelf. What is this? Izuku asked, slowly walking into the room. Well, this is your room, chick. I saw your nest at the group home so I got you one of the beds that I use so you can make an even better one. We can get whatever blankets and pillows you want to construct your nest, too, Kigo explained. You two are free to sleep wherever you want. If you want to sleep in the same room, that's totally fine, but I just thought that you should have separate spaces too. Both kids seemed to be in shock as the hero led them to the final two doors in the hall. That's the spare bedroom. And this is my room. You're free to come in whenever you want, just please knock first if the door is shut. Both of you are allowed in my nest if you want to be in it. I resisted the urge to smile and scoff because goddammit the stupid bird was being so good with the kids. Izuku. When we finished the tour of the apartment, I was still trying to figure out what the F was going on. First, in the car Kigo had said that we were going to go shopping for things we wanted, and then, he showed us our own rooms with some personalized items that clearly had thought put into them. That wasn't normal. Adults hell, people in general didn't do that. No one ever cared about the animal and the villain, and if they did, it was only because we had done something wrong. It was weird. I'd already, sort of, come to terms with the fact that Dobby was different and he could be trusted, and Hawks had saved us, but I didn't know what to think about him beyond that. When I was researching Endeavor, I'd found an article that talked about him catching someone called the Takami Thief and how this criminal had a small family. When I saw a picture of the man, I was shocked by how much Hawks resembled him. That led to a deep dive where I found an article about a young boy who'd saved a bunch of people from a bus accident with his telekinetic feathers. That was the only mention of Hawks up until his debut. It was odd. I'd tried searching for anyone with the name Takami but everything was redacted and nothing I tried to get around it worked. I'd also found some court cases from only a few years prior that mentioned Hawks and the HPSC. Right after those cases were settled, it seems that the hero's normal patterns started to shift. He stopped being seen in public as much and started working with various organizations to fight discrimination. It was odd. And, unlike most pro-heroes of such a high ranking, there was nothing about Hawks's civilian identity. To say I was suspicious would be an understatement. I was drawn out of my thoughts by Hitoshi gently grabbing my wrist and pulling us along back towards the living room. Kigo gestured for us to sit on the couch and then sat on the ottoman so he could face us. Dobby was lingering in the hallway, leaning up against the wall and watching with steady eyes. Alright loves, I have a few things I want to talk about, okay? Nothing bad, I promise. Just some things about your health and whatnot, Kigo explained, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Firstly, you've both got a diet plan to help you gain weight. I'll be handling most of that, but you guys are welcome to any snacks between meals, alright? And Izuku, I tensed as he swiveled to me, his golden eyes trained on my face. I know this is probably gonna be hard for you, but you've gotta start eating raw meat, buddy. I jerked back, arms curling around my torso as I frantically shook my head. But I'm not as supposed to. Only dirty animals eat raw meat. Dobby took a deep breath from where he was watching and Hawks slowly crouched in front of the couch, hands held where I could see them. No, little bird. I know that you've been told over and over and over again that you shouldn't, but the truth is, you need to eat raw meat. Fledgling, I eat raw meat. I paused, staring at the hero. What? I eat raw meat too, fledgling. And I had people telling me it was wrong and then hurting me for doing it too. I was terrified to eat it for a long time. So I get it, Izuku. I really do. It's scary, but it's not good for you to not eat it. You're not getting the nutrients you need with normal food. I went to shake my head again, because it was gross. I was gross, but Kigo gently placed a hand on my knee. Little bird. Listen to me. I know you're smart. I know that you need to eat raw meat. I bit into my lip, slowly processing his words. We can take it one step at a time, all right, he offered, and I slowly nodded my head. I felt like this was a trick, that he was going to give me raw meat only to yell when I ate it. But, he said that he ate raw meat too. I didn't know what to think. Kigo smiled. That's good, fledgling. I also wanted to talk to you about changing the bandages on your wing. We'll do it every 2 or 3 days unless you shower, then we'll do it then. I bobbed my head a bit numbly, horribly confused. Kigo looked between us, and lastly, you have some medications that you're gonna be taking. Most of them are supplements and vitamins. Izuku, you have a painkiller as well that you will take twice a day. He clapped his hands together. All right, that's all I had to talk about. I'll start making dinner and you guys can go and rest, yeah? Neither of us responded, but Hitoshi grabbed my hand and stood, pulling me with him. He led me back to the hallway with the bedrooms, right past Dabi, and then into the one that Kigo had said was mine, shutting the door behind us. Hitoshi let go of my wrist to sign, sit down. Robotically, I followed his instructions, flopping down onto the nest bed, and quickly my instinctual brain was piping up at the soft textures. Nest. Good nest. No sense. But soft. I warbled quietly, quickly biting my tongue to hold back the sound, and crawled to the center, slowly stroking the soft fabrics around me. Hitoshi soon joined me and we cuddled up together. He was trembling slightly, and when I looked up at him there were tears streaming down his face. His bottom lip was clenched tightly between his teeth as he tried not to make any noise. I wrapped my arms around him and we held each other tightly as we both broke down. Tuya. I watched the kid stand up from the couch with a worried frown. Izuku looked like he was on the verge of dissociating, and Hitoshi was shaking, his bottom lip trembling ever so slightly. I resisted the urge to reach out to them. They were likely completely overwhelmed, and trying to comfort them would just make them spiral even further. When the door to Izuku's new room shut, I glanced over at Kigo to see a grief-stricken and guilty look on his face. He locked eyes with me. Did I go too fast? I sighed. I don't think so, chicken. There was no better way to say all that. There's just been a lot that's happened in the past 2 days. The kids need a break from all of the surprises. The hero slumped but nodded and then seemed to shake away the negative thoughts as he got to his feet. He began making his way to the kitchen but paused. You stayin' for dinner, Dabs? I glanced at the closed door in the hallway and then back to the blonde before shrugging. I guess. I'm not just gonna leave them here without saying goodbye. That'd be shitty. I then narrowed my eyes. You better not make anything with fish, chicken. Sheets fing disgusting. Kigo snorted and continued his walk to the kitchen with a nod. Noted, no fish. I followed behind him and sat in one of the bar stools at the counter so that I could watch the hero's every move. I was not gonna get poisoned today, thank you very much. Hawks pattered around the kitchen, grabbing a few different ingredients. From what I could see, the hero's food supplies were frankly pathetic. He'd have to fix that soon or I was gonna be on his butt, and when he picked up a knife to begin cutting up a random onion I nearly threw myself over the counter in a panic. What the F are you doing? Kigo glanced from the onion to the knife to me. What? Fing, just dash, I grumbled and slid off the stool to round the counter and point to the onion. What the F is that? He just stared at me blankly and I groaned. You don't cut sheet on the bare Fing countertop, birdbrain. His mouth dropped open, but before he could say anything I gestured to the knife. And why are you holding that knife like it's a weapon? Because it is? Kigo replied, so horribly confused, and I could have sworn that my soul left my body for a moment as I realized that the hero I'd entrusted to keep the kids safe couldn't even cut a vegetable properly. No. Just, no. I grabbed the knife from him and set it on the counter. I pointed to where I had been sitting before. Go. Sit down. But I need to make dinner, he argued, going to pick the knife up again, but I blocked him. And you apparently know jack shit about cooking. So you are going to sit your butt down before you kill someone with the knife or the food you make. Kigo pouted and made his way over to the stool, dragging his feet the whole way. I scoffed and grabbed the knife. What were you even trying to make? The man shrugged. I don't cook much. No sheet. I was just gonna throw some stuff together and hope it worked out? I guess, he questioned, sounding unsure of his own plan. I grit my teeth and then took stock of the sad empty kitchen. Eventually, I settled on a simple stew that would be easy on the kids' stomachs but still had a high calorie count in accordance with the meal plan that Recovery Girl had explained to us. As I cut up the onion that the hero had been attempting to slice, I asked, what do you usually do with your raw meat? Kigo startled a bit, probably not expecting to be addressed again since I had gone quiet with focus when I was getting everything together. He blinked. I usually just eat it. Though, some heteromorph restaurants will make normal meat dishes just without cooking it for those who need it. Those are pretty good, but I I don't know how to do that. I huffed, unamused. However, I took his words into consideration, cooking all of the non-meat ingredients in one big pot together and then slicing up some chicken I'd found. The smaller chunks of chicken were then divided so that I could cook half of it on another pan and save the other pieces for the two birds. Occasionally, I glanced over to Kigo, who was watching my actions with rapt attention, his head tilting every once in a while. Soon enough, I was splitting the main broth into two smaller pots, mixing the cooked meat into one and the raw meat into the other. I set the stove to simmer to keep the stew warm and then glanced between the hero and the meal several times. Kigo raised an eyebrow at me. What? I'm trying to decide if I trust you not to burn the apartment down if I go and grab the kids, I snarked with a smirk. Oh my god, he whined. I'm not that useless in the kitchen. And besides, I think you have a higher probability of setting the apartment on fire, given the fire quirk and all. I snorted, and yet I've managed to go my entire life not burning down any buildings. Don't lie to me. Your entire MO is arson, the bird retorted. I haven't burned down any buildings that I didn't mean to, I corrected. There, happy? Your apartment is perfectly safe from me, chicken. Kigo rolled his eyes. If you're so worried, I can go get the kids. I shook my head. Nah. I'm not sure they want to see you after you dropped several bombshells on them in under a minute. The blonde curled into himself slightly, wings wrapping around his torso as he ran a hand through his hair. My eyes widened ever so slightly at the sandy-colored feathers in his hair that the motion brought attention to. I didn't mean to overwhelm them. I don't think there was a good way of telling them all of that, Dobby, Kigo defended quietly. I sighed. No, there really wasn't. You did fine, feathers. He perked up, bright golden eyes shining in a way that had my heart beating a bit faster. I quickly shoved that feeling down into the depths of my soul. Sure, the hero was attractive. Everybody in Japan knew that. Hawks had a concerning number of thirsty fan groups. He was the pretty boy number 3 hero. That did not mean that I gave my gay but permission to apparently find him attractive enough to react to. You really think so? Said pretty boy number 3 hero asked, pulling me from my depressingly gay spiral. I nodded, rolling my eyes. Yes. Now, watch the FING soup. Hitoshi. I jolted awake to the sound of quiet knocking coming from the door. I quickly glanced around, finding Izuku snuggled into my side in the nest that he'd messily constructed before we fell asleep. I rubbed my eyes, finding myself incredibly thankful that the panic from before the impromptu nap had not returned. I had been horribly overwhelmed by the sheer care that Kigo was putting into us. As we drove from UA to his apartment complex, I couldn't help but gape at him, even implying that we would go shopping for things we wanted. When Izuku had spoken up and tried to get him to see sense, to be normal, Dobby had joined in and said that we deserved nice things. That had to be a lie. I mean, Izuku definitely deserved nice things. He deserved the FING world. But me? I was a filthy villain in the making. I didn't deserve things. That was something that had been forced into my head my whole life. It was made abundantly clear to me just a year after Izuku had arrived at the group home. Ma'am had rifled through our belongings while we were at school and took Jingles, the stuffed cat that I'd had with me since even before entering the system. When Izuku tried to ask for it back, she just rolled her eyes and snapped, I threw that thing in the trash. Villains and animals don't deserve things like that. I'd broken down. When Ma'am had gone to hit me for daring to make a noise, Izuku stepped in front of me and took it instead before rushing us back into the cellar, his wings fluttering behind him. He herded me into the nest and held me against him, his feathers wrapping around us in a secure little cocoon. It was illogical, but whenever Izuku did that, I couldn't help but feel that nothing could happen to us. We were in our own separate world, away from the pain. It was safe to cry there. After the conversation during the drive, Kigo had shown us our own rooms. That was another crack in the mask I'd put on since Izuku's panic attack with the detective. But it finally crumbled when the hero had explained to Izuku that he needed to eat raw meat. Seeing the absolute fear on the other boy's face was horrible, even if I knew what Kigo was saying was true. When Izuku started dissociating, I got us out of there. No one ever liked it when he dissociated. Once we were in what Kigo had said was Izuku's room, I coaxed him onto the nest bed, hoping that his instincts would take over and pull him out of wherever he went when he dissociated. To my relief, it did, and soon I was laying next to him and crying as he cooed and spoke soft words, trying to comfort me. The knock on the door came again, and this time Izuku shifted, blinking his eyes open blearily. Slightly muffled by the door, a voice came through, "Kiddos? It's all right if you don't want to come out, but dinner is ready. I'd really like both of you to try and eat." I glanced over at Izuku, silently asking what we should do, and the other boy responded by shrugging but then getting up and walking to the door. He opened it a bit and Dobby was revealed on the other side. He smiled down at Izuku. "Hey, baby bird. Hungry?" I guess, he mumbled, turning to me. Toshi? I shrugged and climbed out of the nest, walking to his side before following Dabi out into the main area. The man gestured to the table. Go ahead and sit down, loves. I just have to get dinner off the stove and then we can eat. Izuku and I followed his instructions, sitting next to each other and scooting the chairs closer together. I grabbed his hand under the table and he gave me a comforting squeeze. Kigo skipped over from where he was sitting at the kitchen counter and sat across from Izuku. Hey fledglings. Sorry for dumping all of that stuff on you earlier. We can just take everything one step at a time, alright? I blinked. Every time I thought that I couldn't get more confused, I did. Kigo was apologizing to us? He didn't do anything wrong. Sure, Izuku and I had freaked out a bit, but that's because we were weak. We were the ones who did something wrong, right? That's how it always was. Order up. Dabi called, setting 2 steaming pots onto the table in front of us and snapping me from my thoughts. Izuku took a deep inhale through his nose and I watched his pupils dilate. I understood the feeling. Whatever Dabi had made smelled good. Alright, so, I made some chicken stew. It's a little bit of a hodgepodge of ingredients, but I hope it's alright. He leaned towards Izuku and I with a playful smirk. Don't worry, I'll make sure the oversized chicken gets some actual food after this. Kigo squawked indignantly and my lips twitched up into a small smile. Izuku snorted and covered his mouth with a hand. The scarred man pointed to the pot in front of Kigo and Izuku. That stew is made with raw chicken and the other is cooked. Izuku's entire demeanor flipped. He went totally still, eyes narrowing in on the soup in front of him with a horribly confusing mix of emotions. The pupils that had exploded with delight just seconds before were now pinning with fear and uncertainty. Kigo leaned forwards a bit. I'm gonna be eating it too, little bird. I just want you to try one piece of the raw meat, alright? Then you can have as much or as little as you want after that. But it's wrong, Izuku whispered, anxiety seeping out of every pore of his body. Both Dabi and Kigo were still, sending a glance at each other and it slowly dawned on me that they weren't sure what to do. After a long, tense silence, Kigo suddenly gripped a spoon, put it into the raw meat stew, fished out a piece of chicken, quite obviously uncooked from the color and texture, and then shoved it in his mouth. Izuku's mouth dropped open in shock. We watched the hero chew it and then swallow it down. The hawk whistled quietly, turning to Dabi. DMN. That's some good stuff right there, matchstick. I know, I made it, Dabi responded with a smirk. Izuku. Kigo, the number 3 hero, had just shoved a piece of raw chicken into his mouth and swallowed it without a care in the world. I glanced at Dabi, expecting a reaction of disgust, horror. But Dabi was just looking at the other man with a smug smirk. Ever so slowly, I picked up my spoon, glanced around the room, copied Kigo's motions of getting a piece, and after a few deep breaths and a couple internal pep talks, I shoved the spoon in my mouth. Izuku. Oh, F-. As I bit into the slice, the raw juices and blood splashed over my tongue with a whirlwind of flavor that had something instinctual in the back of my brain suddenly quieting down from anguished screams before switching into shrieks of pure delight. My wings fluttered happily as my hindbrain howled, finally, finally, finally. I kept the piece in my mouth for as long as I could, but eventually I had to swallow. I paused as I did, remembering the presence of other people. Hitoshi was staring at me with something like proud shock, Kigo was cooing praise quietly, and Dabi just smirked. What did you think, baby bird? I struggled to find words through the anxiety still coursing through my veins and the sudden press of my instincts against my consciousness. It's really good. I'm glad you like it, pigeon. Kigo clapped his hands together and quickly spooned some of the raw meat stew into his bowl. Hitoshi copied with the cooked version, glancing at the adults to make sure it was okay. Dabi and I served ourselves and I watched the hero take another bite before I did so. Even though they had been so adamant that I eat it, I was still terrified that this was going to be some sort of trick, that they would snatch my bowl away with a sneer and a mutter of animal. It was illogical to think that, but I'd had people pretend to indulge my instincts too many times. After a few more tentative bites of the oh-so-delicious meat, I just started shoveling the stew into my mouth. On the off chance that the adults did take the food away, I was not going to waste this chance to calm my hind brain. It wasn't long before my spoon was scraping the bottom of the bowl and I frowned. Dabi chuckled. How about we let that settle, and you can have some more in a bit if you're still hungry. I nodded, returning my attention to the other people at the table. Dabi was finishing up his meal and Kigo was quietly but dramatically telling some sort of story to Hitoshi who was listening with rapt attention. It was oddly peaceful. We finished and I habitually stood and went to gather the plates, same with Hitoshi, but Kigo's feathers quickly scooped them up before we could. He flashed us a smile. I've got dishes handled, chicks. How about you guys go and wash up? There's some more clothes in your rooms and some general toiletries in the bathroom. I hesitated for a moment before nodding and following Hitoshi back into the hallway. We popped into Hitoshi's room first to grab his clothes and then went to mine. It was weird to have our own rooms, but I pushed aside that feeling as we headed into the bathroom. It was pretty standard, a vanity and sink area, a closet, that upon opening had towels and the aforementioned toiletries, and a toilet. The only slightly unusual thing with the room was the massive bathtub shower. The thing was much larger than anything I'd ever seen in Hitoshi, and I spent a solid 10 seconds just staring at it. Hitoshi turned to me, together, or separate? I hummed, considering, before holding up one finger in response. Perhaps it should be strange for two young teenagers to shower together, but as we stripped off our clothes and I turned on the faucet, I knew it was something that we needed, especially today. We didn't do this every time we showered, most of the time going one at a time with the other guarding the door, but there were times that we craved the closeness, the care put into every touch as we gently washed each other's hair. After over 3 years of living together, we were desensitized to each other's bodies. We shared a small combined space after all, and after a good month of awkwardness, we both mutually decided to say, F it. Hitoshi had initially been scared that I would see him differently when I saw the female anatomy he worked so hard to hide. Of course, it didn't change anything. The washing each other thing had come about a year after I'd moved in, after what had been a horrible day. It had been raining and cold, which already put a damper on my mood, and then bullies pushed me onto the ground, causing my feathers to become caked with mud. When I got home, Ma'am had gotten mad at me for something that I couldn't even remember, and I'd been punished. I'd begged Hitoshi to help me clean my feathers, I was too out of it to do it by myself, and after a long moment of hesitation, he agreed. It became a monthly occurrence after that. Hitoshi gently helped unbandage parts of my wing and leave others as recovery girl instructed, and then we both stepped into the spray of the shower. The water was warm and Hitoshi audibly gasped at the sensation. I couldn't remember the last time we had a shower that was anything more than lukewarm at best. The heat sunk into my muscles and I cooed quietly, bird brain pleased by the temperature. We fell into our normal routine after a long moment of relishing in the heat. We washed each other's hair using the shampoo and conditioner that had been in the closet, and then scrubbed down our own bodies. I went to turn around for the last part of our tradition but paused. Hitoshi met my eyes, glanced at my wings, then signed, "I won't touch them if you don't want me to." I bit at my lip before slowly saying, I need everything off, Toshi. Just get it off. Please. The blood had soaked my feathers and I needed it gone. Hitoshi nodded and I turned my back to him, trying to force myself to relax. It was just Hitoshi. Hitoshi was safe. His hands landed gently on the back of my neck before sliding down in between my shoulder blades. Nails scratched lightly at the small feathers there, and despite myself, I melted with a small trill. The purple-haired boy let out a pleased hum and began working his fingers over my left wing, easing out any broken or loose feathers and washing away the dirt and blood. I closed my eyes, focusing solely on the feeling. There were few things I loved more than preening. I huffed angrily when the hands abandoned their post. Hitoshi gently turned my head so his hands were in my sight line and signed, "It's okay, birdie. I'm gonna move to your right wing now. You need to let me know if it hurts or you want me to stop." Hitoshi. Izuku whistled quietly, a sound that I recognized as a go-ahead. The whistles were the only part of Izuku's bird chatter that he used willingly. They were distinct and loud, and we used them on patrols as communication. It had taken me a bit to decipher the different tones and melodies and the meanings that came with them, but once I did, it became one of our most useful tools as vigilantes, as most would assume it was just some random bird and not Izuku. Now that we were with Hawks, who seemed fully accepting of the bird noises and even made his own, I was holding on to a cautious hope that I'd learn other parts of the instinctual language. I carefully settled my hand in between Izuku's shoulder blades and slid it over to the base of Izuku's right wing. When there were no signs of protest, I very carefully began working my way through the feathers, making sure not to put too much pressure on the delicate bones underneath. As I progressed further up the limb, Izuku tensed, going stock still. I froze, opening my mouth to ask if he wanted me to stop, but nothing came out and I wanted to bang my head against the wall. I worked my jaw, trying to get out any word, even just a small "okay," but vines were wrapping around my vocal cords and my brain was screaming, "Don't talk, I'm not allowed to talk, noise is bad, we'll get hurt." Eventually I gave up, instead forcing a small questioning hum from my throat. He shook his hands out at his sides, a small whimper sounding. I removed my hands and watched him carefully. Slowly, he stilled and looked over his shoulder with a small nod. I resumed my movements, stopping each time Izuku tensed. It took longer than either of us would have liked to get his feathers clean, and when we stepped out of the shower, the mirror was completely obscured by steam. A flash of fear went through me at the sight. We'd gotten in trouble in the past for taking too much time in the shower. But I trusted Kigo. I didn't think he'd hurt us. I'd called him for a reason, after all. Izuku and I quickly changed into the soft pajamas we'd grabbed, with my assistance to bring his broken limb through the slits in the back. He then glanced at his wing and the door. After a second he turned to me, "I've gotta get new bandages. Wanna come with me?" I smiled sadly at the pleading lilt to his tone and quickly nodded, grabbing his hand in support. He gave a soft grin in response and together we made our way out of the bathroom and back into the main living space. Kigo was in the kitchen, quietly talking to someone on the phone, and Dabi was sitting on the couch, attempting to read a book. I say attempting because the poor man's phone was sitting on the armrest and going off every few seconds, causing him to sigh and pick up the device to read whatever notification was there. It was odd seeing the older vigilante do something so normal. He looked up as we entered and smiled. "Hey kiddos, feeling better?" I nodded. It was nice. "Yeah. I need to redo my bandages though," Izuku replied, shifting nervously on his feet. "Alright, baby bird. Do you want to do that out here, or somewhere else?" The wing boy paused, considering before murmuring, "Here is fine." It wasn't long before Izuku was sitting in front of the couch, Dabi's gentle movements wrapping and splinting his wing again. He held my hand, and despite wincing every once in a while, he looked more relaxed than I had seen him since this whole thing began. I smiled. I could get used to this.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.